A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girls slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a 2nd-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the 2nd floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the 2nd floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the 2nd floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them: the neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that The police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber, Fawn's younger sister, revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the second floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrator's capture. Due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family, many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nano Labs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives, from the smallest genetic samples, to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason. They were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the three original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the three men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the three suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victim's relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The state of North Carolina, the birthplace of country blues and Cherokee Indians, is now a conservative and prosperous state in the northern South Atlantic region. In comparison to South Carolina, the state has a relatively low crime rate. When it does make the national news, it is usually because of snowstorms, tornadoes, or severe thunderstorms. The coast, with tropical storms and flooding, or acres of dense wildlife refuge. as well as the threat of wildfires and landslides, posed far greater danger than people. However, this does not always happen. On April 10, 2019, the storm was caused by 17-year-old Tristan Borlase. The teenager, who comes from a large religious family, brutally murdered his loved ones at their home in Deep Gap, North Carolina. On Wednesday evening, a young woman called emergency services to report a large amount of blood in her home, as well as 3 missing family members, her parents and her younger brother. She also mentioned that she couldn't reach them. Police officers responded to the call and drove to a Deep Gap about a mile from the Watauga and Wilkes County lines. When patrol officers arrived at the house, they discovered blood on the walkway leading to the house, on the mat by the front door, and a blood trail inside the house that stretched up the stairs. Officers searching the area outside discovered the body of a man covered in leaves under a hammock with several stab wounds. A little later, around 10:30 p.m., the family's pickup truck was discovered hidden in the woods, with a woman's body covered in a blanket and mulch bags on top. A senseless, rash domestic tragedy. Kristen's father, Jeff Boer, was born on April 16, 1975. He served as pastor of the Pietistic Bible Fellowship Church, a conservative Protestant denomination with Mennonite roots. The boy grew up in an environment that emphasized the importance of personal piety and the sense of being constantly under God's strict and watchful eye. His upbringing was built on a serious and careful study of the Bible in meetings, as well as moral instruction. Any form of entertainment, including laughter and colorful clothing, was frowned upon. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for the enemy, and the renunciation of all forms of violence were regarded as virtues. Jeffrey, Pastor Harry's son, absorbed all of these fundamentals. He was raised to be a kind, loving, gentle, and patient boy. Jeffrey worked as a summer employee at the Big Surf Water Park on Lake Ozark in Missouri, United States. On his first day at work, the young man met a charming, meek girl. Tanya Mae Tran was her name. They were the same age, shared similar beliefs, and grew up in a similar environment. Tanya, like Jeffrey, grew up in a family that prioritized Christian values. A patient, humble, and selfless girl saw the pious young man as the ideal future husband and father. She gave Jeffrey a picture of an elderly couple holding hands and told him, "That will be us one day." Kathy Brown, Jeffrey's mother, prayed to God to give her son a wife who loved the Lord with all her heart, and she believed her prayers had been answered. The young lovers married, and their family became a reflection of the ideas in which they were raised. Tanya's photo was carefully placed in the family album. Very quickly, Taylor, the young couple's first child, is an adorable girl. 3 more children arrived one by one. Tristan was the parents' youngest son. Taylor became a true big sister to her siblings. She cared for, helped, and supported everyone, especially the girl who was friends with her younger brother. Tristan Taylor became his best and sole friend. Despite their age difference, they traveled everywhere together. They enjoyed sports, listening to music, and playing pranks together. Pietism holds that the task of parenting is to establish God's kingdom in the child's heart. As the 4 children grew older, Jeffrey and Tanya decided to fulfill their Christian duty by adopting 4 more orphaned boys who were open, loving, and friendly. According to others, the family grew to 8 children: Taylor, twins Kaya and Alexis, Misery, Owl, Stephen Meliku, and Tristan. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were not allowed to use cell phones or social media until a certain age, and asceticism, needs, and desires were encouraged. Boys were forbidden from dating girls until the end of high school, until the age of 18. Bible study and other religious activities were required. Otherwise, children grew up like any other boys and girls, with parents making no distinction between native and adopted children. Everyone received the same level of attention, care, and affection. The loving mother maintained a peaceful environment while keeping an eye on internal order. Brothers and sisters' relationships were marked by frequent prayer and good deeds. The couple believed that virtue should be cultivated through their own actions, and they taught their children mercy by example. When the people of Haiti were hit by a hurricane, Tanya sold her expensive wedding ring and donated the proceeds to a foundation that was building housing for the victims. In exchange, She purchased herself a simple, inexpensive ring. Taylor graduated high school in 2015 and moved to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event deeply affected Tristan. He had lost his only friend and was alone. Taylor returned home at the first opportunity, but now she had her own free time, leaving Tristan with the same old rules and routines. He had been rebelling against the restrictions imposed on him since childhood, as well as his parents' religious beliefs. He was irritated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with his peers via social media, especially since such communication has become an essential part of modern teenagers' lives. Quarrels with Taylor's parents only increased after he left in December 2017. There were positive changes in the family's lives. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children relocated to a new home with a large lot in a deep gap. The house in Watauga County, North Carolina, was on a dirt road leading into a wooded area and was much larger than the previous home. Furthermore, the new home was only a short distance from Robin's, Tanya's mother, and the children's grandmother's home. Because of their close proximity, they could call on her at any time for assistance, and she looked after the youngest children. It was unclear whether the move had been as pleasant for Tristan, as he had to change his school and surroundings. He attended Watauga High School and began participating in track and field. Other kids became summer camp counselors. At first glance, it appeared that there was never any trouble in the lone household. But this wasn't the case. Tristan's behavior worsened over time. In 2018, the school required several consultations with a psychologist regarding anger issues and a lack of impulsive behavior control. By 2019, despite his exceptional abilities, the young man began to struggle with some school subjects, and these difficulties only grew with time. Before the move, he was a diligent student who was always involved in school life. However, after the move, he became an indifferent, withdrawn teenager who lost interest in his education. Tristan began to be late for classes and had no desire to learn at all. It got to the point where he would put on his headphones during class and sit with an absent-minded expression. Some teachers attempted to assist Tristan, and he even made contact, but everything ended with the same indifference and lack of interest. Furthermore, the young man did not always act appropriately at home. By this point, he had everything. He was constantly arguing with his parents about his own cell phone and social media access. Tristan spent a great deal of time on the internet. He identified as a musician on Instagram. Taylor was always interested in her siblings' lives and noticed that Tristan fought with his parents more frequently and argued with his mother about religious issues. She also learned about his other problems at school. The sister attempted to communicate with her brother, but the previous closeness was no longer present. After a while, the young man made friends with Evelyn Faith Jackson, a girl from the religious community. They began to meet, disregarding the prohibition on intimate relationships. They sometimes smoked forbidden plants, and Tristan complained about his mother, who discussed his behavior with him at night, leaving him tired and unable to concentrate in school. The young man was concerned that he had many flaws that prevented him from living up to his mother's expectations. She cannot be proud of him. I was told that he can be himself around his father, but not so much around his mother. On April 10, 2019, many secret details about Tristan's life were revealed. The barn where the goats were kept had surveillance cameras installed. Tristan's old cell phone, which he sometimes kept hidden from his parents, also served as an access point. On this particular day, Tanya took out her phone and read text messages in which her son was having sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. Tristan was at school when he noticed his phone start blinking with incoming messages. In a family chat, Kristen's shocked parents informed him of the information found on her old phone. The same day, Kristen's English teacher, Sherry King, called his mother to complain about the teenager's grades and behavior. She later testified at trial that Tanya Borlas called her back and said she and her husband would be at school soon and would pick Tristan up early to discuss his grades. Sherry King told Tristan what her parents had said, which surprised him greatly. The couple left their youngest child with his grandmother and enrolled in middle school to deal with the situation. The entire ride home was silent. Tristan will testify at trial that the mother appeared tense and frowned constantly while looking through his phone. At home, there was an hour-and-a-half-long conversation. Tanya then texted her mother, informing her that Tristan was not upset that his phone and car keys had been taken away until his grades and behavior improved, and that she would be coming to pick up the younger child soon. The message was sent at 4 p.m., and the conversation appears to have continued thereafter. According to Kristen, he and his mother discussed the importance of doing well in school, cleanliness and relationships with girls, the dangers of illegal drugs, and the fact that she did not want him to study religions other than Christianity. He was forced to listen, and he realized how much he needed to be corrected. They even created a list of qualities he should possess in order to become a better person, such as compassion and honesty. The police later discovered that Tristan claimed his mother approached him from behind, put her arm around his neck, and applied pressure, causing him to instinctively jump up, turn around, and elbow her. He claimed that his mother had never done such a thing. That's why he reacted as he did. His mother, startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were scissors from a shelf and approached her son. In shock at what was happening, he stabbed her, thinking he was defending himself, and ran to his father for help. Later, a forensic examination will reveal no evidence that Kristen's mother strangled him. During the trial, the prosecution will show the jury photographs of Tanya's neck taken by the medical examiner, which show a broken neck bone. The psychologist, on the other hand, will demonstrate during the trial that, in his opinion, Tristan Borlase was mentally sane at the time of the crime but had a severely impaired cognitive state, experiencing depersonalization and derealization, and believing events were unrealization, and believing events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's assessment, determining Tristan to be a skilled manipulator and a socially dangerous person. Tristan claims he had no idea what was going on, why his father was fleeing, and why he stabbed him when he caught up. Despite the fact that he begged him for help, he remembered his father picking up a rock and saying, "Tristan, don't," but he was certain that his father would rather see him killed than harm him. Neighbors later reported hearing loud screams on the Boardloss property around 5:30 p.m. That was Wednesday. After it was over, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which the psychologist concluded indicated severe stress rather than cold-blooded, calculated murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's findings. After all, they were shown the forensic medical examiner's reports at trial. Jeffrey Borlase. His autopsy report revealed multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, wounds to his arms and hands, and abrasions to his skull and forehead. Tanya Borlase's autopsy report revealed that she had multiple stab wounds, including those to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have occurred when her neck was compressed. The findings suggest that the parents were defending themselves, not attacking. Furthermore, if Tristan felt threatened, he could flee from his mother. Even if the mother was the victim of a sudden lapse in judgment and a misguided sense of self-defense, the father's murder and subsequent actions appeared to be different. Tristan returned home, removed his mother's body, and hid it in the truck with a tarp. He then spent about an hour cleaning up the crime scene, including cleaning the porch outside the house with a hose. Tristan arrived at his grandmother's house at 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother Robinson. This seemed incredibly strange. Tristan explained that his parents had an urgent need to go to the store and apologized for not having time to stop by and pick up his brother. Robin received a call about 20 minutes later from her other grandson, who complained that his parents were not answering the phone and had not come to pick him up from his part-time job, as they usually did. Grandma dialed Alexis and asked her to go get her brother. They agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to figure out what had happened. As they approached the house, Robin noticed blood on the porch, but because the couple raised animals, she wasn't too worried. She went inside the house to get a flashlight to check on the animals and discovered that there was blood everywhere. Alexis ran into the house at the time and reported finding a body under a hammock near the animal barn, and she believed she saw Tristan in a getaway car with blood on his face. Alexis summoned emergency services. The operator instructed her and all family members to lock themselves in the car and wait for police to arrive. Following several hours of waiting outside and speaking with officers, the police arrived 10 minutes later. They were all taken to the station, where they learned that Jeffrey and Tanya Borlase had been discovered dead. While investigating the crime scene, detectives discovered a computer interface in the home that linked the video surveillance system to the monitors. When the detectives saw a screen on the monitor with a grid of cameras broadcasting live video, they immediately requested a warrant to obtain the system servicing company's credentials. Meanwhile, Tristan contacted his girlfriend Evelyn and arrived at her house. She noticed he was worried about something, and he had a few scratches on his face and arms. Tristan, on the other hand, is shorter. He had only argued with his parents and received the scratches while playing with his dog. Kristen's injuries were described by Evelyn as 3 scratches on his forehead, a hand wound, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photo of his injuries on Snapchat shortly after the crime, claiming that he was injured by his father's dog. According to his girlfriend, the photo matches the injuries she noticed on him that evening. Tristan stayed all night. They went to Walmart and McDonald's the next morning, saying they were going to school, but then changed their minds. Evelyn was convinced Tristan just wanted to get away from his parents for a while, so she invited him to stay with one of her relatives. He agreed, and they proceeded to another state. On April 11, Sheriff's Office personnel obtained the username and password to Borlase's home video surveillance system. They examined the camera footage and discovered the details of the crime. The police obtained a warrant for Kristen's arrest and turned over the vehicle's details. He allegedly drove away to the National Crime Information Center, where a search for the vehicle and subsequent pursuit began. Investigator Matthew learned that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee and began the paperwork for extraditing the alleged perpetrator. He asked Robin, Kristen's grandmother, to accompany him to the apprehension so that he could speak to the young man in her presence, despite his youth. As they drove the car with Evelyn, Tristan noticed blue lights behind them. He sped up and told his friend that his parents had registered the car as stolen in order to find him. He sped down the highway, attempting to get away, but eventually gave in to his pursuers and pulled over. The Ford was surrounded by police cars. Evelyn was completely perplexed when she saw her boyfriend handcuffed and driven away in a squad car. The officers noticed that Tristan did not seem upset or agitated. The April 11, 2019 interview conducted by investigator Matthew was videotaped and audio recorded. The young man responded to all questions, admitted to the crime, and detailed his actions. He occasionally cried. Tristan, who was a month away from turning 18, was arrested without bail. A short time later, the sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan's Snap's chat account and 5 of his cell phones, all of which may have contained information related to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for Orchard Road home, where detectives discovered another phone, a keyboard and pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw knife, a red stain swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, miscellaneous papers, South Dakota, business cards, and boots. According to court documents, a search warrant was also issued for the Ford F-150 truck, and a red stain swab laptop computer charger and steering wheel were seized. A search warrant was also issued for Tristan, his girlfriend, and Boone's home, as the young man was spending the night there. According to court records, a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook were seized from the property. The findings of the investigations and searches assisted investigators in reconstructing the timeline of events down to the smallest detail. This method of self-defense was deemed untenable. The couple's funeral services took place on April 17, 2019. The ceremony was officiated by pastors William Krantz and Brad Gray of Bible Fellowship Church. Children who lost their parents at such a young age found the strength to write a touching obituary. Our parents never had the chance to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeff and Tanya have always made their parents happy and proud. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to carry on that legacy by passionately loving people and following Jesus. Taylor paid her first visit to her brother in prison following the funeral and was unimpressed by his behavior. Tristan was not only unrepentant, but he attempted to blame the family for what had occurred. Her sister got the impression that he was confident that he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor became disgusted, turned around, and left. Her second visit came on May 11. Kristen returned with Grandma Robin to celebrate her birthday, but the meeting was largely the same as the previous one. Her brother was praising the birthday party they had for him at the prison. Taylor found the behavior unacceptable, especially considering their parents' tragic deaths. Following this visit, the family decided to cut off all contact with Tristan. The trial began February 16, 2022. Tristan expressed regret during the trial. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision to impose a permanent ban on contact to make the family feel safer. On March 3, Tristan Borlase was sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder on all counts. Judge Horn noted that Tristan Borrelos's mental health was a mitigating factor, as the psychologist's report indicated that he was still suffering from anxiety and depression and had developed symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. Judge Horn did, however, state that the psychologist found no evidence of psychotic disorders. Although the anxiety and depression may have been exacerbated by the continued use of illegal drugs, the most unusual fact in this story is that neither Tristan, his family, his lawyer, nor he himself made any statements about the motives that led to the crime. A pious family and a socially dangerous man using illegal drugs who did not fully understand the reasons for what happened or competently played the misunderstanding. On the one hand, there is a self-hating young man with low self-esteem, a history of depression, active anxiety symptoms, and a lack of qualified medical care. During the court session, it was mentioned that his mother helped him cope with panic attacks because she, too, was prone to them. One of the main provisions of pietistic pedagogy is that children burdened with original sin are immoral from birth, and therefore education and school should correct them, preparing them for correct piety-based behavior in life by establishing strict discipline and suppressing children's self-consciousness. Strict love is supposedly beneficial. A child who may have inherited nervous system overreactivity grew up with strict boundaries, constantly feeling like he was not a godly enough person. Some people require more love than others due to their nature. According to his older sister's memories of the new brothers, the little boy was extremely jealous of their appearance, which drew the parents' attention. Rebellion came first, followed by depressed moods and feelings of worthlessness, as well as illicit weed, panic attacks, and depersonalization. Derealization occurs. He didn't accept his parents' religion. He couldn't be what his mother wanted him to be, or what he was supposed to be in need of improvement. Was that list of needed fixes that the two of them put together with his mother instead of looking for a good therapist? Is this the final straw? Was there any way to prevent such a senseless and merciless tragedy in a truly loving family? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2013. Jayden Parkinson, 17, went missing after leaving his hostel in Oxford, England. The police began searching for her as soon as they received a missing persons report. While investigating this case, the police discovered something they had never seen before. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the UK before. Jayden Parkinson was born September 26, 1996, in Folkestone, United Kingdom. She was the youngest of the family's 3 children. Her parents' relationship was far from idyllic. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jayden's mother, claims her children have witnessed a lot of unpleasant things. Jayden was 7 years old when her parents divorced. The girl lived with her father but was very close to her mother. They lived in various locations and spoke on the phone every night. When she became a teenager, her life became a little chaotic. Samantha claimed that Jason's father gave her complete freedom. She joined a company where she began smoking and drinking. She lived with her father from time to time before moving in with her mother when she was 13. She ran away from home and approached her mother, expressing a desire to live with her. Ultimately, the family court allowed Jayden to remain with her. She had disagreements with several people at school, including teachers. She didn't like how someone was attempting to control her behavior. In her personal life, she was in a relationship with Benjamin Blakely. Jayden was only 14 when she met Ben Blakely. They didn't live together because she was still a child, but he kept nagging her and gradually changed her completely. Jayden began dating Ben when she was 15 years old. He was 20 years old at the time. Jason's mother was undoubtedly concerned about the 5-year age difference, but she had no control over her daughter's love life. Their relationship began as tender and romantic, but everything changed with time. There was no trace of their previous mutual understanding, and their relationship became extremely strained. Ben oversaw every aspect of Jason's life. She stopped wearing makeup and became increasingly withdrawn. Ben even decided what clothes she could wear. He caused Jayden to drift apart from family and friends. As a result, the girl left her mother's house and began living in a hostel for women experiencing domestic violence. Although Ben was forbidden from entering this hostel, he was still able to completely control her life. They frequently argued, and Jaden even informed the hostel staff that Ben was aggressive toward her. She couldn't do anything without his consent. He took her phone away, convincing her that all she needed in the world was him, his love and care. Ben forbade her from speaking with men. He had complete control over her social media accounts, and she had stopped attending school. Ben's level of control was so high that he even forbade her from leaving her room to use the restroom. Jaden used to call her mother every day. However, their communication has been reduced to 1 or 2 conversations per month. Samantha requested her daughter return home and end her relationship with Ben. However, the persuasion did not work. Ben dominated Jaden both mentally and physically. She was seen multiple times with bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jaden called her mother to tell her she was pregnant. She hoped that the child would force Ben to reconsider his attitude toward her and his lifestyle in general. She expected the baby to strengthen their bond and Ben to return to his former self, but he fell short. Ben stopped acting like a good boy, as is common in such situations. When he took complete control of Jaden, she fell into a trap. He made her drift away from her friends and family and rely solely on him. She did not have her own money. As I previously stated, he eventually forbade Jaden from leaving her room, even if she needed to use the restroom. Ben dated other girls behind her back, over whom he exercised psychological and physical control. Samantha once again asked her daughter to return home after learning of her pregnancy. However, Jaden refused. They met to discuss it, but Jaden remained adamant. The girl didn't want to cause her mother any more problems. When Jaden told Ben about her pregnancy, he became enraged and claimed that he was not the father of her child. He even threatened Jaden to share her naked photos and videos on social media. She reported Ben to the police a few days before Jaden went missing. She was afraid he'd post her naked photos and videos. Ben had approximately 30 photos and 13 videos of Jaden, which she did not want made public. On December 3rd, Jaden, you failed to return to the hostel for the night. Jaden is aware of the problems in his personal life. The staff attempted to find her. They contacted Samantha by phone, but she had no idea where her daughter was. The police received a missing persons report shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2013. I discovered that Jaden has personal issues. Investigators attempted to contact Ben to determine if he knew anything about her disappearance. He was aggressive and repeatedly hung up the phone, claiming he couldn't help Jaden and had no idea where he was. Jaden had a difficult childhood and occasionally quarreled with her family. She ran away from home several times but eventually returned. As a result, her disappearance did not seem unusual in the early hours of the investigation. On the same day, December 4th, police apprehended Ben Blakely. They took him to the police station, and it had nothing to do with Jason's disappearance. Jaden had reported Ben to the police a few days prior because she was concerned that he would post her intimate photos online. The investigators who spoke with him were unaware that the police were searching for Ben as a person of interest in the Jaden Parkinson disappearance case. He denied planning to post images of Jaden on the internet and was released on bail the same day. Samantha was distributing flyers featuring her daughter's photo. She also uses social media to raise awareness about the case in the hopes that someone has seen something or knows where Jaden is. Meanwhile, the police are checking surveillance cameras to find her last known location. They obtained CCTV footage from Jaden's hostel, which shows her leaving to meet Ben and never returning. The date was December 3rd. The next location where Jaden was seen was Oxford railway station. CCTV footage captures her walking inside with Ben. Nothing unusual is occurring in the video. After tracing their route, investigators discovered that Ben and Jaden took a train to Didcot, about 10 miles from Oxford. Jaden's last known location was the train station, and he did cut. The footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. Usually when Jaden ran away from home, she would contact someone from her family within a day or two to let them know she was fine. But this time was different, and Jaden did not contact her family or friends or post on social media. Since CCTV footage showed her boarding a train with Ben, he became the primary suspect in her disappearance. The police had no doubt that Ben knew where Jayden was and what had happened to her. The footage showed Ben returning to the train station alone, but no one saw Jayden alive again. A week later, on December 10, 2013, police arrested Ben Blakely. Investigators wanted to speak with him and find out where Jayden went after they left the train station building in Didcot together. It was also possible that Ben was holding her against her will somewhere. During the interrogation, Ben was very confident. He said he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was. Ben called Jayden his ex-girlfriend. He claims that he and Jayden split up, and she moved on to another man. Ben stated that's who the cops needed to talk to. He also stated that he didn't care where she was or what happened to her, because they had split up and he now has a new girlfriend. He advised the police to check her social media to determine her location and who she was meeting with. Although Jayden remained missing, Ben Blakely was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The police interviewed Jayden's friends to determine whether she could have gone somewhere. However, the investigators only discovered that Jayden became estranged from her friends after she began dating Ben. No one knew if she had a place to hide. During the ongoing search for Jayden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to investigators. He said that around 1 a.m. on December 4th, he picked up a passenger along a dirt road. He described him as a young man carrying a large, heavy suitcase splattered with mud. He couldn't lift it and asked the taxi driver to assist him. All of these circumstances prompted the taxi driver to consider what was in the suitcase and whether he had witnessed the crime. Investigators discovered that the person who called the taxi used Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When the police questioned Ben again, the latter stated that he would not answer further questions. After analyzing his mobile phone's location records, the police discovered that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including an abandoned barn in the countryside where an attack took place because he picked him up that night. A team of investigators, criminologists, and dog handlers arrived to conduct an investigation. It was also revealed that Ben and Jayden had previously visited Didcot, where her mother lived. Next to the barn, the police discovered a bracelet similar to the one Jayden was wearing. Service dogs trained to find dead bodies began barking inside the barn. But Jason's body wasn't present, and it probably had something to do with Ben's suitcase when he got into the taxi. The police appealed to the public for assistance, urging anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in the Didcot countryside to report it. At the same time, police went door to door, interviewing residents of the houses closest to the abandoned barn. The video from the train station shows that Ben and Jayden did not bring a suitcase. As a result, the investigators wanted to find out where Ben got this suitcase. But what if the taxi driver misidentified Ben? The police discovered the answer to this question on December 14th. Investigators discovered Ben Blakely, his grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake living near the abandoned barn. When the police knocked on Ben's grandmother's door, the first question she asked was, "Are you hearing about the suitcase?" She stated that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days ago. He arrived in a hurry and said he needed a suitcase, then dumped its contents on the floor without explaining anything. Ben's grandmother says he returned it 2 days later and threw it in the barn. However, it was now dirty. She also mentioned 2 missing shovels, which reappeared in their original location. A thick layer of dirt had also settled on the shovels. Why does Ben need 2 shovels? Perhaps the man wasn't acting alone. Jayden was friends with 17-year-old Jake Blakely, and she met Ben through him. Witnesses stated that they saw Ben and Jake riding dirt bikes together. When the police began searching for Jayden, Jake Blakely was arrested on suspicion of complicity in the crime. They sent the suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn to the laboratory for analysis. The police wanted to know if Jason's DNA was on it. Based on all available evidence, investigators concluded that Jayden was killed in an abandoned barn. After some time, she was placed in a suitcase and taken to another location, where the perpetrator buried her. However, given the vastness of the fields surrounding him, finding Jason's body appeared to be a difficult task. The police used aviation in their investigation to determine the approximate location of Jaden's burial. They used aerial photography to identify 10 locations where the soil surface had recently changed significantly. The police investigated several locations but found no results. They could not locate Jason's body. Before the police searched all 10 locations of interest in the investigation, there was another breakthrough in the case. Jake Blakely began cooperating with the police, telling them to check his uncle's grave in a nearby cemetery. The cemetery next to All Saints Church in Didcot was one of the 10 places where the surface had recently changed, but it was at the bottom of the list because a soil surface change in such places is not unusual. The police cordoned off the cemetery after receiving a note from Jake Blakely indicating that Jason's body could be in his uncle's grave. Detectives have never seen such a method for concealing a victim's body. According to reports in the English press, Ben and Jake's uncle was buried in 2006. The new circumstances surrounding this case have sparked widespread media coverage. It was the country's first crime in which the victim's body was already buried. The forensic experts set up a tent in the cemetery and began their work. After a while, Jason's family received the worst possible news. Her body was discovered in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely. His uncle, she was naked, and the police were unable to locate her clothing. She also had all of her jewelry removed. The forensic examination revealed that Jaden had been beaten before her death. Finger marks on her neck suggested strangulation. The pathologist determined that asphyxia was the official cause of her death. While awaiting trial in prison, Ben Blakely altered his behavior strategy. After speaking with the prison chaplain, he and his lawyer wrote a letter admitting that he was responsible for Jaden's death. However, Ben insisted that the crime was not premeditated. According to him, he pushed Jaden during an argument, and she fell off a bridge near an abandoned barn. He tried but failed to bring her to her senses. He initially buried Jason's body in one location, but later moved it to the cemetery. He buried it in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy revealed no signs of such a fall. Her face was injured with blunt force, and as previously stated, asphyxia was the cause of her death. It implied that Ben Blakely was lying to absolve himself of some responsibility for what had occurred. Jason's father died of heart problems before the trial began on June 23, 2014. When Blakely appeared in court, it was clear to everyone that he had no remorse for his actions. He acted provocatively and shouted insults, indicating that he was unconcerned about the fact that he had killed Jaden and her unborn child. Ben Blakely testified during the 4-week trial that Burks was a violent and controlling boyfriend, and 3 of Blakely's previous girlfriends testified that he was controlling and violent to them while they were in a relationship. The jury heard that he would take their phones, hit them, and grab them by the throat if they responded or if he suspected they were cheating on him. The ginger-haired murderer's temper was on display during the trial. The judge warned him several times about his 4-letter outbursts in the dock and on the witness stand, during which he swore and shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Latham. His rages became too much for Jaden's mother and other family members, forcing them to flee the courtroom in tears. It was also too much for Judge Patrick Eccles, who confined Ben to the cells and continued the trial in his absence for 1 day. Although Jake Blakely is under the age of 18, Judge Eccles lifted the usual prohibition on reporting a juvenile's name because he believed it was in the public interest to do so. Jake has pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice, but claims he believed he was burying weapons or dead animals at the time. Ben had promised his teenage sibling an Xbox game console and £100 if he carried out the evil deed, according to the jury. The jury saw CCTV footage of Ben and Jaden entering the Oxford train station and boarding a train to Didcot. Blakely was also seen returning alone and looking down, attempting to hide his face. The prosecutor stated that the crime was premeditated. Blakely purposefully led Jaden to a location where no one would witness him killing her. What else could be the reason he took Jaden to an abandoned barn in another town? Jaden was eager to begin a new life after discovering she was pregnant. But Blakely was accustomed to having complete control over every aspect of her life, and he refused to let her go. He did not want to be a father either. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother. supported the creation of a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she stated, "I don't want another mom to have to stand there and look at their daughter's body on a slab. I'll never forget it until the day I die." For a year before Jaden was killed, I thought he was after me. I hadn't expected it to be her. I assumed he wanted me out so he could manipulate her. He could get money from her. I recall him coming around one day after spitting at her and punching her in the face the previous day. He made it into the block of flats and was banging on the door. I refused to let him see Jaden, so he walked away and spat on me. Later that afternoon, Jaden went outside for a cigarette and I didn't see her for 2 weeks. He'd met her outside. She was at an age when she did not have any income or benefits. They were living rough everywhere. It became difficult to contact her. He'd cut up her SIM card or smash her phone. She didn't want to admit to herself that he was like that. Everyone had heard these stories before. She wanted to change him. He burned, beat, and starved her. She was a rebellious adolescent who didn't listen. I was told that since she was 16, it didn't matter where she went. If the police said it was fine for her to stay there, they didn't have to tell me where she was. I did not have a leg to stand on. However, when she was murdered, she was classified as a child. Where does that get lost? Why couldn't the police get her back home? She was safe with me. I believe she could have been helped if people thought she wasn't a bad kid. And I wasn't an angry mother with a misbehaving child on benefits who didn't deserve to be looked at or heard. I'm very angry with the government. It has to stop. Other girls were hurt before Jaden. If there was a register, she'd be sitting here with my grandchild right now. The register should be public and accessible to everyone, not just the police and social services. The number of times he was arrested. There would have been flags along the way, which could have saved her life. I'd also like to see a program in schools that promotes healthy relationships. Many people do not realize they are in a coercive or controlling relationship until it is too late. I simply want more protection for women like Jaden and the women who will become women in England. In my lifetime, a partner or ex-partner has killed one woman every week. I'm aware that I won't be able to eradicate it. But if I can prevent one girl from dying and one mother from feeling the way I do, Jaden's death will not be in vain. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning a verdict by a majority vote. Ben Blakely was found guilty of killing Jaden Parkinson on purpose by a vote of 11-1. On December 3rd, the judge told Ben Blakely, "You took Jaden Parkinson, a complicated but loving and vulnerable 17-year-old girl, into the open countryside near Upton in the dark of an early winter's evening. You strangled her to death." The judge also stated that Blakely's unreasonably jealous treatment of Jaden included physical and emotional abuse during their relationship. "You dominated and controlled her daily activities." The judge stated that you took her phone away so she could not contact anyone else. And when she arrived at the hostel, you insisted that she stay in her room, even prohibiting her from using the toilet and forcing her to urinate in a plastic bottle. Jaden was obsessed with you, her violent abuser, and found it difficult to emotionally separate from you. According to the judge, Jaden finally found the courage to end the relationship in November of last year, after Blakely threatened to post intimate photos online to humiliate her. Jake Blakely received 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. In July 2014, his older brother, Ben Blakely, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at the story that took place in Oklahoma. On August 8, 2012, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation called Garvin County Sheriff. The latter said they were contacted by a resident named Van Emblem, who claimed to have witnessed the disposal of the body and an attempt to hide all evidence. Emblem stated that the night before the call, his friend, on whose ranch he has worked for 4 years, asked him for assistance. When he arrived at the ranch, a friend admitted that he needed help disposing of the body. At first, Van assumed it was a joke. However, when he saw the red-stained plastic buckets, he realized it wasn't a joke. The buckets were heavy, so his friend needed assistance loading them into a pickup truck, before realizing he might become an accomplice to the crime. Van helped his friend regain his composure before leaving, telling him to deal with everything on his own. Over the next few hours, Van spoke with a lawyer, who convinced him that the only way out of this situation was to call the police. After all, if it was discovered later that he knew about the crime but did not report it to authorities, he would be charged as an accomplice. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, the world's second-largest criminal organization after the Hells Angels, according to the FBI. His parents divorced when he was about 10 years old. They maintain good relations, however, and share equal responsibility for their son's upbringing. At the age of 25, Brandon gradually inherited his father's love of motorcycles. He had his own motorcycle, which he built by hand and treasured dearly. He frequently socialized with other bikers, but did not belong to any motorcycle clubs. Brandon's father died unexpectedly on April 5, 2005, which was a difficult time for him. Brandon decided to make a change in his life to combat his increasing depression. He sat on a motorcycle and headed to Las Vegas. Brandon had been living in Vegas for about a year when he met Amber Andrews, 24, whose company made him forget about his problems. A whirlwind romance between them led to marriage 2 months after they met. Amber was already pregnant at this point. In December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. Brandon's life changed dramatically after his child was born. He became a devoted father and husband who worked at a high-paying job and prioritized family over his interests. However, the same cannot be said for Amber. As if she didn't notice the birth of a child, she continued to live her lifestyle, attending biker gatherings and various parties. As a result, relations within the young family began to deteriorate quickly. Sometimes it came down to fights. Undoubtedly, the only outcome of this was a divorce filed 4 years after the wedding, with Brandon receiving full custody of the child. After all, unlike Amber, he could support himself and his son. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber returned to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with his son. He was glad to be reunited with his family, who later assisted him in raising a child. Brandon's emotional wounds from a failed marriage began to heal over time, and he became more optimistic about the future. However, while pondering the future, the past knocked at his door. In the summer of 2012, he noticed Amber on his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reunite and asked him to give their relationship another chance. Brandon's previously suppressed feelings resurfaced. He believed his ex-wife's sincerity and agreed to a new start. Their son Brando was scheduled to start kindergarten in September, and Amber invited the three of them to visit her parents in Oklahoma, who were eager to see their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began planning the trip, intending to stay in Oklahoma for about a week. Several days before Brandon, Amber, and their sons returned to San Diego, Van Emblem contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Van reported that his friend and employer requested assistance in disposing of the body, claiming that it was Brandon Duran's. Justin Hammer, 30, of Garvin County, requested help with a van. After receiving a call from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation regarding the possible crime, the local sheriff and his assistant went to Hammer's ranch right away. Furthermore, after calling Brandon's relatives in San Diego, the authorities discovered that Brandon had been out of reach for several days before confirming Van's information. They decided not to tell Brandon's family about this case. During questioning, Justin quickly confessed to murdering Brandon Duran, which surprised detectives. However, there was one critical moment. Hammer claimed he acted in self-defense and identified Duran as a dangerous motorcycle gang member who had threatened him. According to him, on August 7th, Brandon arrived at his house on a motorcycle, kicked out the door with his foot, entered, and began threatening him. Hammer claimed to have an intimate relationship with Amber, which prompted Brandon's unexpected visit. Brandon threatened him, according to Hammer, saying he needed to disappear from Amber's life, promising to ask his biker friends to help him disappear forever. and mentioning that if he disobeyed, his relatives would die as well. Hammer allegedly grabbed a shotgun from the corner of the room and fired it following these words. When he realized Brandon was dead, he was afraid of retribution from the Bandidos Motorcycle Club and did not call the police, instead deciding to hide all evidence. Instead, Justin took the body to the bathroom and disposed of it with a saw, 5-gallon buckets, and concrete. According to the Hammer statement, he was unable to load the buckets into the pickup truck on his own due to the added weight of cement. As a result, he sought help from his friend Van, who assisted him in loading buckets into a pickup truck before leaving and turning him over to the police. Hammer's ranch had a small pond into which he tossed the buckets. After dealing with the body, he started cleaning the house. Hammer later burned the cleaning supplies, gloves, and rags he used, claiming that he had given Brandon's motorcycle to a relative. At the same time, Hammer stated that his relative was unaware of the bike's origin and had disassembled it for spare parts. After all, 5 buckets were recovered from the bottom of the pond, and the officers went to Meeker to inform Amber of the sad news. The woman was shocked when she learned of her child's father's death. She stated that they divorced but intend to reconcile. Amber also mentioned that she had a fight with Brandon the day before after he learned about her relationship with Justin Hammer. After the argument, Brandon left on a motorcycle, claiming he would deal with her lover on his own, and such an account of events appeared plausible. However, there was a recent development in the case. Criminologists working in Hammer's house began to discover new evidence that called his testimony into question. Justin claimed Brandon kicked down the door and entered the house, but in reality, someone kicked it from inside. The shoe print on the door matched the footprint of Hammer sneakers, indicating Justin was the one who knocked on the door. In addition to the pistol and shotgun, they discovered a list of items required to dispose of the body and the gun safe. It's possible that the crime wasn't spontaneous and that Hammer planned it ahead of time. Aside from the 5 buckets, they extracted a doghouse from the pond, which was filled with cement and contained fragments that would not fit into the buckets. Based on this evidence, Justin Hammer was charged with first-degree murder. The forensic medical expert had a difficult time analyzing 25 individual fragments of Iran's body. An autopsy revealed that Brandon was shot 4 times in the head, 3 with a pistol and 1 with a shotgun. Furthermore, according to the expert, the shotgun shot was the final one. Brandon had most likely died and was lying on the floor by this point. However, it contradicted Hammer's testimony, which stated that he fired only once and from a shotgun, but the investigators couldn't understand it. A question arose. Why did Hammer need to use a shotgun after firing a pistol 3 times, especially when Brandon was already dead? This evidence suggests that someone other than Hammer could be involved in the crime. The investigators called to Brandon's mother, Cindy, about her son's death left her speechless after she regained consciousness. Cindy clarified that Brandon was never a member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club. Brandon's father, she explained, passed on his love of motorcycles to his son, but it never progressed beyond that. However, Cindy's story contained another intriguing twist. She stated that Brandon's bike was broken when he left for Oklahoma. He loaded it into the back of his pickup truck, intending to repair it in Oklahoma. Furthermore, Cindy stated that her son disliked conflict situations and that his ex-wife Amber was the source of all of his problems. Her infidelity overshadowed their relationship from the beginning. Amber remained loyal even after the birth of her son, to her lifestyle, and when Brandon expressed his displeasure with her behavior, she began a fistfight. All of this culminated in a divorce, with Brandon receiving full custody of their son, which infuriated Amber. She then went missing for over a year, seemingly unconcerned about her son's life. As a result, Brandon and the rest of his family were taken aback when she appeared unexpectedly and requested another chance. After learning all this information, including Justin Hammer's, Amber and I were lovers. The investigators decided to look into Brandon's ex-wife more closely. Amber informed police that Brandon left on a motorcycle following the argument. However, his family claimed that it was broken. The question arose as to whether the breakage was not severe. Why would Brandon take the motorcycle to Oklahoma rather than repair it at home? Amber never mentioned that Brandon was fixing it. She also claimed she went to the doctor after Brandon left to deal with a hammer. Despite this, the police discovered no evidence that she was in any of the city's medical facilities on that particular day. All of this implied Amber had no alibi. Amber later revealed to detectives that she had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. When her friend arrived around 3 p.m., Amber and Brandon left the house together. They drove into Brandon's pickup truck, which was carrying a motorcycle in the back. Amber forgot her phone at home and didn't return until 8 hours later. However, when she arrived, neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, investigators discovered a message sent just before she and Brandon left the house. Justin Hammer sent a text stating that the ink was ready. The investigators assumed it was a secret code, indicating that everything was prepared to deal with Brandon. After interviewing Amber's close friends, detectives discovered that she never wanted to reconcile with her ex-husband and always spoke negatively about him. She despised Brandon for having full custody of their son and for being a square. Soon, authorities discovered physical evidence that contradicted Amber's story. The forensic handwriting analysis revealed that the note was discovered in a Hammer safe. Amber wrote the list of items needed for body disposal, and when the police gained access to the local hardware store's CCTV cameras, they discovered that the crime had been planned and prepared in advance. The footage taken the day before Brandon's death shows Hammer purchasing buckets and other items from Amber's list. However, while awaiting trial, Hammer insisted he had no accomplice and had acted in self-defense. He was doing everything he could to keep Amber safe, as she was still free. The man claimed that the items on Amber's list were necessary to repair the house, not to dispose of the body. Furthermore, Hammer explained why he used two different weapons, stating that he held a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other. To say that investigators found this statement strange is an understatement. Many expected the trial to last several weeks. The jurors deliberated for approximately an hour and a half before recommending a life sentence without parole. We're very pleased with the decision. We think it was appropriate. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin says it's justice for Brandon Durant's family. We also believe that the sentence of life without parole is entirely appropriate. I am overjoyed that the jury determined Cindy was Durant's mother. I'm sure it was difficult, but this is what I've been hoping for 2 years. Justin Hammer received a life sentence without the possibility of parole in October 2014. Amber was arrested 2 months later and charged with first-degree murder of her ex-husband, desecrating his remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber pleaded not guilty, hoping to be released on bail. I've been fighting for 32 months to bring my son home with me. Andrew spoke as she sat in the courtroom, handcuffed and dressed in a light purple inmate suit. My son has been at home for exactly 1 month, and she asked if there was anything I could do to stay with him until the trial. Norman is in town to oversee a jury trial, as ordered by District Judge Jeff Virgin. He agreed to the state's request to deny Andrews a bond amount. Given the nature of the allegations, this court believes bond should be denied at this time. Virgin stated that it took more than 2 years before the trial began in the spring of 2017. Amber pleaded not guilty, and her lawyers claimed that the defendant was not at the crime scene. Prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin claimed that Andrews was the only person with a motive to kill Brandon Durant. According to Miller, Amber was the crime organizer who lured Brandon to her lover's house, and Hammer shot him 3 times with a pistol, and Amber fired the final shot with a shotgun. Miller informed the jury that all witness statements and evidence presented at the trial point to Amber's direct involvement in this crime. She was the only person who wanted him gone. Amber Andrews is the only person with motives. She was the only one who could understand why he was gone. Miller stated that she did not only want him dead, but also for him to disappear. She had the motivation, and Hammer had the place to do it. They believed they had the perfect plan. Miller told jurors that the motive was to push the Ran out of the way so Andrews could regain custody of their young son, despite the fact that she was absent from home for 8 hours on the day of Brandon's death, and there was no evidence to back up her alibi. The prosecutor stated that Amber assisted Hammer in disposing of the body and cleaning the house. While unable to fulfill her parental responsibilities, She did not want to give her son to a man she despised. And since she couldn't obtain custody of the child through the courts, she decided to kill Brandon. However, the defense attorney, Jay Mendros, claimed that the prosecutor's office had provided no evidence of Amber's involvement in the case. "There is no evidence." Mandro told the jurors that is what you do when you don't have any. They disparage her character. The state has a conspiracy theory, but there is no evidence to support it. She isn't a cold-blooded killer. She did not plan the murder. Justin did this because he feared losing Amber. Jay Mendros described it as a perfect recipe for disaster, with Duran traveling to Oklahoma to reunite with Andrews, while Hammer, who had been dating Andrews for a year, was concerned about losing her to Duran. The defense attorney made the following statements: Justin Hammer had every reason to kill Brandon Duran. It was a love triangle, or a case of being torn between lovers. There is no black and white here. She switched back and forth with both men. They twisted and turned every statement in here to make them appear sinister. They're attempting to imprison someone on suspicion of innuendo. In this country, people are not convicted based solely on suspicions. This does not make her a conspirator or a murderer. Justin Hammer confessed to the murder. He claimed to have done it all by himself. That demonstrates that jurors returned guilty verdicts after more than 4 hours of closing arguments in a Garvin County District courtroom. They recommended that Amber Andrews, 35, be sentenced to life in prison. Sentencing was scheduled for June 12, 2017. Amber arrived at the court hearing in a good mood. Cindy, Brandon's mother, approached the witness stand in tears, expressing how her son's death had affected her and her grandson Brando. "You and your minions have taken away every dream I've ever had," he said, placing a photo of Duran next to the stand. "Brandon only wanted his family, and you murdered him for it. I'll never see that smile that lights up the room before Brandon even walks in. He won't have the chance to teach Brando how to snowboard. You ensured this by murdering him. If you genuinely cared about Brando, you would not have murdered his father. You must work for what you want, not kill for it. You wanted it and would do anything to destroy it." She said this while pausing and staring up at Andrews, shaking her head up and down. "That is the devil's work," she said, adding that Andrews has done unspeakable things to her as Iran's mother. Before the judge's decision, defense attorney Jay Mendros issued another statement. The defense continues to maintain that there is no evidence linking her to the murder. Metros informed the judge, "There is no evidence that she was involved in the murder. I would request that the judge disregard the jury's verdict. We asked you to overturn the jury's decision and restart this case." Jay Mendros contended that the state's case lacked evidence and relied on jurors' emotions to secure a guilty verdict. They used guessing and speculation to convince her to go to prison. There is no evidence that the state was solely concerned with shock value. Amber Andrews received a life sentence without parole for the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She was also sentenced to 7 years for desecrating the remains and an additional 10 years for conspiring to commit a felony. Justin Hammer is currently serving time at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, Oklahoma, while Amber Andrews is still incarcerated at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in McLeod, Oklahoma. Since August 7, 2012, Brando is currently in a foster home after being taken into custody by the Oklahoma Department of Human Services. After fighting the court system in January, he was allowed to return to San Diego and live with his grandmother. However, it was not a victory yet. Cindy had to wait 5 years before she was granted full custody of Brando. Following the trial, she and her relatives told him the truth about the verdict and his mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It's pretty exciting to tell your parents you've decided to have your own wedding. Tina Thomas was much more nervous than her fiancé, Gabe Watson. Tina was 26 years old at the time, exactly like her future husband. This was her third serious relationship and her second attempt at marriage. Her first attempt to start a family with her boyfriend, Scott McCulloch, failed. The relationship between the young people was fine, but only Tina's mother opposed the wedding. Scott disliked the fact that there were no specific claims, but like every mother, she wanted a better and happier life for her daughter, Tina, who was still very young at the time. As a result, the couple quickly split up, and the prospect of a shared future faded. The second attempt, with Stan Marks, also failed. Tina's parents had no involvement in this situation. The couple was unable to overcome the first 3-year crisis and separated with mutual consent. Tina finally meets Gabe Watson on Christmas Eve at a party with her friends. We can't say it was love at first sight. Instead, the relationship was based on mutual support following a recent breakup. Yes, this may not be the most exciting reason to begin a new relationship, but 2 years later he proposed marriage to Tina. Tina, having learned from bitter experience, said she agreed, but couldn't do it without parental permission. Gabe chose Valentine's Day in 2003 to make a beautiful and romantic appeal to his chosen one's parents, just like a true prince. However, Tina's father was away, so the dinner was rescheduled for the following day. On February 15, during the dinner, when Watson expressed his desire to live with Tina for the rest of his life, her father asked of him a seemingly simple question. "Is he in love with Tina?" Gabe stammered like a schoolboy and never responded. His father saw this reaction as a common embarrassment among strangers. He then asked his daughter the same question. Surprisingly, Tina did not directly answer this question, but she did begin her speech by expressing her fear of being alone at the age of 26. After giving it some thought, the father blessed the children. Planning a wedding takes a significant amount of time and effort. While Tina was thinking about her outfit, her guests, and the entire wedding, Gabe was only concerned with the honeymoon. He didn't care how his future wife chose to spend her vacation. He had already made every decision for her. His plan was to visit the Great Barrier Reef in the Pacific Ocean near Australia and dive there. First, look at the sunken ship, the Townsville Titanic, which sank in 1911. The problem was that, unlike Gabe, Tina was not into diving. Yes, he took her scuba diving in the pool, occasionally in calm water under the supervision of lifeguards, but nothing more. Gabe was an experienced scuba diver. He was completing a rescue diving course and had over 50 dives under his belt at the time. And they weren't in a pool. If you do not learn to dive by our honeymoon, I will warn you right away. You're staying at home, walking your dog, or pruning roses in the garden, Gabe said. You are not going anywhere with me. Tina had no choice. Gabe even took out a loan to buy her own equipment and cover her fiancé's tuition. Tina's first instructor was disappointed with her abilities and even warned Gabe that his fiancée lacked the necessary skills for open ocean swimming. A furious Gabe refused to listen to the diving instructor, accusing him of being the one who couldn't explain and refusing to continue with the class. The second instructor quickly gave Tina credit. Although she stated that Tina does everything she can to please her future husband, the young couple married on October 11. After 2 days, Tina and Gabe flew to Australia, spending $10,000 on a trip that provided funds for their wedding. It should be noted that Tina dedicated a portion of her honeymoon to her. They walked around Sydney and visited the Sydney Aquarium and Zoo. Tina was excited, but the closer they got to the Great Barrier Reef, the sadder she became on October's morning. When they first flew to Townsville, they boarded a boat to one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and every diver dreamed. After a while, dive company employees will tell you that the couple did not appear to be experienced divers. Even Gabe, who had completed courses and gained experience, struggled to understand the equipment as if he had never seen it before. Nonetheless, he assisted Tina in passing the pre-dive exam, despite the fact that such a test should be conducted separately. When the instructor offered Tina his assistance underwater, she refused. It was also mentioned in the conversation that there was a strong current that day, and that this historical moment should not be overlooked or dismissed. As I previously stated, Gabe assisted his wife in organizing the equipment they had purchased in the United States before heading to retrieve the tanks they needed to rent. Gabe took an 11-liter tank for himself and gave his wife an 8.5-liter tank, which was extremely small for this location and potentially dangerous given Tina's lack of experience. It was not possible to descend to the Townsville Titanic for the first time. Tina requested additional cargo because she could not dive to depth. Gabe also initially refused to use the underwater computer, which calculates the necessary diving and ascent speeds and displays the amount of oxygen in the cylinders. After returning to the boat, the computer worked, so they tried again. Tina was the first to submerge Gabe, who was swimming behind her, according to the game statement. The wreck was 49 feet deep. At first, everything seemed fine. Tina came to a halt and began waving at me before signaling her desire to ascend. I realized right away that she was simply panicking. She used to do that. By this point, we had climbed halfway. So I decided to calm her down by staying with her at the same depth for a while without diving further, allowing her to psychologically adjust to the pressure. She continued to breathe deeply, which was dangerous, and I realized she was sinking. I tried to grab her belt to keep her down, but she swung her arms so hard that she knocked my mask off. Tina was already too far away from me by the time I finished putting the mask back on my face. For a while, I attempted to swim to her but was unsuccessful. Then I decided to return to the surface and ask for assistance from the lifeguards. Along the way, I met another swimmer with a narrow set, but he ignored my signals for assistance. Yes, there were 2 Asian men with them, but neither of them confirmed Gabe's statement about his request for assistance. Later, when the police took underwater computer readings, they confirmed that Gabe attempted to swim after his drowning wife for a short time before abandoning the effort. Although the ascent to the surface was not an emergency, Gabe followed the instructions and stopped at each required depth level. When questioned by police, Gabe stated that he could have saved his wife but chose not to. Furthermore, this tragic incident occurred at the start of their dive, so Gabe had enough oxygen in his tanks to swim to the bottom and return to the surface. The rescuers are on duty aboard the ship. When they realized what had happened, they immediately went in search of Tina, and they found her quickly, but it was too late. Tina was lying on her back, eyes open under her mask at 82 feet. Her body was immediately lifted onto the deck of the yacht. They gave her artificial respiration for approximately 40 minutes. But to no avail. Tina died, and despite all of this time, he did not approach his wife, but instead stood to the side and sniffed his nose, according to witnesses. The same company employees claimed that the young man on his way to the shore, who smiled and even played cards with other passengers, denied this in court. Tina's subsequent autopsy revealed that not everything was clear. Yes, there is no evidence of a violent death, but there are bruises on the neck. There are traces of blood in the nostrils, which is common at the 82-foot depth where Tina's body was discovered. There are no traces of alcohol in the blood, but there are high levels of medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol. Although these drugs are used to treat seasickness, a small amount of fluid was detected in the lungs. Tina died from drowning, according to the report, but she could have drowned while already oxygen deprived. Tina's equipment was examined by Australian water police, but no malfunctions were discovered. The police could have written it off as an accident. An inexperienced diver disregarded safety precautions and paid with his life. Unfortunately, this is a very common case, but there were some suspicious moments in the story, such as the rather ambiguous results of the autopsy. According to the diving team, the autopsy also revealed Watson's strange behavior, which does not fit into the conventional picture of a husband grieving for his wife who has just died. All of these factors contributed to the case's difficulty in closure. That's why the investigation took so long. Gabe realized detectives were searching for him. Furthermore, his parents refused to accept what had happened as a tragic accident, preferring to see their son-in-law in the dark, if not as their daughter's murderer, then as a man who had not helped her. During the first interrogation, the police noticed that the suspect was in shock, crying and laughing, twitching nervously, asking to call his father, who complained of ear pain, and begging him to inform his wife's parents about the tragedy. Gabe was released late at night. He went to the yacht owned by the company that sent them to the reef and requested a night's stay, claiming that the trip was supposed to last 2 days, but because his wife had died, they had only been there for 24 hours. He also requested a refund of half the cost of their dive. In fact, he never saw the sunken ship. Gabe's mother flies to Townsville on October 24 to support him and help him find a lawyer. They go to the morgue that same day, as requested by Gabe. Gabe wanted to see his wife one more time because the husband was still a suspect. The morgue employee contacted the detective in charge of the case who may have hidden some evidence. But the bereaved husband only cried, gripped his wife's cold hand, and begged her forgiveness. Unaware that a police officer was standing outside the door at the time, he recorded him on a tape recorder. "I did not mean to hurt you. Detective Lawrence later uses these words against Gabe in court. Then visit the morgue. You said you didn't mean to hurt Tina. What do you mean by that? Lawrence will ask the question. The story of Gabe's sore ear was told again as he traveled home with his wife's body. During a layover in Oakland, he requested medical attention on the airport grounds and was held there for evaluation. The investigation determined that this was done on purpose to avoid seeing Tina's father. However, divers will confirm that your problems are a fairly common ailment. Tina's funeral was held on November 5, and Gabe still had to meet with his late father. Gabe removed his wife's wedding ring, placing it on his ring finger instead of hers, as well as earrings, which he immediately handed over to his father-in-law. Watson and the Thomas family did not cross paths again that day. Later in the trial, Gabe would be asked, "Did you really remove your wife's jewelry during the funeral?" Gabe will just smile and shrug. "I doubt I could have done it later." Everyone had different perspectives on Gabe. Some described this chubby, funny man as a kind man, while others called him a tyrant and desperate man, but they all agreed on one thing. Gabe and Tina were not happy, or didn't appear to be. Tina's friends confirmed what she told her father during a family dinner on February 15. Tina died on the seabed because she was afraid of dying alone, and her union with Gabe was simply a means to that end. Also, the victim, who died shortly before their honeymoon, told a friend that her husband dragged her to an insurance company and forced her to insure his life at a higher interest rate in case of death, putting his name in the beneficiary column. The insurance agent checked the testimony and confirmed everything. The taxi driver who took the newlyweds to the yacht was also questioned. Tina cried the entire way, but her husband ignored her. Finally, Tina's friend Amanda Phillips shared another story, revealing what the couple's relationship was truly like. This damn jerk videotaped Tina urinating in the bathroom, edited it, and put it on a Christmas videotape. That would have been fine, but he showed it to a large group of people. He laughed like a horse as everyone twiddled their fingers around their temples, attempting to explain to him that it was a very low act. I was clutching crosses on my fingers, hoping Tina wouldn't get the idea to marry him. While removing jewelry during a funeral may appear to be a frightening and condemnatory act on Gabe's part during the trial in 2008, the jury was shown extremely disturbing footage of Watson visiting Tina's grave, removing all the flowers, and carrying them away. They were later discovered in a nearby trash can. Tina's father noticed the missing flowers and wanted to find out who had stolen them. He placed a hidden camera in the next row among the monuments. But he didn't expect to see Gabe on the tape, and I was outraged by such an act in court. Gabe's defense was that he and his wife had discussed the death of one of their own during an extreme honeymoon. Her request for no flowers on the grave sounded strange and unlikely. There's no telling how long the search for evidence would have lasted. If the cops had worn the same gear as the newlyweds and not attempted to stage the incident, Gabe claims Tina drowned while he was attempting to put a mask on her face. It turned out that you couldn't put on the mask underwater without using another source of air. Tina received oxygen in late November 2008. Gabe was arrested by Australian police, and his trial began on June 5, 2009, with him pleading guilty, but only to failing to save his wife. So he was charged with negligent homicide and sentenced to 18 months in prison. After serving his sentence, Gabe returned to the United States. However, a year later, the now US court charged him with first-degree murder, with the motive being to receive insurance payments following his wife's death. Gabe's lawyer attempted to defend his client by blaming the diving company, claiming that the employees of this company failed to ensure the safety of tourists and are now afraid of losing their license, and thus the entire business is attempting to shift the blame onto the unhappy husband, who has already served his sentence in another country. The insurance company paid Gabe $33,000, but he spent a lot more money on lawyers and additional expertise. Nonetheless, the prosecution continued to argue that the husband's spending was necessary because he could not assume he would not be believed. Furthermore, the prosecutor refused to accept Gabe's lack of ability to save his wife, despite having a degree in drowning rescue. When Gabe finished speaking, he addressed the jury. It has been 7 years since the tragedy, and I haven't stopped thinking about that terrible day. The public has pounced on me, blaming me for my wife's death and accusing me of murder. There was no one who looked me in the eyes and said, "Yes, I understand how bad you feel, but this is not your fault." On the contrary, everyone simply wants me dead. And now I can only understand my late wife's parents. They will never forgive me, no matter how much I kneel before them. And no matter how much I kneel before them, and no matter how much I beg their forgiveness, you frequently hear the phrase, "I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child." But I've never heard anyone say that they can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, especially on their honeymoon. If I can be accused of anything, it's that I didn't do enough to save Tina. But I've already been punished for that. Perhaps you would have been satisfied if I had drowned with my wife 7 years ago, but I was afraid of death. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get from the bottom to the top. I only wanted to live, and I still want to live today. There was no evidence presented in court to prove Gabe was guilty. The jury found Gabe not guilty. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman who worked at a jewelry store disappeared without a trace during her lunch break. When investigators began to unravel this mystery, they were only able to find a few unusual clues and witnesses. Only several decades later, the truth finally became known, and it was a big surprise for the detectives. Linda Reed was born in 1962 in the Australian city of Gold Coast. She grew up in a loving family, was a cheerful and energetic child, and had many friends in her school years. Linda met a guy named Robert. The couple began dating, and at 19 years old, the young woman married him. They dreamed of creating a large and friendly family, as well as building the house of their dreams. The newlyweds started working on this. Almost immediately after the wedding, they bought a plot of land and began saving a significant portion of their income for construction in order to have the house ready as soon as possible. The couple decided not to spend money on rent and lived in a trailer on Robert's parents' backyard. Linda got a job as a salesperson at a jewelry store located in a large shopping center. She immediately liked this job and found common ground with the team, and the decent income allowed her to save up for her dream home even faster. December 1983 was a tense month, as there was a frenzy in the store due to the approaching holidays. Linda, who was 21 years old at the time, had to work in an intensified mode. December 13th was no exception. From the beginning of her shift, Linda worked diligently, and only at 12 p.m. did she have the opportunity to take a break. Usually she had lunch in the same shopping center and returned earlier than the allotted time, but on that day, it didn't happen. Linda's colleagues were very surprised that she did not return from her break at the appointed time, as the young woman had never been late before the workday went on, and Linda still did not show up. Everything looked as if she had simply decided to leave her ship without informing her colleagues, but they doubted that the young woman could do such a thing as she approached her job with the utmost responsibility. Her husband was also surprised when Linda did not return home after her shift. He waited for some time and then contacted her colleagues. They told the man that his wife did not return from her break, and Robert started to seriously worry. He went to the shopping center and started walking around in search of Linda. After that, he visited several other places that the young woman regularly frequented, but she was nowhere to be found. With each passing minute of searching, he became increasingly concerned that something bad had happened to Linda. So by 7 p.m. that evening, the man decided to call the police. The operator told him that a report of a missing adult would only be accepted after 24 hours had passed since the disappearance. Linda's mother also tried to contact them but received the same response. In the end, the relatives had to wait until the next day before the report was accepted. The police began investigating and tried to find out what Linda was doing during her break. They learned that the young woman went shopping for New Year's in several stores located in the same building. After that, she visited her bank branch and received a check to pay bills. The last person to see her was the shopping center security guard, who noticed Linda leaving the parking lot in her car. The police could not find any other information. The young woman's relatives had no idea why Linda left in the middle of her shift, and most importantly, where she was headed. The police sent out alerts for the young woman and her car and began keeping an eye on Robert. According to statistics, husbands are more likely to commit crimes against their wives, but in this case, Robert had a reliable alibi. No other suspects were found. According to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person. As investigators tried to find new leads, several days had passed since Linda's disappearance. On the third day, the police received a report about an abandoned car that matched the description of the young woman's car. It was located in a suburban area 20 kilometers from the shopping center. Arriving At the scene, the police realized that it was indeed Linda's car. The vehicle was parked on the side of the road next to bushes. In the 1980s, this area was almost undeveloped, with most of it covered in bushes and trees. Inside the car, the police found Christmas presents that Linda had bought before her disappearance. The doors were unlocked and the ignition key was inside. In the salon, the police found an unusual clue. An empty menthol cigarette pack was lying next to the front passenger seat. Linda and Robert never smoked, so investigators came to the most obvious conclusion: the pack could belong to the kidnapper. The police immediately began to search for evidence, and soon they made a sad discovery. About 40 meters from the car, in the stream bed of a small creek, they found Linda's body. Her hands were tied with a bikini and eyeglass cord. The victim's relatives said that she never owned either of these items. Medical experts determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and the young woman was also subjected to violence, but at that time specialists could not extract a DNA sample from the criminal. Thus, the investigators presented an approximate chronology of events. In their opinion, an unknown criminal attacked Linda in the parking lot of a shopping center. When she came to put the gifts she bought in the car, he forced her to sit behind the wheel and drive to the place where they later found her body. After that, he subjected her to violence and killed her. There were no leads that could lead the investigators to a suspect. Then they decided to try to interview all the visitors of the shopping center who were there during Linda's lunch break. Of course, this was an extremely difficult task to attract people's attention. The police took the victim's car and placed it in the shopping center, attaching a photo of the young woman and information about her disappearance to it. Investigators hoped that such a visual installation would help visitors who saw Linda that day remember some details. Several witnesses told the police that they saw a teenager with light hair in the shopping center parking lot, but investigators could not identify him. Other witnesses told something more interesting. On the day of Linda's disappearance, they saw a man who was trying to catch a ride on the highway less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was found. Soon, the driver of the van turned to the police and reported that on the same day he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the road in the same location where other witnesses had seen him. Here's where things got interesting. The driver recounted that the man was smoking menthol cigarettes, but he was holding them all in his hand without a pack, since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was found in the victim's car. This became the first significant lead for investigators. Forensic specialists examined the driver's van and found a fingerprint on the glass near the passenger seat that did not match the owner's prints. Unfortunately, a comparison with existing databases did not yield any results. The suspect's description that the driver provided was also superficial and did not help the authorities find the man. No other evidence was found, and the investigation into this case came to a standstill for many months. A new lead only appeared just over a year later, in 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant gave investigators an interesting tip. His cellmate Craig Andrew McConnell had confessed to him about Linda Reed's murder. According to Craig, he and another man were trying to steal a car from the parking lot of a shopping center. When Linda noticed them, fearing that she would remember their faces and report them to the police, the criminals abducted and killed her. Detectives had come across this name before. Craig had received 2 life sentences for murders committed in 1984, and he was considered a suspect in Linda's case, but the police could not find any connection at the time. After the tip from the informant, they talked to Craig in prison, but he claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He added that his cellmate had made it all up, and they never talked about the case, but the police were not quick to believe him. Craig committed 2 brutal murders just a few months after Linda's death, and the story told by the informant could very well be true. Forensic experts compared the suspect's fingerprints to those found on the van's glass, but they did not match. Despite this, the detectives continued to consider Craig a possible killer, and in 1986 they decided to bring the case to trial. The only arguments against him were the words of an informant. However, he himself did not live to see the start of the trial. The man died shortly before from an overdose of illegal substances. Nevertheless, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant, Craig drew him a rough map of the place where he left Linda's body. Experts concluded that it matched the terrain fairly accurately, right down to the location of the trees. In addition, Craig said that Linda told the kidnappers that Rob would seek revenge. The young woman really did often call her husband by his incomplete name. The suspect also told the informant that he ate a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to Linda after her car was found. Experts did find traces of cheese in her purse. Despite such precise details, all of this with circumstantial evidence, and did not provide sufficient grounds for a guilty verdict. For this reason, Craig was not found guilty of Linda's murder. Investigators continued to believe that he was involved in the crime, and tried to find additional evidence that would allow them to secure a guilty verdict, but other attempts led to a dead end, and ultimately the case stalled for many years. In 2014, 30 years after the murder, detectives reopened the investigation and decided to review the existing evidence. They handed samples of fingerprints from the van's glass to experts who tried to reconstruct them using modern technology, and when they finally succeeded and loaded the data into the database, the police finally had a match. The fingerprints belonged to Troy James O'Hara, who was already serving a life sentence 1.5 years after Linda's death. He killed a 22-year-old young woman, and the details of this crime were very similar. His victim was returning from a shopping center with purchases for her upcoming wedding. When she approached her car, James forced her to sit in the car and drove her to a remote area where he subjected her to violence and killed her, tying her hands beforehand. Despite this similarity, James was never a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar. The detectives remembered another fact. During the early stages of the investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a fair-haired teenager in the parking lot of the shopping center, and given that James was only 17 years old at the time, he fit the description. Despite this, the police wanted to find as much evidence as possible, and an interesting turn of events awaited them. It turned out that a DNA sample of the person who assaulted Linda had been stored at the warehouse all this time. Although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents, the investigators discovered it almost by chance. But here was one problem: the sample was very small and had already begun to degrade, so local experts were unable to extract the perpetrator's profile from it. Then the investigators sent it to a modern laboratory located in New Zealand. The experts managed to extract the profile, and it fully matched James's DNA. All of this took several years for the investigators, considering that the criminal was already serving a life sentence. They could take their time and properly prepare the case for trial. In the end, James was only arrested on August 26, 2018, almost 35 years after the murder. At that time, the man was 51 years old. He had spent more than half his life in prison and had earned several more charges during that time. James twice attacked guards and even managed to escape from prison once, but he was caught the next day after his arrest for Linda's murder. He denied his guilt, and preparation for trial began. The process lasted for several years, but in March 2021, the criminal decided to confess. He said he AW'd Linda in the parking lot. The young woman was sitting in her car eating a sandwich. He got into her car and threatened her to drive to a remote location where he assaulted and killed her. When the judge asked him about his motives, James noted that he simply wanted to kill a random young woman that day. As a result, James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for Linda's murder, although he was given the right to apply for early release in July 2022 since he had already served more than 30 years in prison. At the moment, he continues to serve a sentence, although he may be released in the next few years. Unfortunately, Linda's father did not live to see the police find her killer. He had spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter, but he passed away after a long battle with cancer. After his wife's death, Robert vowed to never marry again, as his heart belongs to Linda forever. At the trial, after the verdict was given, he thanked the investigators and declared that James had forever deprived him of his family. As for Craig and the informant's story, things are quite ambiguous. It should be noted that the informant was a hardened criminal himself and could have received significant benefits from helping to solve the case. It is possible that he lied to the police, and all the key facts about the case could have been gathered from the newspapers. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young girl was found dead in her own apartment in an upscale apartment building that was under 24-hour security. The police tried to solve this gruesome mystery for 2 weeks, and only dozens of surveillance tapes helped them discover the sad truth. Sasha Samsurian was born on July 4, 1988, in New York City. After high school, she moved to Florida, where she graduated from a local university. After receiving her degree, she took her job as a social media manager for a real estate agency in Orlando. Her career took off quickly, and she received solid bonuses and awards for her good work. Sasha's friends spoke of her as a friendly, sweet, and outgoing girl with a big heart. She was a member of several charitable foundations, taking an active part in their activities. On October 16, 2015, It was the last day of the soccer season in Orlando. Sasha and her friends went to the stadium to support their favorite team. The match ended in victory, and the company went to the popular Attic nightclub downtown to celebrate. After spending there a few hours, Sasha left the club around 1:30. As it turned out later, she hadn't told her friends where she planned to go. She could have gone home or to another bar. Before she left, she arranged to have breakfast in the morning with her friend Anthony, who was at the club that night. The next day, he arrived at the cafe at the appointed time, but the girl never showed up. She also did not answer her cell phone or social media messages. Such behavior was not typical for Sasha, as she was always in touch and would not ignore Anthony, especially when they had agreed to meet in advance. At first, he thought she was just slipping it off after the party last night, but several hours passed and there was no answer. Then the young man began to seriously worry about Sasha. Anthony, along with two of Sasha's closest friends, went to her apartment in the secure Uptown Place apartment complex, where she had rented an apartment for the past 6 months. When they drove up to her house, they found the girl's car parked in the parking lot. Inside the car, the friends noticed a box of children's toys. On that day, Sasha was supposed to go to a baby shower at her acquaintance's house, but the gift was still in the car. When they got to the door of the apartment, they started knocking and calling out for Sasha, but all they got was silence. It all looked extremely disturbing, and the friends decided to call 911. The squad arrived at her house around 8 p.m. The cops asked the guards to open the apartment door with the spare key and went inside. At first glance, there were no signs of a struggle in the apartment, but as soon as the officers entered the bedroom, a gruesome discovery awaited them. Sasha's arm and hair were sticking out from under the blanket of the bed. It was clear almost at once that the police were dealing with a murderer. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. In addition, her torn t-shirt was lying nearby, the same one the girl wore to the stadium. This could indicate that the attack took place immediately after Sasha came home. The pendant she always wore was also torn from her neck. For Sasha's relatives and friends, this event came as a real shock. She had always been a kind and cheerful person, and it simply didn't make sense that someone would hurt her in such a cruel way by talking to the police. Her family and friends couldn't name a single person with whom Sasha might have had problems. Detectives began their search for evidence, and the first thing they noticed was the persistent smell of detergent in the apartment. He only partially succeeded, however. Detectives also found an empty contraceptive wrapper in the hallway and a shoe print near the girl's bed. Once in the bathroom, they found that the toilet seat was up, despite the fact that the girl lived alone. Experts found a fingerprint on it that didn't belong to Sasha. Clues were found in the apartment, and in addition, there were no keys. No smartphone and no purse belonged to Sasha. Soon after came the report of medical experts. They confirmed the girl died of strangulation. One of the doctors said he had never seen such severe injuries to the neck, as in this case this would seem to indicate that the attacker was physically well prepared. In addition, the experts determined that Sasha had been abused. They were also able to find a DNA sample from an unknown male on the girl's body. Unfortunately, there were no matches with him in the databases. In the meantime, the detectives began searching for witnesses and first questioned the security guard who was on duty that night. He was 33 years old. Stephen Duxbury, a former Marine, said the management of the apartment complex had hired men with impressive experience in the police, army, and other specialized services, but even that did not help Sasha. Stephen said he saw the girl that night. He said she was very drunk and tried to get into the building, but she couldn't. The girl was missing her case badge and smartphone. According to the rules, the security guard could not open her door without a pass ID or proof of her residency. For this reason, Stephen refused to let her in. Some time later, he went on a routine patrol and saw that Sasha had somehow made it onto the compound. After all, he assumed that the girl had entered the building with another resident who opened the door with her pass, but the girl ran into a new problem. To get into the apartment, she needed a key, which she did not have. Each door in the complex also opened with a code lock, but Sasha couldn't remember the right code. She'd turn to Stephen and ask him to walk her to her car to look there for the keys. Again, without the guard with his pass, she would no longer be able to get into the complex. Steve went with her, but there were no keys in the car. Sasha suddenly stated that she remembered the code to the door, and they went back to her apartment, but there again the girl was unable to enter the correct password. After the guard said he had to go back to his post, he promised to help her solve the problem if at the time of his next round Sasha still could not remember the right code. However, the next time he went to patrol the area, Sasha was nowhere to be found. It was not until the morning that Stephen noticed her in the company of a man he had not seen in the complex before. The guard failed to describe his appearance in detail, so the police had to look for this unknown man practically at random. We could only hope that this man might have been caught on one of the 15 security cameras set up on each floor of the building and near the exit. In addition, the detectives requested footage from cameras located along Sasha's route from the club to his home, a 10-block stretch, on such a stretch that was almost 100% chance that the girl was caught in the lens of at least a few cameras. After starting the footage from the club and the surrounding area, investigators immediately spotted Sasha. They could see her leave the establishment and head in the direction of the house. She stood out with her brightly colored outfit. She was wearing white pants, a purple t-shirt, and flip-flops. You could see these dark shots that the girl was stumbling and staggering slightly. This indicated that Sasha had been drinking quite a bit of alcohol in the club, which matched the security guard's testimony. It was also apparent that Sasha left the club alone a little later. Another camera caught her, and this time she was working in the company of two girls. The police showed her pictures to Sasha's friends, but no one recognized them. They led the detectives to believe that the three met on the street. It was important for the detectives to find these girls because they might have valuable information. To do this, they sent their photos to the local media, and soon the women were identified. During the interrogation, the girls said that they saw Sasha on the street. At that moment, two men approached her and tried to get acquainted with her. Given that it was late at night, the girls were afraid for Sasha and decided to walk home with her. This helped get rid of those annoying men. After walking some distance, the girl suggested that Sasha call her an Uber since she didn't have her phone or any other personal belongings with her. They went with her to her house and waited until she got into the house. Even though you didn't have a pass, Sasha had to wait for some other gas to open the door. At 1:46 a.m., the cameras caught a man approaching Sasha and talking to her about something. It turned out that it was a resident of the complex who opened the door for her with his pass. Thus, investigators learned the exact time when the girl was able to get into the building. The man was no longer on camera, so the detectives did not consider him a suspect. The cops continued to study the footage, and 20 minutes later, they noticed something else interesting. All the cameras in the building also recorded sound, and at one point outside the camera's field of view, they heard footsteps. The investigators concluded that Sasha was walking next to this camera in the corridor of the building. The next time she was spotted was at 2:25 a.m., but already in the company of a security guard. They headed in the direction of the parking lot and then returned to the compound. This also coincided with Steven's story. After that, Sasha was not caught on any cameras, and the detectives were at the standstill again. The police decided to question the guys Sasha had been in a relationship with in the past. This idea had to do with the method of murder. More often than not, strangulation is motivated by passion, and the culprit is someone close to them. The first guy's name was Taylor. Again, Sasha broke up a long time ago, but continued their friendship. He worked as a bartender and was on duty until 9 p.m. On October 16th, he voluntarily provided the detectives with his DNA sample, which did not match the sample found on Sasha's body. A man named Ben was called next for questioning. In addition to being in a relationship with Sasha, he was also the last person she wrote to before she died. Detectives discovered that at 5:12 a.m. Sasha had sent him a text message that only included his name, Ben. This was very strange, especially when you remember that according to the story of the security guard and the two girls, Sasha didn't have her phone when she returned from the club. Investigators also learned that Sasha had planned to meet Ben this weekend. However, the man had an alibi. On the night of the murder, he was with France. In addition, he voluntarily provided a DNA sample, which also came back negative. By that time, the detectives had finished examining all the available camera footage and noticed something strange. When questioned, security guard Stephen Duxbury said that his shift ended at exactly 6 in the morning, after which he went home, but one of the cameras captured him leaving the building at 6:36 a.m. And that was not all. He was holding 2 large trash bags with red handles. Exactly the same ones were lying in Sasha's apartment. After speaking with the management of the apartment complex, the police learned that it was not the responsibility of the security guards to take out the trash. A logical question arises: why was Stephen late for work for almost an hour, hiding this fact from the police and carrying garbage bags allegedly taken from Sasha's apartment? Given all the suspicious points, investigators offered the security guard a polygraph interrogation. When asked if he had ever entered Sasha's apartment, Stephen answered in the negative, and the machine recorded the lie. Next, he was asked if he knew how Sasha died. 3 different questions came up: was she poisoned, attacked with a sharp object, or strangled? Stephen's post jumped sharply. Information about the girl's cause of death had not been released anywhere, and the guards simply couldn't know. Even when the police came to Sasha's apartment with the other guards, they were not allowed inside. It turns out that Stephen could only know the correct answer if he was in the girl's apartment at the time of the murder. Despite all this, it is almost impossible to convict a person on the basis of a polygraph reading alone, so the police had to look for additional evidence. Investigators asked Stephen to show them the shoes he was wearing that night. He provided them with a pair of shoes, and their soles did not match the footprint found in Sasha's apartment. However, the detectives also obtained a search warrant for his apartment, where they found other shoes, and they showed an exact match. Moreover, the fingerprints from the toilet in Sasha's apartment matched the events. By taking his DNA sample, experts quickly found a perfect match with the sample found of Sasha's body. Police learned even more gruesome details after examining Stephen's phone at about 5 a.m. He was searching on Google for how to quickly pick a combination locked door. The same one had been installed on the door of Sasha's apartment. Detectives finally found a severe bite mark on Stephen's arm, as well as numerous scratches on his body. All this was enough to arrest the man and charge him with murder. Goal. With that set of evidence, no one had any doubt about the conviction anymore. According to the investigation, Stephen saw that Sasha was heavily intoxicated and decided to take advantage of it. After waiting for some time after the girl entered her apartment, he opened the electronic lock and then he abused and killed the girl. Only one question remains unclear. Judging by the bites and scratches on Stephen's body, Sasha struggled to fight back and most likely screamed. How come none of the neighbors heard that the house she lived in was quite old, and the noise insulation there must have been extremely mediocre? After Stephen had finished with Sasha, he began to cover his tracks. The man took cleaner from her closet, spilled it all over the apartment, and even on Sasha's body. He then collected all the evidence into bags, which he later got on camera, with apparently he either didn't think about the fingerprint on the rim of the toilet bowl, or he forgot. Stephen's trial began in November 2017. His lawyer immediately demanded that several key pieces of evidence be excluded from consideration because his client had allegedly been misled. This included boots found in his apartment, as well as polygraph evidence. The news media hyped the story as if the judge was ready to honor the request, but that never happened. All the evidence remained in the case file. However, even without it, Stephen's chances of an acquittal were too small. The lawyer also tried to play on the fact that the investigation did not have any camera footage showing his client entering Sasha's apartment, but this attempt was developed by the fact that his fingerprints and DNA were inside the apartment. Finally, the lawyer stated that there may have been voluntary sexual intercourse between Stephen and Sasha that night, and when the security guard left, someone else broke into the apartment and killed her. Of course, this attempt also went nowhere. The trial lasted only a week, which is very short by U.S. standards. After a 4-hour deliberation, the judge handed down a verdict: life in prison for the murder, and an additional 15 years for the breaking and theft. After the verdict was pronounced, Sasha's parents made a speech. They thanked the police for their quick and high-quality investigation, expressed their condolences to Stephen's mother, who was present at the hearing. They noted that Stephen's parents had also lost their child that day. Shortly thereafter, Sasha's family sued the management of the complex, which was responsible for selecting security guards as well as the manufacturer of the code locks. During the proceedings, it emerged that other residents of the complex had repeatedly complained about Stephen's mobile station, but management took no action. As for the lock, lawyers for the Samsudian family insisted that the model did not meet security requirements. They cited as evidence an article that described how to open such a lock with a simple screwdriver in seconds. In February 2019, they even tried to appeal his conviction, but the court dismissed his claim in memory of their daughter. Sasha's parents decided to help the families of other victims cope with their grief. With such a tragic experience under their belt, they could find the right words and phrases to ease their suffering. The outcome of this story is very sad. The man who had been tasked with guarding people turned out to be a murderer. Just a few queries on Google helped him open the door of someone else's apartment without too much trouble. The two girls who met Sasha that night deserve special mention. They didn't just call her a cab on their own account, but drove with her to make sure she got home and was safe. Unfortunately, it was within the walls of her own home that the main danger was. Such an alert. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivian Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design after graduating from high school. She was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m. and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren drivers stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorkon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girls' deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, the Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. "We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime," said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20th, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004 and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Began in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually opened the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, he ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, As he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms. This seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service, and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-0 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home, and her friends decided to go to the police. At first, it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery, and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital. Though most of the time she had to work on the field, many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work during her absence. She always asked her best friend Jerry to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange, so Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order. There were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out the jury noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with the screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her, nor did she contact any of her co-workers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them, since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside, and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals, or just accidentally fallen off a cliff, but this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who in theory could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy and Jerry's mutual friend. The man was eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance, he was at work many miles away from her home. As the exact time of Mindy's disappearance, the police had no clear answer. The woman had now been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cause of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day the woman disappeared. They also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved, and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time, but there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while, pushing buttons, and eventually left. Again, after calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal, so he lost access to Minnie's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddities or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location, and the woman shared a creepy story. Shortly before the detectives first visited, a man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows, and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemates, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle, but there was just one problem. When the police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspapers and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on a scene and confirmed that the Car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 1:30 p.m. on August 4th, getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them, and there was no guarantee they would be useful. In the case of Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator alive or dead, they are now getting the results they wanted using modern analysis tools. The detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared, but for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house, but the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car, the samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day, he left his backpack in the back seat, and the young woman and her mother looked inside. They found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone in the gallery. They also found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. This information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him, and thanks to his phone, they found out that it was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him, where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy, but the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and, in an aggressive manner, began demanding her backpack. Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly. Realizing she didn't have the backpack, Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. Instead, she offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would now be safe until the police caught the man, so she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true when using weapons. Josh took 2 people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender during the interrogation. He hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body it would have been extremely difficult to prove it, so Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card and Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect ruined and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body. In order to charge Josh with murder, they had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles from Anchorage. He spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Minish Laws. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head, and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was figure out how the events that led to Mindy's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so they had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This in the lab. It took months. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial while gathering witnesses to testify against Josh. An interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void. The estate law prohibited weddings with inmates, but the detectives wondered why Josh was so intense in shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely, the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road where he killed Josh, then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal. He would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close two high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up when the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of two women. The criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the man I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy for 5 long years until in 2014, Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently, the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994. When he was only 14 years old, he committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the third man a year later. On the same day, he massacred the woman. The first 2 men had been identified. but the identity of the third is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders, but they are more concerned about another question: whether there are no other crimes under his belt about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times. He even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once, to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk. Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant, and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son and forcefully pushing his father away. Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away. Apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside. Shortly before this, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV, while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway. On the open terrace, the neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment, the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Heroux suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of two innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility. Until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society, the decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Heroux would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society only 3 years after the incident on November 6, 2019. A hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Heroux, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story, set in 2003, is reminiscent of a thriller plot. The residents of the small town of Nome, Alaska's west coast, were shocked when the naked body of a local resident, 19-year-old Sonia Ivanov, was discovered on the outskirts. Nome's population at the time was slightly more than 3,000, and everyone knew each other by sight. The terrible discovery made residents wonder how well they knew their neighbors, friends, and co-workers. After all, maybe the murderer was one of them. Sonia Dora Nikyuk Ivanov was born April 13, 1984, in Unalakleet, Alaska. She was one of 6 children of her parents and belonged to an indigenous population, specifically the Inupiat, an Eskimo people. Sonia, who graduated from high school with honors, decided to attend college. After spending her life in a harsh climate, she wished to relocate to Hawaii, but she needed money, which she decided to earn on her own. Sonia relocated to Nome in 2002 from her hometown of Unalakleet, which had a population of approximately 600 people. She took a job as a secretary at a local hospital and began saving for her dream trip to Hawaii in the fall of 2003. Sonia was supposed to travel to Hawaii, but her plans were ruined weeks before she left. Sonia moved to Nome and began living in the same room as her friend T. Mayer. On the evening of August 10, 2003, they went out to meet their other friends. Sonia returned home shortly after 1 a.m., while her friend and roommate T. Mayer chose to spend more time with her friends. Nome residents knew each other. Sonia and her friends were not worried as she walked home. However, when Mayer returned home, she discovered that Sonia was not in her room. In the morning, she began calling her and Sonia's friends to find out where her friend was, but none of them knew. Mayer was one of those people who remained optimistic until the very end. She didn't report Sonia missing until August 12th at 5:16 p.m. About 40 hours after her disappearance, the police conducted an investigation and searched Sonia's room, discovering her valuables and some documents, leading them to the conclusion that the girl could not have simply left town on August 13th. The search began with local police officers and volunteers. The same day, at 8:30 a.m., one of the search teams discovered Sonia's body near a gravel pit on the outskirts of the city. At the time, the local police force consisted of 8 people, a chief and 7 officers in various positions. They all had one thing in common: they had no prior experience investigating such crimes. Realizing this, Nome's chief of police sought assistance from the state police. A team of investigators and forensic specialists were scheduled to fly in from Anchorage. While waiting for her, the local police did everything they could to preserve the crime scene. The rain was approaching, so they decided to cover the body with a tarp. A large number of photographs were taken beforehand in case the rain destroyed any potential evidence. On August 14th, Anchorage officers arrived on the scene and immediately went to work. Sonia's body was naked except for a sock on her left foot. She was wearing nothing. No clothing or personal belongings of the girl were discovered. During the initial examination, the forensic scientist discovered an entry wound from a bullet on the back of the head, hidden beneath the hair. After the work at the scene was completed, the body was transported for an autopsy. During the forensic examination, it was determined that the girl died from a bullet wound to the back of the head. Despite the fact that the body was naked, there was no evidence that Sonia had sexual intercourse before her death, nor were there any defensive wounds. Given that the bullet removed from her head was fired at close range, her death appeared to be an execution. While Anchorage officers examined the evidence, local police interviewed Sonia's friends and colleagues to determine who might have intended to harm her. However, this ultimately produced no results because the girl had no conflicts and could find common ground with everyone. The townspeople's tension grew as time passed because the perpetrator was most likely a well-known person who remained at large. 6 weeks after Sonia's death, on September 23, 2003, a patrol car with the tail number 321 was stolen from the local police parking lot. Officer Byron Redburn, to whom she was assigned, drove his personal vehicle throughout the city and surrounding areas in search of a stolen patrol car. He did it at night. Assuming that if a patrol car was stolen for entertainment, the teenagers would most likely turn on the flashing lights and be visible from a distance, Officer Redburn's personal car had a walkie-talkie tuned to a police frequency. Around 3:30 a.m., he heard his colleague, Officer Owens, who was on duty that night, request backup. Owens reported finding a stolen car near one of the mines and being shot at when he approached it. Redburn rushed to the rescue, and when he arrived, he discovered Owens. He was terrified, but thankfully uninjured. The shooter escaped by abandoning a stolen police car bearing the tail number 321. A few minutes later, more police officers arrived and the area was cordoned off. At dawn, a helicopter took to the skies in search of the man who stole the car and shot at a cop. However, the search was unsuccessful and the intruder escaped. The car with the tail number 321, in particular, piqued our interest. The window on the driver's side was broken. That appears to be how the hijacker got in. However, the envelope lying on the passenger seat was more important. Sonia's work pass, complete with her name and picture, was inside, along with a threatening letter. Among other things, it said, "I hate pigs, I hate cops, and I hate everyone." Sonia was simply a person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Every one of you should be more careful. I keep track of every move you make. You leave me alone, I will leave you alone. I will also shoot you in the head if you get too close. The author of the letter was unequivocally telling the police that they should stop investigating. Sonia skipped directly, implying that the person who left it was complicit in her death. There were no fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence on the envelope. What had happened only strengthened the suspicion that someone in the community, whom everyone must know, was playing a double game. In such cases, people lose confidence and become suspicious, even of those closest to them. A threatening letter was discovered in a stolen police car on September 24, 2003. Before we proceed, we must return to the night Sonia went home alone around 2:30 a.m., dated August 11, 2003. Two local residents, Florence Hambrose and her sister Dennett, were sitting on their mother's porch when they noticed someone walk past them on the sidewalk. That individual turned out to be Sonia. Dennett was a senior in high school and knew Sonia because they both played in a City League basketball match. Sonia walked past the sisters about 5 yards away. They exchanged greetings, and Sonia continued walking. A block away, a car came to a stop next to Sonia. It was a properly marked police squad car. The sisters watched as Sonia leaned into the car and the passenger side window slid down. After a few moments, she opened the door and sat inside, but no one else saw her alive. On August 14th, city officials confirmed that the body discovered near the quarry belonged to Sonia Ivanov. Florence, 32, knew she needed to report to the police that she and her sister had seen Sonia enter a police car that night. However, she was concerned that if she called the station, she would be speaking with the same man who had driven the police car that night, and then she and her sister might meet the same fate as Sonia. However, she realized that if she did not report what had happened, the perpetrator could avoid punishment. Florence contacted the police and told them everything. Over the next 3 weeks, she was anxious because no developments had occurred. Nobody contacted or interviewed her, which only fueled her distrust of the police. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that one of the investigators who flew in from Anchorage to look into the case found out about Florence's call. He immediately went to her house to record her statement. It was unclear why the woman hadn't been interviewed earlier. It was attributed to a backlog of work and a misunderstanding regarding phone calls. The new information significantly altered the course of the investigation, as the trail now leads directly to the police station, where, in addition to the chief, 7 other people were working. All local police officers were removed from the investigation into Sonia's death. It was necessary to determine which of the 8 local police officers had picked up Sonia before she died. The suspects were narrowed down to 2 after it was discovered that only 2 police officers, Officer Matthew Owens and Officer Stampless Goya, were on duty the night the girl disappeared. Owens and Bessie Pitt were questioned. Both officers denied making any contact with Sonia that night to determine which of them was lying. Officers were asked to take a polygraph test. The test was scheduled for September 24th and would take place in Anchorage. Owens and Bessie Pitt agreed to take the test and planned to travel to Anchorage by plane on September 24th. However, on September 23rd, a police car was stolen and later discovered by Officer Owens, who claimed that the perpetrator had shot him several times with a gun. On September 24th, Stan Bessie Pitt boarded a plane and flew to Anchorage, where he easily passed a polygraph test. Officer Matthew Owens needed a day to recover from the night shooting, so he did not fly to Anchorage. This made Matthew Owens the primary suspect, and investigators focused on him. A new polygraph test is scheduled for September 28th, and Owens failed. When asked to reconstruct the night's events, he was on duty. When Sonia went missing, Owens began to provide conflicting testimony. Interviews with witnesses revealed that no one in town saw him between 0:53 and 2:50 a.m. An investigation was conducted to recreate the events of the night of September 24th. Owens discovered the stolen car and was allegedly shot at. However, Matthew again provided contradictory testimony and was unsure of the details, leading investigators to conclude that the entire incident was staged on September 23rd. He was on duty and knew he was about to take a polygraph test, which he was certain he would fail. Owens, who had access to the parking lot's keys, stole another officer's squad car. He organized this performance to divert attention away from himself and to avoid taking a test for a valid reason. After analyzing the letter found in the stolen car, the police profilers concluded that the person who wrote it had most likely called the police officers pigs on purpose to make everyone believe he was not one of them. Only 2 people, Stan Bessie Pitt and Matthew Owens, would want to deflect suspicion away from themselves. Officer Bessie Pitt had gone to Anchorage to take a polygraph test, which he easily passed, leaving only one person who wanted to deflect suspicion. Matthew Owens. When Sonia's body was discovered, Matthew had the day off, but he still showed up at the crime scene, despite having no knowledge of it. Information about the discovery was not distributed through police communication channels for fear of it spreading throughout the city ahead of time. According to the investigation, none of the co-workers who discovered the body reported it to Owens, but he still showed up at the scene. After speaking with his ex-wife, detectives discovered another important detail. The woman recalled Matthew calling her on August 12th and asking her to pick up their 4-year-old son, who was visiting him that day early. This occurred at 4:30 p.m., and Matthew explained that he needed to arrive at work early because a girl was missing in town. It is important to note that this conversation occurred before Sonia's friend reported her missing. Owens claimed that his wife mistook the date of the conversation about Sonia, but this appears unlikely given that she recalls that it was his birthday. On October 25, 2003, Matthew Owens, 28, was arrested. Shortly after, he was fired from the police force and charged with tampering with physical evidence in the Sonia Ivanoff case, which involved a staged theft of a squad car. He continued to claim his innocence. Following his arrest, several women contacted the police, alleging that Owens used his official position to force them into intimate relationships while on duty. He threatened them with violence and told them not to even consider going to the police because the police station would believe him rather than some native woman. All of the women affected by the police officer's actions had two things in common. First, they were indigenous. Second, they were intoxicated during the incident. The official investigation revealed that the local police office had repeatedly ignored reports of violence and women who were harmed by Matthew Owens' actions, and the police department's inaction in general sued the city of Nome. Both cases were resolved outside of court. All of this led investigators to believe that on the night of Sonia's disappearance, Owens followed a familiar pattern. Perhaps he offered the girl a ride home, which is why she got in the car. But it's also possible that he pointed a gun at her and forced her to get in. Sonia, unlike the previous victims, had not been drinking. Knowing how things turned out for her, one could conclude that she refused to submit to Owens and meet his demands. He was afraid the girl would report him, so he decided to get rid of her. Owens, who was familiar with crime investigations, forced Sonia to undress for fear that his DNA would be found on her clothes. This is only the official version. Owens never made a confession. During the investigation, detectives discovered that he was seen at a hunting camp a few days after Sonia died, burning some items. According to court documents, police searched the fire pit for evidence, including eyelets. Sonia's jeans and shoes matched the brands she was wearing the night she went missing. A key that resembled the key to Sonia's house was also discovered during the search. However, due to the severe deformation caused by the fire, experts were unable to definitively determine whether it was the same key. During the investigation, Owens told the known police chief that he didn't know Sonia, but at least 7 witnesses testified otherwise. The murder weapon was never located. Naturally, the police officer did not commit the crime with his service pistol. Furthermore, according to court documents, the threatening note to the police was printed on a printer that Owens had access to. On December 6, 2005, a jury unanimously convicted Matthew Owens of the murder of Sonia Ivanoff and sentenced him to 99 years in prison. In addition, he was sentenced to 2 more years for tampering with physical evidence. After 34 years, he will be eligible for parole. The Sonia Ivanoff Act, signed into law by the Alaska legislature in 2007, imposes a maximum sentence of 99 years in prison for police officers who commit first-degree murder while on duty. Owens attempted to appeal the sentence several times but was unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One summer day, in 2014, the New York Police Department received an unexpected call from a woman who wanted to speak with the detective working on the Shell Collin case. Deborah Holmes called and urgently requested a meeting with the investigators after learning such shocking news. They hoped that this unexpected call would help thaw the long, stagnant investigation into a tragic loss, which had been stalled for 5 years. It was about the tragic death of Shale Danishevsky, which caused a stir in Manhattan on New Year's Eve 2010. Shale Kovlin grew up on the West Side, surrounded by Orthodox Jews. Her family's deep roots in this close-knit community shaped her upbringing. Shale's transition from a happy childhood to a successful adulthood was marked by her love of learning and academic excellence. This thirst for knowledge eventually led her to a prestigious asset management degree, which opened the door to a successful career in the Swiss banking industry. Her rapid rise in the financial world saw her managing multi-million-dollar portfolios for clients in 1998. Despite a successful career in one of the world's wealthiest cities, Sheil felt unfulfilled. She had a stable financial situation and a loving family. However, her dream of starting her own family and becoming a mother remained unfulfilled. In February 1998, you were determined to change your fate. Sheil attended a Jewish singles event aimed at assisting those looking for a significant other. There, she met 26-year-old Rod Kovlin, a fellow banking professional. The young couple shared many common interests, both motivated by a desire for success and stability in life. Their connection was instantaneous and profound. The relationship blossomed quickly because they complemented each other perfectly, disregarding the significant age difference. Sheil and Rod were inseparable, sharing every moment together. They were so in love that they decided to marry soon after meeting. Despite the fact that some acquaintances thought Rod and Shelley had made a hasty decision, everything felt right. The happy couple soon welcomed 2 beautiful children, a boy and a girl, to complete their family. On New Year's Eve, 2009, the Kovlin family's idyllic life was shattered by a tragic accident that killed Shell. At first, the police thought it was a freak accident. They were convinced it was only that early on December 31. At the Manhattan police station, 2 officers are finishing up their night shift and were having coffee to talk about their holiday plans. However, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly disrupted at 7:30 a.m. An urgent phone call. Rodney Kovlin. In a frantic state, he informed the officers from the Upper West Side of strange occurrences, including the discovery that his ex-wife, Shella Danishevsky, was dead in her bathtub, submerged in blood-stained water. Emergency services hoped Rod could help save the victim. Following the operator's phone instructions, Rod pulled her out of the water and attempted resuscitation, but it quickly became clear that saving her life was not possible. Shell's body remained cold and motionless. A distraught Rod wrapped her in a blanket he found in the bedroom and waited for the police to arrive. Thus, on December 31, 2009, Manhattan witnessed a heartbreaking event in Rod Kovlin's life. The police responded quickly to the incident. Upon arrival, they quickly assessed the situation and cordoned off a major street in Manhattan. They were greeted by a luxurious home just a few steps from the city park. The Upper West Side was known for its safety, so officers assumed Sheil Danishevsky's death was another tragic case of self-harm. When they entered the apartment, they discovered children's toys scattered throughout, which was not surprising given the upcoming holiday. They then went to the bathroom, where a woman's body was wrapped in a blanket by her husband. Rod had just pulled the body from the water, as evidenced by the bloody water in the tub and the wet floor. There was a bleeding wound on the back of the Shell's head. The officers surveyed the bathroom and discovered an open cabinet door with a torn hinge, implying that the woman may have slipped and torn it off while attempting to hold on to the door. Forensic experts arrived shortly after and performed a thorough examination to rule out any other potential causes of the tragic incident. After a thorough examination, they determined that there was no break-in or signs of a struggle. Investigators were increasingly inclined to believe that Shell's death was an accident. The detective working on the case decided to speak with family members. During their questioning, it was revealed that Sheil and Rod's 9-year-old daughter was the first to discover her mother's body, and she was traumatized and shocked by what she saw. The girl was able to tell the police officer exactly what had happened. It turned out that the night before, she and her younger brother had slept in their mother's bed, which is quite common. When she woke up in the middle of the night and noticed her mother's absence, she went to find her and discovered the horrifying scene in the bathroom. The terrified child immediately contacted her father for assistance. Rod and Shell had recently separated, and he had moved to a new apartment on the same floor of the same building. To get to his apartment, he only needed to cross the corridor. The girl called her father, who was nearby and arrived right away. When he entered the bathroom, he removed Sheila's body from the water and called for help. The girl's account was exactly what Rod had described, confirming the theory of an accidental death. The police informed Shell's relatives about the tragic incident, which shocked everyone. The autopsy and forensic examination were scheduled the day after the body was discovered. However, surprisingly, it never occurred. When the medical examiner called the investigators to begin the examination, he was surprised to learn that, despite the necessity, the procedure would not be carried out. This perplexed the examiner, who wondered how this could happen. A rabbi from the synagogue had intervened. He contacted an organization in charge of Orthodox Jewish burials, which then requested permission from the police to access the tragedy site in order to exercise religious rites guaranteed by the victim's family faith. Permission was granted, and a team led by the rabbi arrived on scene. They cleaned the bathtub of blood traces and prepared the body shell for burial. All evidence and clues gathered were destroyed before reaching the police's forensic department. Autopsies are considered taboo in Orthodox Jewish tradition and are seen as desecration of the deceased body, so the organization acted quickly. In this case, the synagogue's rabbi put pressure on Shell's family, grieving relatives, and husband, who were grateful for the rabbi's assistance and, despite their doubts about the incident's accidental nature, did not object to it. The family also decided to forego the autopsy and leave funeral arrangements to the burial preparation organization. Thus, within 24 hours, Shallow had been buried. Hundreds of people came to pay their final respects and condolences to the family. Later, after learning from the police that potential clues were destroyed while cleaning the bathroom, Shell's parents began to have doubts about the official version of her death. A fall in the bathtub was certainly a risk. However, the possibility of death from such an accident appeared increasingly unlikely to them, although nothing confirmed their suspicions. The thought that their daughter's death was not an accident troubled them greatly. The New York Police Department was unable to conduct further investigation because the evidence was destroyed, prompting the family to hire a private detective to clarify the circumstances and confirm that Shell's death was caused by a tragic fall. The private investigator hired by the woman's relatives began investigating this unusual case. First, visit the deceased's family home and speak with the relatives. From their statements, he discovered that their relationship was far from perfect, and their marriage was facing serious challenges. The couple celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary in 2008. However, their marital bliss quickly crumbled. Rod struggled in his career, frequently changing jobs. It was revealed that he had developed a gambling addiction and had spent a lot of money on it. Shale is concerned about her husband's neglect of the family and excessive use of computer games. Rod was spending their savings on backgammon tournaments, which Shell had complained about to her close friends. He was dissatisfied with the amount of family money he spent on his numerous trips. Furthermore, she discovered that he had been unfaithful during his numerous trips. It's important to note that Shelley wasn't passive or naive about her husband's behavior. After discovering his infidelity through his emails, she decided to end their marriage and obtained permission for a religious divorce. Externally, the couple still appeared to be married, but Rod had moved in to another apartment in the same building, and an official divorce took some time to complete. Despite their estrangement and strained relationships, Shelley and Rod attempted to maintain a friendly demeanor, particularly for their children. However, Rod's behavior frequently caused conflicts and disagreements. Shell had recently complained to her close friends about her husband, describing him as aggressive and hot-tempered. She suspected he was monitoring her entry into her apartment when she was not present and checking her emails. She also suspected Rod had installed a camera in the building's corridor to monitor when she returned home. These complexities in their marital life could have prompted further investigation into Shell's death. After gathering all of these details, the private detective proposed the theory that Rod was involved in his wife's death and that he needed to conduct additional investigations to learn the whole truth. The detective's first goal was to determine whether a crime had occurred at the location where the body was discovered. He intended to inspect the Shell apartment but encountered a problem. The door was sealed. He quickly obtained a court order to gain access to the site and arrived at the scene, accompanied by New York police officers. He tried to unlock the door with the key provided in advance, but the stubborn lock resisted for a while. After a few moments, Rod Coughlin emerged from his apartment at the end of the corridor. He claimed to have heard noise and came to see what was going on. When confronted by the police, the detective Rod took the key and effortlessly opened the door. This prompted some questions for the detective. Did Rod hear sounds in the corridor by chance, or was he deliberately keeping an eye on things? Once inside the apartment, the detective was determined to find evidence to back up his murder theory. Shell's relatives say she was home on December 31, but her phone was missing. The detective thoroughly searched every room, but only found the woman's phone charger. While the phone was not found, The detective was tasked with investigating the bathroom at the scene of Shell's death. He paid special attention to the hinge that investigators suspected she had severed during a fall. The more he examined this item, the more he questioned whether the shell could have torn off the metal detail, which was securely attached to the cabinet. Even with the woman's weight, it would have required immense strength. There were serious concerns about such a possibility. After a lengthy discussion with law enforcement, the detective attempted to persuade them that this was not an accident, but rather a homicide. The investigators were not persuaded and cited a lack of evidence. As a result, it was decided to conduct an autopsy to definitively determine the cause of death. The impending exhumation of Shell's body sparked intense thought and debate among her family. More than 2 weeks had passed since her burial, and it was a difficult decision for her family to make. In the Jewish faith, such interventions are viewed negatively, and religious leaders frequently oppose them. The family needed time to make their decision. Despite the prohibitions, they believed it was critical to learn the truth about their daughter's death and consented to the exhumation. However, this step was complicated not only by moral considerations, but also because carrying out the exhumation required a special order from the prosecutor's office, which was difficult to obtain. Despite the family's consent, it took nearly 3 months to obtain the necessary documents. The exhumation and autopsy were performed. The results were startling. The examination revealed that Shell died as a result of asphyxiation caused by violent strangulation, which had broken her neck bones. As a result, the official account of her death changed. Her death could no longer be considered an accident, and the young woman was officially identified as a murder victim. The New York Police Department resumed their investigation into Shell's death after the autopsy results confirmed the detective's suspicions. Investigators began meticulously examining new details such as phone call records and bank statements, all critical information in a murder case. Aside from family members, everyone who interacted with Rod and Sheil was questioned, including the nanny, housekeeper, and even the divorce lawyer. The lawyer informed the police about the couple's unusual behavior. Rod claimed at the first divorce hearing in May 2009 that he was unable to pay alimony due to unemployment. The judge jokingly suggested that Rod give up his favorite games, which infuriated him in court and exposed his true nature to everyone. Rod did not stop there. He sought vengeance on Shell, accusing her of living an immoral lifestyle, misusing funds, and even calling her employer with slanderous allegations about drugs and violence against their son. Shelley suffered greatly as a result of these false accusations. An investigation launched in response to these allegations revealed no evidence to back up her husband's claims. The most shocking aspect of this story, however, was when Rod and Shell's son revealed that his father had coached him to say phrases designed to discredit his mother. Rod paid a high price for his despicable actions. At a new divorce hearing on July 7, 2009, he was barred from being alone with his children, a measure that remained in effect even after Sheil's death. Rod was denied custody of his children, and a social worker turned them over to Rod's parents, inciting his rage. He most likely believed he would finally accept responsibility for his children. The police also spoke with a woman who had previously cared for Rod's children before being fired by him. She provided the detectives with intriguing information. It turned out that on December 30, Shelley had an expensive keratin hair treatment worth several $100s. After treatment recommendations included avoiding moisture and heat exposure for several days, which precluded bathing or showering. This begs the question of why Shelley would risk damaging her hair by disregarding these recommendations. Investigators suspected that Sheil did not take a bath on the day she died. However, their conclusions lacked direct evidence and were insufficient to charge anyone with murder on their own. Detectives also looked at the building surveillance footage where the couple lived. On the day of the murder, they noticed Rod's unusual behavior. At 4 a.m., he left his apartment dressed as if he was going out. He returned after some time. The night watchman at the building's entrance, who was interrogated, found Rod's early morning departure unusual because he had never left so early before. The watchman remembered Rod asking if he needed anything, to which he said no. However, Rod returned a few minutes later with chocolate bars and offered them to him. The investigators believed Rod's actions were deliberate in order to create an alibi for himself. Rod was now the primary suspect, and the investigators' task was to prove his guilt using any means necessary. Their main question was what possessed Rod to murder his wife during the investigation. Despite 2 divorce hearings, Shelley and Rod remained legally married, which meant that without a will or divorce, the property would automatically go to Rod. It amounted to more than $5 million. Another critical point was that on December 31, 2009, Sheila scheduled an appointment with her lawyer to change her will, intending to exclude her husband. This was undoubtedly a blow to Rod, providing a motivation for the crime. Rod's potential loss of $5 million was undoubtedly a motivating factor. Because he was already a suspect, all of Shell's assets were transferred to a secure account pending further investigation into his involvement in the crime. It was obvious that if Rod had been monitoring his wife, he would have known about her meeting with the lawyer to remove him from the will. Investigators suspected Rod of installing spyware to track his wife. Shell was also seen returning home around 8 p.m. on surveillance footage. The night before, they were talking on the phone, which was never found after the crime. Now that they had confirmed that the phone was in the apartment, they decided to conduct another search of the crime scene. When the investigators returned to the apartment, they didn't have to search long. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Shell's phone calmly lying on her bedside table, plugged into the charger. No one noticed the device in this location during the initial search by the New York police or the examination by private detectives. Furthermore, during previous searches, investigators photographed the room, but the phone was not on the bedside table. There was only one explanation. Rod had returned the mobile phone to the Shell-sealed apartment. It was unclear whether this was a foolish mistake or a deliberate taunt to the investigation. Rod was called in for questioning, but he had already retained a lawyer who advised him to remain silent. The investigators had to look for more evidence of his involvement. When police examined Rod's phone records, they discovered frequent calls to a number registered in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Deborah Holmes, a married mother of 3, owned the phone number. She was 14 years older than Rod. They met at a backgammon tournament 5 months before Shell's murder and had a passionate affair. The lovers met at backgammon tournaments and later played online together. The investigator saw an opportunity to find a leakhead and called the woman to ask her some questions. To their surprise, Deborah explained that her lawyer had advised her not to speak with them. Faced with another refusal, law enforcement officials decided to inquire about the attorney's name. It turned out to be the same lawyer who represented Rod Coughlin. The police's last hope was to find compromising messages or electronic correspondence between Rod and Deborah. They hoped to find these on Shell's newly discovered phone. Unfortunately, every message has been professionally deleted. Even expert programmers were unable to retrieve the data. Rod had meticulously planned everything, apparently mocking the authorities. Days turned into months and years, and it was clear that Rod Coughlin was avoiding justice. Perhaps the crime he committed was perfect, but the rabbi's cleanup of the bathroom, which removed all traces of blood and other evidence, was crucial. This action destroyed all potential DNA, fingerprints, and fibers, complicating the investigation, which became increasingly drawn out. Rod never admitted to his crime, and a lack of evidence prevented the case from proceeding to trial. 5 years had passed since the investigation into Shell's death began. However, no arrests had been made. After years of fruitless searches for clues and evidence linking Rod Coughlin to his wife's death, the suspect's mistress unexpectedly came forward. Following her phone call, the police invited her to the station, where Deborah Holmes arrived immediately. It turned out that she and Rod had split up a few months before, prompting her to call the police. What she told the investigators over the next 3 days shocked them. Deborah had a lot to reveal. She informed them about Rod's plans for custody of his children. Rod was still a suspect in his wife's death and had no custody rights over the children, so he couldn't access her money. Rod was willing to do anything to seize her. She had left millions and devised a heinous plan. Coughlin intends to persuade his 15-year-old daughter to stage an assault, then accuse his father, Rod's father, of the offense. This would land the grandfather in jail, resulting in him losing custody of his grandchildren. Rod hoped his daughter would accept his plan in exchange for money. Meanwhile, the criminal was regularly withdrawing money from the only account he had access to, which Shelley had set up for their children's education. Rod's parents noticed he was squandering his savings, which should have gone towards his daughter and son's future. They were dissatisfied with his lack of interest in his children's lives, which sparked a disagreement. Rod was so angry with his parents that he seriously considered ending their lives. Rod Kovlin shared his plan with Deborah in 2012. He planned to have his daughter put rat poison in her grandparents' house. Because the girl was a minor, Rod calculated that she would spend far less time in prison than he would. Deborah persuaded her lover to abandon his evil intentions. Following this, Rod had several other ideas. At one point, he considered burning down his parents' house and jamming the doors to keep them inside. He also considered arranging a sham marriage for his daughter with a Mexican man, after which she would be required to give up a portion of her inheritance to her father. When the police heard Deborah's testimony, they couldn't believe the accuracy of the details. She had been gathering evidence and storing it on hard drives all along. She realized she was dealing with a psychopath. She patiently waited for Rod to lose interest in her before handing over these valuable insights to the authorities. The recordings included hundreds, if not thousands, of Rod's conversations with various people. Now law enforcement officers had to carefully listen to these gigabytes of data in search of compelling evidence. Deborah's contributions to this complex investigation were significant. As investigators began analyzing the recordings, they discovered an astonishing fact. During a conversation with a backgammon acquaintance, Rod inadvertently mentioned having keys to Shell's apartment and the ability to enter it at any time. These hard drives proved to be a valuable resource for the police, containing hundreds of case-related materials. Investigators discovered Rod was plotting against his own daughter, intending to blame her for the mother's death. In an email address used by the father to send a forged email, it was claimed that the daughter admitted to lying and that her mother did not simply fall. According to the fabricated story, they had an argument in the evening, and she pushed her mother into the bathroom. Thanks to all of the information gathered, the police finally had enough evidence to charge Rod Kovlin with his wife's death. On November 1, 2015, Rod Kovlin was arrested. Shields' family awaited the trial of their daughter's assailant, but victory was not guaranteed. The charges were circumstantial, and a skilled attorney could raise doubts in the jurors' minds. The detectives continued their investigation, gathering new information and meticulously verifying all evidence. Soon, irrefutable proof came from an unexpected source. While in prison, Rod Kovlin told a fellow inmate about his wife's death. He described his actions in great detail, even mimicking the gesture he used to strangle her. The police requested surveillance footage and discovered that it perfectly matched the autopsy results. This was direct evidence of Rod's guilt, almost like a confession. The trial lasted 7 long weeks. During this time, the jury heard Kovlin's heinous plans, which included murdering his wife, targeting his parents, and framing his own children. The jury was appalled by his cold-blooded and deceitful behavior. It took them 2 days to reach a final decision. Rod Kovlin was found guilty in March 2019 of the deaths of Shelly Danishevsky, his wife, and his children's mother. Despite the lack of direct evidence, he received a life sentence with the possibility of parole. After 25 years, Shayla Kovlin was a successful and determined woman seeking simple family happiness. However, a ruthless, greedy monster crossed her path, claiming not only her life, but also that of her children and loved ones. Deborah Holmes' determination brought this tragic story to justice. The criminal was sentenced for his heinous actions. Deborah's bravery most likely aided not only in obtaining justice, but also in preventing potential future crimes. Rod Kovlin will never again harm his family or the people of New York. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that took place in California. Corey Desmond, 28, went missing in Redondo Beach while leaving her bartending job on Valentine's Day, 2009. A few days later, her body was discovered in a plastic trash bag on the side of the road and in Running Springs in San Bernardino County. The police had differing accounts of what happened. However, after a few months, the investigation came to a halt. The breakthrough came after a woman saw a billboard with a picture of Corey and called the police. Corey Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at the Torrance Memorial Hospital, and she was the center of attention from the start because she needed to fight for her life. She had to undergo multiple surgeries due to a hole in her diaphragm, and her chances of survival were only 20. Miraculously, she not only survived, but thrived. Desmond's friends and family described her as a smart, self-confident young woman who was not afraid to express her opinions, was energetic, and had a lot of affection for the people she cared about. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and later earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her life's purpose, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to educate autistic children. A week after her death, she received a notice in the mail that she had earned her teaching certificate. She was adored by many people, including her friends. She was sweet at times, but tough as nails. She could command a bar full of customers whenever she wanted, and all the while she was singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, like Black Velvet or These Boots Were Made for Walking, and was once again the center of attention. Corey's secondary family, which she formed while working in various establishments, kept her coming back regardless of what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14, she worked a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then went 2 blocks to the popular bar and street lounge. Corey was well known among the bar's employees because she had friends who worked here. She was captured on surveillance cameras assisting her friends at the bar. She left only after it closed around 2 a.m. Following that, none of her friends saw her again on Monday, February 16, at around 2:20 p.m. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call approximately 100 miles from the bar where Corey was last seen. The driver paused to remove the snow chains from the wheels. The man noticed a strong, unpleasant odor as soon as he got out of the car. He suspected the source of the stench was an animal hit by a car, but he decided to investigate. Not far from the car, he discovered something strange. He noticed a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. In a panic, the man ran out into the road, stopping cars and asking them to call the police because his phone's battery had died. They identified the victim using fingerprints and a driver's license. Corey Desmond, 28, was the victim of a brutal attack. The woman died of strangulation. She had multiple bruises on her face and neck, as well as injuries to the back of her head. Corey attempted to fight back because she had several defense wounds, although the exact time of death was unknown. Medical experts estimated Corey was on the street for approximately 36 hours before the man's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees. However, no evidence of intimate contact was found. The first conclusion that investigators reached was that the location where the driver discovered Corey's body was not the site of her death. The criminal disposed of her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take some time to be discovered. Before the man discovered her body, the rain had destroyed all possible evidence. The most difficult aspect of a police officer's job is breaking bad news to the families of the deceased or missing. Corey was then living with her grandmother. The woman was shocked to learn that her granddaughter's body had been discovered in a garbage bag, and Mark was equally devastated. Corey's father, Mark, was fully aware of how the system worked. The police may delay an investigation for months because they require a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. In some cases, time-consuming bureaucracy slows the criminal investigation process. As a result, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who had taken away his daughter. He chose to act. He claimed that his love for his daughter gave him the courage to look for the criminal. Mark discovered Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley near the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey had vanished on the night of February 15. Unfortunately, nobody knew about it. Grandma didn't panic because Corey was an adult who could spend the night with a friend or friends. In addition, she frequently worked late into the night and returned home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators searched the bar where Desmond worked for potential witnesses or leads. They spoke with other employees and learned that Corey had finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then visited another bar. Corey frequently did this because her friends worked at that bar and Corey would often pay them a visit at the end of the shift. She assisted at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. In addition, it provided her with extra tips. Many bar patrons recognized Corey's face and mistook her for another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the visitor's words, capturing the girl assisting her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job entails more than just serving drinks and entertaining guests. After drinking alcohol, some people lose control of their emotions and behave inappropriately. Corey had the misfortune of meeting such a person that evening. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a provocative man who bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, offering unflattering compliments. While everyone else remained silent and refused to confront this man, Corey stood up for the bar's customers. In other words, the girl told the man that he wasn't welcome there. The violent guest was furious but agreed to leave. Corey continued to assist her friends and serve drinks at the bar as if nothing had occurred. She consumed alcohol that evening, but it had no effect on her behavior. She left the bar alone after 2 a.m. with the intention of returning home. However, as we now know, a man discovered his lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the following day. Mark gave the police all of the information he could find. He appealed to everyone on television to report any relevant information for the investigation. Meanwhile, during a conversation with investigators, the police identified the man Corey had a disagreement with prior to her death. The man stated that he had no idea who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a heated argument with the girl in a bar on February 14. The man stated that alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that he was kicked out of the bar. He then went home to sleep. The suspect denied involvement in the crime. He agreed to a polygraph test and allowed the police to search his home and car. They carefully examined the suspect's vehicle. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something from a quarry. The car was filthy both inside and out. Nonetheless, forensic experts found no evidence there. While searching the man's home, they discovered no evidence of his involvement in the crime. The investigators' last hope of catching the man in a lie was a polygraph test, which he passed without difficulty, answering all of the police's questions. In addition, his wife confirmed that he arrived home before 2 a.m. I immediately went to bed. Corey exited the bar around 2 a.m. This means that he was not involved in her death. As a result, the police removed him from the list of suspects, but there were no other persons of interest in this investigation. They investigated Korea's personal life to see if she had any enemies who could cause her harm. Investigators discovered another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked stated that she arrived that night and requested permission to use the restroom. But because the bar was closed, he declined the girl's request and advised her to return home. It was around 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not return home. Investigators assumed she had been abducted or assaulted near her workplace. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not capture this, and there were no witnesses on the street at that late hour. Corey died with a blood alcohol content more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she intended to drive or find another way home. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone who could help her that night. A month later, the investigation came to a dead end. The police investigated all versions and clues, but discovered no new suspects. Korea's father, Mark, was not about to give up. He rented 3 billboards along Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards featured a photo of his daughter in the question, who killed Corey Desmond. The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information that helped the police. I'm going to leave them up there to let people know the guy is still out there. Mark Desmond said it might save someone to some extent. This story is comparable to that of Alexandria Camp. Roger, the latter's father, did everything he could to find the criminal, and billboards were crucial in solving the crime. If you haven't seen this story yet, please click the link at the end of the video. Corey's information was periodically displayed on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it produced results. When the phone rang at the police station in May 2009, Tiffany Ware noticed one of the billboards featuring Corey's photo. This woman helped the police solve this case. Tiffany spoke quietly. The woman was distressed and terrified. She rambled as if she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I believe my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, murdered that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check on him. He is behaving strangely, but I will tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called multiple times to set up a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman revealed her suspicions. According to her, on February 14, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the entire evening preparing for her date. Tiffany took the children to see their grandparents, went to a beauty salon, and purchased a new red dress. Tony enjoyed it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. He was working that day but had to get home around 11. 4:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman attempted to contact him, but he did not return calls or messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 a.m., as if nothing had happened, and claimed he was too drunk to go home. He claimed he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleans the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he purchased the entire set of cleaning supplies. He washed the car thoroughly without her assistance. The guy's behavior appears strange, but at the time, she didn't give it much thought. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for nearly nothing and purchased another vehicle. He also changed his phone number for no discernible reason. A little later, they went on a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted the whole way, and everything seemed normal until Tony abruptly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name? The bartender was dumped here? I'm almost certain that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together but never got married. He was a hardworking individual who got along well with everyone. He has never had an issue with the law. Perez came from a large family of 8 siblings. Perez's parents grew up in the Los Angeles area, and he attended Manhattan Beach High School. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning and urgently selling the car, a strange trip, an equally strange comment about where the police discovered her body, a change of phone number, and strange behavior. Putting these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could have killed Corey Desmond. She did not want to believe it. The investigators decided to speak with Tony and went to his house to keep him from suspecting anything. Tiffany agreed to cooperate with the police and not tell him anything about the conversation. It appeared that they were conducting routine interviews of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony appeared calm, like he had nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous as he answered all the questions. He said he didn't know her and had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, hard evidence was required to charge Tony Lopez Perez with Corey's murder. Thus, the police discovered the new owner of Tony's Dodge, which he sold shortly after learning of his death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him the car at a low price. He allowed the police to search the vehicle for evidence. Tiffany claimed Tony thoroughly cleaned the interior before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became clear why Tony Lopez Perez sold his car. The interior of the car was lit up in bright blue. Tony was asked to come to the police station. They kept the discovery a secret from him in order to keep him from fleeing. He initially claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his story, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. When the police noticed the man changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and informed him that they had discovered crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar standing under a streetlight. She lost consciousness and fell to the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not recover consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey's cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and began screaming. She told him to leave and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he became scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing that he would be blamed for Corey's death, he placed her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez claimed he awoke during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. "I opened the door, and it wasn't a nightmare." Perez told detectives that it was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to sleep. In the morning, he drove to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, drove to a remote location, and left it by the side of the road. Tony claims what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed he was drunk and scared. In his panic, he strangled her unintentionally, but Corey's injury indicated otherwise. She had serious injuries to the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Furthermore, Correa's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he had dumped the core of his body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had DNA test results. Corey's blood matched that found in the car Tony sold shortly after committing the crime. Coroner Jack testified at the 2011 trial about the victim's multiple head contusions, strangulation evidence, and blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also claimed she had scratches on her body, implying the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Correa's injuries, prosecutors claim Perez assaulted her and attempted to force her into intimacy on February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get his way, Perez strangled her. Tiffany testified in the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her ex-boyfriend Tony Lopez Perez had an insatiable desire for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, where claimed Perez was still unsatisfied. Tiffany also testified in court that Tony had twice engaged in sexual activity with her against her will. It occurred approximately 1 month after the birth of their son. Both incidents occurred while she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers for severe back pain. Perez, who declined to testify at the trial, delivered his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He stated that he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he occasionally strayed from this path. "I forgot the most important lessons I learned in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family," Perez said. Ultimately, I fell short. He mostly stuck to the story his attorney, Andrew Hale, told during the trial, that he was scared and did not mean to hurt Desmond at all. He told a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez discovered her passed out on the sidewalk. He claimed he tried to calm her down and didn't intend to kill her. "I should have thought before acting." Perez said, "I should have taken a step back and cleared my mind. Fear took over. I was extremely scared and careless." Korea's father, Mark Desmond, stated that his daughter had a bright future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life, knowing that he killed his own children's hopes and dreams while killing Corey. Her father claimed that he represents all of the characteristics that women in society fear. Perez begged God and the court for mercy just before his sentence was handed down. "My heartfelt apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have caused the Desmonds so much pain and sorrow that their lives will be forever changed." Beverly Desmond's grandmother commented, "I hope he never gets out on the street again. I hope he suffers as much as she did." In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Tony Lopez Perez, 36, of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family thanked Tiffany Ware for helping the police solve this case. "If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever discovered it was him," said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rachel O'Reilly's case is one of Ireland's most violent crimes. When a person goes missing or dies in mysterious circumstances, the other half is usually one of the primary suspects. Unfortunately, in approximately 80 of cases, suspicions are valid. There is rarely a clear motive in such crimes, and the crime itself is often classified as domestic as if it were ordinary. Rachel O'Reilly's high-profile case in the early 2000s stunned Ireland with its unprecedented cruelty and cold-bloodedness. A young woman and mother of 2 young children was brutally murdered in her own home, and police officers who arrived on the scene admitted that they had never seen such a horrific crime scene before, but they were determined to solve the mystery and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It took investigators several years of meticulous work. Throughout this time, the criminal remained at large, confident that no one would prove his guilt. Perhaps this would have happened, but the killer was let down by his own arrogance. Let's start the story from the beginning. Who was Rachel O'Reilly? Rachel O'Reilly. Rachel O'Reilly, real name Callie, was born in 1974 on the northern outskirts of County Dublin, Ireland. His biological parents were not aware. Rose and Jim Calloway, her spouses, adopted her when she was very young. She grew up alongside the couple's other 4 adopted children. Rose and Jim, their own heirs, were unable to have children, so all of their parental love was directed toward foster children. Rachel was an active and purposeful child since she was very young. She excelled in school, participated in sports, assisted her parents with household chores, and never caused a problem. The girl grew up to be very sociable, open, and kind. She got along well with everyone and avoided conflicts. Rachel was an avid softball player as a teenager, competing in a variety of competitions and setting several local records. She also had a close relationship with her foster mother, to whom she confided all her secrets and communicated constantly, even after she married and had her own children. After graduating from high school, the girl enrolled at one of the local universities, intending to pursue a degree in marketing. At the same time, she secured a position as a salesperson in a city department store. In her spare time, she continued to participate in sports, most notably for the local Joe O'Reilly team. In fact, public sources contain very little information about Joe O'Reilly's early life. He was notorious for his inhumanity and extreme cruelty to his own wife and the mother of his 2 children. However, the type of person he was as a young man is rarely discussed or remembered. Joe is also known to be a County Dublin native, having been born there in 1972. In a simple family, he was the second common child and was raised alongside his older sister. The O'Reillys' children were not spoiled, and their parents taught them that in life, they should achieve everything on their own through hard work and effort. The boy was tall, athletic, and enjoyed playing softball. After graduating from high school, he decided to pursue a career in advertising through correspondence studies. He got a job as a manager at a department store, the same one where Rachel worked a few months later. Joe was 19 years old when they first met, and Rachel was barely 17. The young man noticed the new employee right away and took the initiative to be the first to meet her miniature smiling blonde, dizzy the guy's head, but only to go on a date with him. For whatever reason, she flatly refused. Joe began to woo Rachel with compliments and small surprises such as flowers or chocolates at her workplace at the start of the day, but Rachel remained cold to him. Desperate attempts to capture the attention of the young saleswoman with interest were observed by almost the entire department store staff, and it even became the subject of jokes. However, Joe refused to give up. He read Rachel's favorite book to give them something in common to talk about, but things didn't really take off until Joe discovered Rachel was a serious softball player. That is when he met her at the stadium, walked onto the field during practice, and joined the game. Riley was long and familiar with softball, so he demonstrated all of his abilities and led the team to victory. This time, the young man impressed Rachel, and she agreed to go on a date with him. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Joe, by all means and available means, demonstrates that he is prepared for the beloved to literally roll mountains. He unexpectedly organized a trip to Paris, the most romantic city in the world, and proposed to her on top of the Eiffel Tower. Of course, Rachel couldn't resist and agreed with him. The naive girl then believed she had met a real prince from a magical fairy tale, with whom she would spend her life happily. A few years later, the couple married, and they eventually had 2 sons in common. The couple relocated to the tranquil and picturesque Scottish province of Scotland, where they bought their own spacious, cozy home. It was an ideal place to raise their children. Rachel quit her job after the birth of their eldest son to focus on caring for her husband and child. 2 years later, the couple welcomed a second son, and the young mother was completely absorbed by the heirs. Joe, the family's main beneficiary, was hired by an advertising agency as an outdoor advertising specialist. Those who knew the head of the family described him as a confident, purposeful, and charming man. At work, he demonstrated responsibility, qualification, punctuality, and attention to detail. He was always the first to arrive at the office, and he would stay late if necessary. Joe also continued to participate in sports, frequently visiting the gym before the start of the workday, and his wife's home contained several exercise machines and a set of dumbbells. As the boys grew older and started kindergarten, Rachel became a distributor for one of the popular cosmetics companies and also sold household goods to supplement their income. Such work enabled her to communicate more with her neighbors, who described her as an excellent mother and a kind and open person. Joe's chances of returning home dwindled over time. In reality, he only came to sleep, shower, and change clothes. With this behavior, he wrote off his entire employment at work, as well as the upcoming promotion that he had been looking forward to. His wife did her best to support him, but they grew apart over time, and family relations deteriorated significantly. In the summer of 2004, an anonymous person sent a letter to Child Protective Services alleging that Rachel is a bad mother who mistreats her 2- and 4-year-old sons. In this regard, a special commission visited the couple's home and responded to the disturbing report, but nothing suspicious was discovered, and all relatives and neighbors described Mrs. Riley as a loving and caring mother, casting doubt on her reputation. What has happened to Rachel O'Reilly? The morning of Monday, October 4, 2004 began normally. The head of the family left the house at dawn, while his wife and sons were still sleeping, to go to work. Throughout the day, he texted and called his wife several times but received no response. When he called his home phone, the answering machine went off. Joe stated in a shaky voice that he was extremely concerned and asked his wife to call him back as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Joe received a call from the kindergarten teacher informing him that Rachel had not arrived to pick up the boys, which had never happened before. Joe then called his mother-in-law and asked if she knew where Rachel was. When she said no, he asked Rose to go to their house and see if everything was okay. Meanwhile, he went to kindergarten to pick up the children. When Rose arrived at her daughter's house, she noticed her car in the yard and realized Rachel was home. However, the room was dark and quiet, and no one responded to her call. The first thing I noticed was the clutter, as if the house had been searched for something. Cabinets and drawers were open, their contents strewn across the floor. The whole scene resembled a robbery. The landlord was nowhere to be found. However, when her mother entered the bedroom, a terrifying image appeared before her eyes. Rachel was lying on the floor, in a large pool of her own blood. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, as well as in Rachel's bloody tangled hair. In some places, the bare bones of her skull were visible. Rose rushed to her daughter, hoping she was still alive and could be helped. But when she touched her arm, she noticed that it was cold and stiff. Rachel had been dead for hours, and there was no way to save her. Rose, unable to remember herself, began screaming and calling for help before rushing to the phone to call the police. The neighbors, including a doctor, came running in response to her screams. When Joe arrived out of the house, he was the first to examine the body and confirm that Rachel could not be saved. There was already a crowd. When he found out that his spouse had died, he screamed and ran inside, claiming he didn't believe it. He burst into tears in the bedroom next to his wife's body. O'Reilly cried and screamed, vowing to kill whoever had done this to his beloved wife. According to police officers who arrived on the scene, they have never seen a more brutal depiction of the murder of a defenseless woman in their careers. Clearly, the weapon of the crime was a heavy blunt object with which Rachel was beaten with incredible ferocity. There is literally nothing left on her body. It appears that the house's owner was attacked from behind because she did not attempt to resist or fight back. The overall picture resembled a robbery. But professional instinct told the investigators that such a beating would only occur if there were personal reasons or an acute dislike. But who would want to touch a petite young woman and mother of two? The detectives began by interviewing the deceased's family members and neighbors. They all confidently stated that Rachel had no enemies or ill wishes and was on good terms with everyone. On that particular day, neighbors reported no suspicious activity. There were no strange cars or strangers near the victim's home. Joe stated that he had spent the majority of the day at the bus depot on the other side of town for work, and a co-worker confirmed his alibi. Although the co-worker confirmed Joe's words, the police remained skeptical. The situation appeared to be a robbery, but no valuables had been taken. Only scattered items on the bedroom's bedside table, almost in plain sight, valued at 1,000 euros, remained untouched. Another stash was found in a kitchen cupboard, but this tool remained untouched. There was also a jewelry box on the dressing table, but only a pair of chains and earrings were missing, which were stored separately in a drawer. In addition, the homeowner reported that a digital camera, silverware, and one of his dumbbells, which was most likely the weapon of crime, had gone missing. Everything seemed strange. The house was turned upside down. The landlady was brutally murdered over a minor issue. Joe, while answering police questions, was crying, shaking, and feverish. However, one of the investigators later admitted that the guy appeared to be in a state of nervous excitement rather than grief or shock. When asked if his wife had an extramarital affair or really behaved even more strangely, Joe changed his expression, confidently stating that there was no such thing and then adding that he had never cheated on his wife. But this phrase sounded extremely unconvincing. 2 miles from the crime scene in the bushes was discovered a bag containing items from the house. Inside were a camera, silverware, and a few pieces of jewelry. Joe had compiled a list of stolen items. The robbery theory could now be completely dismissed, and the case reclassified as premeditated murder. Suspicious widower. Despite all of the widowed men's attempts to portray grief and pain, it appeared phony, and he was immediately named the main suspect. Joe had nothing to present yet, but the detectives needed to thoroughly investigate his alibi in order to study the crime scene and learn about his relationship with his wife. Joe stated that he stopped by the gym before work, as he did on a regular basis, and surveillance cameras in the parking lot and inside the gym confirmed this. He then drove to the office before going to a bus station in a remote part of the city to monitor the placement of advertisements on vehicles. His words were confirmed by a colleague he allegedly spoke with at the time. The investigators then went to Joe's workplace and seized his computer for inspection. This is where the most interesting part starts. Because the email contained strange correspondence that Joe had partially deleted, specialists were able to recover the deleted messages, and the police were finally confident that they were on the right track. Joe mostly corresponded with his friend and his sister, to both of whom he constantly complained about his wife. He wrote about Rachel in an insulting and profane tone. He wrote that his wife had not appealed to him as a woman for a long time and had generally disgusted him. Moreover, the computer discovered another curious correspondence between Joe and one of his colleagues, a woman named Nikki Pelly. Their communication made it clear that these two were much more than friends, and both should be questioned. Who is Nikki Pelly? Nikki also worked for an advertising company, and she and Joe had numerous work-related interactions. The woman was 10 years older than Joe, but that did not prevent them from having an affair. It was impossible to say exactly when their workplace romance began. Joe spent his evenings and nights at home, and his wife lied about his work commitments. But this wasn't the strangest thing about the discovered correspondence. It turned out that Joe had promised Nikki in his messages that they would soon be together, she and their sons referring to as children from Rachel. Such messages were more than suspicious because, in the event of a divorce, the boys would be left to live with their mother. Joe, who initially claimed that he had no extramarital affairs but realized that denying it was pointless after irrefutable evidence of his infidelity was discovered. Then he admitted that he had been secretly dating Nikki for a while, but they had apparently broken up. For more than a week, the O'Reilly house was cordoned off as a crime scene, with no one permitted to enter because the police needed to enter because the police needed to examine and document everything. During this time, Joe was staying with his sister, while the boys were with their grandparents. Joe did not appear to be a grieving widower at the funeral. Instead, he acted remarkably calm and, most importantly, as if he were closing the coffin alongside his late wife. When it was his turn to say goodbye, he did so quickly and coldly, and as he left, he casually mentioned that the coffin could be closed and buried. When the family was allowed to return home, everything looked exactly as it had on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the floor. Joe asked his father-in-law and mother-in-law to accompany him, and they agreed, believing he needed the support. On the spot, however, the son-in-law began to speculate on how the killer might have dealt with Rachel. He walked around the room where his wife was murdered, describing how she had been attacked by the force with which she was struck, pointing to dried blood spatters each time. Joe then speculated that the perpetrator may have gone to the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands and the crime weapon, which he then carried with him. Joe's account was horrifyingly detailed, and full of detail with him waving his arms around to mimic the blows. However, his bereaved parents dismissed his behavior as an attempt to relieve stress and talk things out. Rose later admitted that she had not let go of the idea that the son-in-law had repeated his previous actions and that he was the one who massacred their daughter. Thirst for fame. Almost immediately after the funeral, O'Reilly began actively communicating with the media, giving interviews left and right. He eagerly welcomed reporters to his home, literally giving them tours of the crime scene and explaining how everything happened. At the same time, Joe addressed the criminal on camera, offering him a voluntary surrender to the police. 3 weeks after the tragedy, the deceased's loved ones agreed to participate in the filming of a television program about the crime. But if Rachel's parents were depressed and literally killed by grief, Joe on set acted like a star. He vividly communicated with the makeup artists, curious about how he would appear in the frame, and then eagerly nibbled on the proposed treats while drinking their coffee. The police, who were still looking for Joe, decided to follow him and discovered that he went straight from the set to his mistress Nikki, where he spent the night. By that point, all doubts about his guilt had been dispelled, leaving only the task of gathering irrefutable evidence for the court. Gathering evidence was a lengthy, complicated, and laborious process because the most important item, the instrument of the crime, was not discovered. Nevertheless, there was sufficient other evidence. They were both facing jail time for perjury, so they chose not to jeopardize their freedom. Nikki admitted that she and Joe had not broken up, as they had previously claimed, but instead continued their relationship. Furthermore, I learned about Rachel through their connection, which caused a major scandal on the eve of the tragedy. However, the colleague stated that he was unsure whether Joe was present when his wife was murdered at the bus station on the other side of the city. The guy simply confirmed his friend's words at his request, unaware that Riley was a suspect in the crime. He discovered correspondence on Joe's computer in which he insulted his wife and planned his future with his mistress and children, which was also linked to the case. The police also investigated numerous interviews with Joe and TV program footage, concluding that he described the crime in detail that only a criminal could know. The widower's careless remarks helped reconstruct the full picture of the crime. He went to the gym in the morning and purposefully got into all of the camera's lenses. Then he informed his colleagues that he would be absent from the office because he was leaving for work in another part of the city and his phone might not be available. Then, instead of going to the bus station, he went home, armed himself with a dumbbell, and hid in the marital bedroom, waiting for his wife, who had left to take the children to kindergarten. He suddenly attacked her from behind, leaving no room for escape. After the massacre, Joe admitted to washing the blood from himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom next to the bedroom. The perpetrator then changed clothes, dispersed his belongings throughout the house to simulate a robbery, and went to work. On the way, he discarded the items and disposed of the soiled clothes and dumbbells so they would not be discovered. He also called his murdered wife's cell phone several times, sent her a few messages, and left voicemails on the answering machine, requesting that she call him back. In the office, he was acting strangely and appeared overly excited, with his hands slightly shaking. Some of his coworkers noticed this and inquired whether he was okay. But Joe was perplexed, so instead of responding, he dashed to his office, where he quickly received a call from the daycare center, informing him that the boys had not been picked up. He did not hurry home, instead sending his mother-in-law to be the first to discover his daughter's disfigured body. He believed he had considered all possibilities and that proving his guilt would be impossible, but his desire for fame and public attention worked against him. Joe was not arrested until 2 years after he committed the crime. Despite the fact that the majority of the evidence was circumstantial, Joe's guilt was established by reconstructing the entire route of his movements that day using the signal of a cell phone that he did not abandon. It is worth noting that at the time of Rachel's murder, Joe's cell phone signal came from the family home. This was later confirmed using billing data. In addition, at trial, it was revealed that Joe's mother wrote the anonymous letter to Child Protective Services at her son's request. Joe was aware that he would not have sole custody of the boys in the event of a divorce, so he tried to smear his wife by portraying her as a bad and abusive mother. However, social services officials found no evidence to support the anonymous message's claims. So O'Reilly decided to take decisive action. He had no remorse. He smiled in court, chatted animatedly with his defense attorneys, and even tried to joke, convinced that he would be released regardless. But in the summer of 2007, the court found Joe guilty and sentenced him to life in prison. The lawyers attempted to challenge the decision, but all of their complaints and appeals were rejected. It is worth noting that Joe and Nikki's relationship continued even after the man was imprisoned. His mistress paid him visits on a regular basis for many years before they stopped communicating in 2022, for unknown reasons. Joe Riley never pleaded guilty in prison. He has become a model inmate, never causing trouble, and hopes to be eligible for parole one day. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In April 2015, the small town of Leeton in New South Wales, Australia, came to a halt, businesses closed, and the local high school suspended classes as the community mourned Stephanie Scott and offered condolences to her family. Stephanie's funeral was attended by over 1,000 people, and a public memorial was organized so that everyone could share in the community's grief. Many attendees wore Stephanie's favorite color, yellow, and released yellow balloons into the sky to represent the liberation of her spirits as they soared into the heavens. The gathering prayed for Stephanie's eternal rest, as well as for the comfort and healing of her loved ones. The song chosen for Stephanie and her fiancé Aaron's first wedding dance reminded everyone of the young couple's cruelly interrupted story, filling their hearts with sadness and sorrow. Stephanie Scott, only 26 years old, was friendly, intelligent, and always smiling. Since childhood, she was curious and active, taking part in school clubs and sports. As an adult, she followed in her father Robert's footsteps as a teacher, sharing his enthusiasm for education. She taught English and drama at Leeton High School and was very proud of her work. Stephanie and Aaron, who was slightly younger than her, had known each other since they were very young. They spent time together, shared interests, and participated in sports in their hometown. They were close friends until Aaron turned 21, when their relationship developed into romance. Stephanie, a perfectionist, had spent months meticulously planning every detail of their wedding, which was scheduled for April 11th, 2015. Almost everything was set, including the arrangements and a honeymoon in Tahiti. She recently had her bachelorette party. Their only remaining task was to rehearse their first dance, for which they had received numerous lessons. The first weekend of April served as a reminder that their long-awaited day was quickly approaching. Aaron invited Stephanie to a party out of town, but she declined to complete some remaining tasks, such as finalizing plans for her students while on her honeymoon. On Easter Sunday, April 5, 2015, Stephanie Scott went to her school in Leeton, New South Wales, around 11 a.m. to hand over some work to a deputy teacher. She parked her car on the street and walked to meet a co-worker who lives nearby. They entered the school after opening the gates together. Stephanie then locked the gates behind them and went to the English teacher's office, carrying keys. She sent an email to a bus company to confirm transportation arrangements for her wedding guests. After working for a few more hours, she was overjoyed that all of her tasks had been completed successfully. Stephanie exited the administrative building and walked toward the gates. Aaron, aware that Stephanie had left and would be gone for a few hours, became concerned as the evening progressed. He texted her the day before and received a prompt response. However, on April 5, he received no response from Stephanie. When Aaron returned home after 7 p.m., Stephanie was still missing, and her car was nowhere to be found on the street. Trying to control his anxiety, reasoned that Stephanie might be exhausted from the stress of the upcoming wedding and leaving her students for an extended period of time, and she needed some alone time. However, such complete silence was unusual for her. Despite the excitement of wedding planning, Stephanie had been enjoying every minute, eagerly sharing details about her gown and the wedding menu. She did not appear nervous or depressed, but rather excited and prepared for her big day. As his concern grew and sleep eluded him, Aaron texted Stephanie again in the morning before calling her family. It had been more than a day since Stephanie's disappearance, so Aaron went to the Leeton police station to report his missing fiancée. After inspecting the area and noting Stephanie's car's disappearance, the police speculated that she may have left the school and been involved in an accident or become stuck in a ditch or creek. Helicopters were dispatched to search the area. Due to Easter Sunday and the small number of students at Stephanie Leeton High School, ground police went straight to the school's last known location. There were few witnesses, complicating the police investigation while also eliminating hundreds of potential suspects. A check of the school's alarm system in Stephanie's classroom revealed that she had deactivated at 1:30 and then reactivated it at 1:38 p.m. This provided the police with the exact time Stephanie was nearby, but it was the only information they could obtain. Detectives attempted to track Stephanie's phone, but it was turned off. Her last bank account and social media activity occurred on Saturday, April 4. By April 7, local news broadcasts had begun to cover the story, and hundreds of people in the small community were eager for any information about Stephanie. However, Stephanie's behavior was completely out of character. And as the wedding approached, hope faded. Stephanie's mother, Marilyn, stated that if her daughter was not found within the next few hours, it was likely that something bad had happened. A reporter from a local newspaper in Leeton reported that the police had resumed their search of the school. They spent the majority of the day using digital mapping technology to examine the school grounds, specifically marking the room where Stephanie worked on the day she vanished. A witness near Leeton High School on Easter Sunday reported hearing strange noises around 2 p.m., such as rustling and dragging something on the ground. He noticed Stephanie's car under a covered walkway, but didn't think much of it at the time. Later, her car vanished. Another eyewitness, a school employee, told detectives about an unusual conversation he had with one of the school's cleaners the morning after Stephanie vanished. Amid the rumors and anxiety surrounding the missing girl, the witness asked the cleaner when he last saw Stephanie, and he said he didn't see her on the day she vanished. When asked if he thought Stephanie had run away due to wedding stress, the man laughed strangely and nervously, which the witness found unsettling. Additionally, the witness noticed scratches on the cleaner's face. The police decided to question him for more information. Vincent Stanford was 24 years old. Detectives spoke briefly with Vincent, who explained that he stopped by the school to empty the garbage cans. He wasn't scheduled to work that day. He said he was only there for a short time because he needed to buy groceries. Vincent claimed he hadn't seen Stephanie at the time and couldn't help but wish them luck in their search. He added that he left school after 3 p.m. to go to the store where he always shopped. The police contacted the store Vincent claimed to have visited, only to discover it was closed on the specified date. This implied that Vincent had reasons to lie about the store, making him a suspect in the investigation. Investigators decided to conduct another thorough interrogation of Vincent, so they went to his home, where he lived with his mother. When they arrived, Vincent was not home. His mother allowed the police to search the house, and they discovered a set of keys on a red and white cord that matched Stephanie Scott's keys. While the police were collecting evidence, Vincent arrived in his car. He was immediately detained and his car was seized. In the back seat, they found several MF panels that appeared to be stained with blood. Police also noticed tire tracks in front of the house that did not match Vincent's vehicle. In addition, a used condom was discovered on the ground with its wrapper inside the bedroom. They asked Vincent where he was that day, pointing to a camera in the front passenger seat. He said he was taking photographs. When the police turned on the camera and asked for permission to view it, Vincent shrugged and agreed. The first image they saw was a photograph of a burned woman's body lying in a wooded area. Vincent tried to explain it away as shots from a movie he had filmed because he thought they were funny. However, the police discovered that these were actual crime scene photos featuring Stephanie as the victim, Vincent Stanford. The cleaner at Leeton High School was arrested immediately. His seized phone and laptop contained numerous photos of young girls, both from Leeton High School and from the internet. In addition to photos of women, he clearly stalked. This painted a negative picture of his behavior. Although Stephanie's body had not yet been discovered, Vincent was charged with her murder on April 9. News of his arrest spread quickly. Vincent Stanford, 24, was detained in connection with Stephanie Scott's disappearance and presumed murder. During this time, a search team discovered Stephanie's car, abandoned in a remote area 8 kilometers away from where she was last seen. However, her body was still missing, so the search continued. Detectives worked to determine where the photographs of the body were taken. On April 17, 5 days after Stephanie was last seen, another witness came forward. He reported seeing a car near a canal around 4 p.m. on Easter Sunday. Before driving away, a man got out of the car and threw what appeared to be a laptop into the water. Police quickly recovered the laptop from the canal bed, confirming it belonged to Stephanie. Meanwhile, divers continued their search for the slain schoolteacher's body in the New South Wales River. During a live broadcast, reporter Natalie Cooper discussed the ongoing search for Stephanie's body. The 26-year-old teacher's body was still missing. Police searched fields and vineyards near where her red Mazda was found earlier this week. Police divers also investigated a canal in the area. While retrieving a laptop thought to be Stephanie's, Cooper mentioned a shrine near the site that many people had visited earlier that morning. Regardless of whether they knew Stephanie personally, the entire community was deeply saddened. Her family and fiancé had visited the shrine the night before, lighting candles in prayer and comforting one another in their grief. The reporter also stated that police were desperately looking for sightings of a white vehicle believed to be owned by Vincent Stanford, the suspect in Stephanie Scott's murder. Witnesses were urged to call the police immediately. Meanwhile, Vincent in custody approached the police and requested to speak with them. He provided the detectives with all relevant information, including the location of Stephanie's body. According to Vincent, on the day of the incident, Stephanie was in the upstairs teacher's room, working on a computer with the door to her office open. Vincent was cleaning garbage cans with a pressure vacuum and needed to transport some cans upstairs. When he realized Vincent had told the detectives that he had a sudden urge to kill her, he went home to get his special kit, which included handcuffs, Viagra, a knife, and cleaning supplies. He also Googled information about bride violence en route, and when he returned, Stephanie was packing to leave. As she walked past him, she looked into his eyes and smiled, wishing him a happy Easter. Vincent abruptly grabbed her and dragged her into a storeroom. Detectives reminded him of the scratches on his face they discovered during their first encounter and inquired about their origin. Some of the scratches were from Stephanie's microphone, while others were from her nails as she defended herself while he attempted to kill her. Vincent described how he grabbed Stephanie from behind, covering her mouth with his right hand while encircling her waist with his left. Before taking her to the storeroom, he shut the door and violently threw her to the ground, striking her from left to right. After assaulting Stephanie, Vincent used the knife to kill her. He felt compelled to do this, admitting to harboring many brutal thoughts and schemes, as well as having killed others in the past. He speculated about having some psychological issues, emphasizing that he had no hatred for his victims and simply enjoyed killing. Vincent then remembered having a hunger pang and decided to go home for a sandwich and coffee. Stephanie was left lying alone on the storeroom floor. He went to his car. After eating, he returned to school, placed Stephanie's body in the trunk of her car, and drove her to his house, parking on the street. Vincent drove Stephanie's car to a national park on Easter Monday, carrying her body. He pulled her body from the trunk and stripped it on the ground. He noticed numerous bruises and abrasions on Stephanie's face, including swelling on the right side and a bruise beneath her eye. He then decided to cover the body with branches and fill it with gasoline. He started the fire with a match and then discarded it nearby. Vincent stayed briefly to photograph Stephanie's body with his camera, then waited 5 minutes to ensure the fire was properly lit before leaving. He abandoned Stephanie's car on a remote country road and walked back into town. In response to detectives' questions about Stephanie Vincent's brutal treatment, she continued to deny such actions, even though the officers knew it was false. As a result, he was charged with aggravated bodily harm and physical injury to a woman. Investigators wanted to know why the photograph showed this. The woman wore only a bra. Vincent explained that he usually removes almost everything, leaving only the bra. He wasn't sure why he did this, possibly for a souvenir. He admitted to taking Stephanie's bra, along with her earrings and wedding ring. Vincent claimed he couldn't remember when he took them from the woman and likely threw them away with other items. In fact, Vincent had taken Stephanie's wedding and graduation rings and sent them to his twin brother Marcus, who lived in Adelaide. Mark sold Stephanie's rings and earrings at a jewelry store before destroying her driver's license after photographing it. A 24-year-old man was arrested at his home in the Adelaide Hills around 7 a.m., and neighbors were shocked to see the next chapter in a murder case that has captivated the nation unfold right on their doorstep. It was shocking and upsetting for their small neighborhood and commute. Marcus Vincent's identical twin worked on a flower farm. His colleagues described him as quiet and reserved, rarely interacting with them outside of work. Marcus Stanford did not have a lawyer during the trial, and when the judge asked why he should not be sent to Leeton, he replied with a strong Dutch accent that he had never been there and did not need to go. However, the next morning, he was escorted to Sydney by police and remains in custody. Stephanie's family was further devastated when the police announced a second arrest in Stephanie's case, Vincent's twin brother Marcus. Finally, the search for Stephanie has come to an end. In fact, while Vincent was still giving his confession, the police had already found Stephanie's body. A woman's burned body was discovered in a national park 60 miles from Leeton Middle School on the day before her wedding. Stephanie died as a result of being brutally beaten on the head with 40 blows, according to an in-depth investigation. She had also been stabbed in the neck before her body was discarded and set on fire. Photographs discovered on Vincent's phone were conclusively identified as Stephanie. Vincent Stanford's guilt was undeniable, and both he and his brother Marcus were put on trial in court. Events occurred unexpectedly. Initially, Vincent denied his guilt, making the proceedings uncertain. However, based on the presented evidence and police work, it was determined that the case could result in a conviction. Psychological tests revealed that Vincent was suspected of being a serial killer, posing a threat. He showed no emotion or sympathy and was merciless and indifferent, frequently laughing and not taking the situation seriously. Several troubling aspects of his biography came to light. Vincent Stanford was born in Australia, but the family relocated to the Netherlands when he was 3 years old. They eventually returned to New South Wales. He had a dream about murder when he was 7 years old. At the age of 12, he nearly strangled his teacher. His classmates labeled him a psychopath, and due to issues with violence and disobedience, he was sent to a behavior modification school. He claimed he couldn't adapt to society and was eventually admitted to a psychiatric facility where he was diagnosed with autism and oppositional defiant disorder. Vincent told the police that after being released, he attempted to attend university and join the army, but was turned down in both cases. As a result, he worked at several different places before landing a position as a cleaner at Leeton Middle School. His initial contract was for 5 weeks but was later extended. While working in the school, he frequently hid in the women's restroom during student lunch breaks to observe them. Detectives discovered on Vincent's phone that he stalked schoolgirls and other women working in nearby shops before murdering Stephanie. His phone contained approximately 2,000 photos of a single young girl. He also kept a diary about her, following her home several times and noting when she left, hoping to figure out who else was inside. A single entry was read: "She is home alone at 15:40, which gives her enough time to abduct." He initially targeted this young girl, but when his plan failed because she left town, he turned his attention to Stephanie, a school employee. A thorough examination of Vincent's car revealed that stains on EDF panels confirmed the presence of Stephanie's DNA. During a search of the Stanford home, investigators discovered traces of Stephanie's blood on a knife, several condom pockets, and her bra after she admitted to selling Stephanie's rings, destroying evidence and assisting Vincent in concealing facts. Marcus, Vincent's twin brother, was sentenced to 15 months in prison. The judge noted that Marcus's sentence did not include the possibility of early parole because such a practice does not exist. Marcus was sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison for his role in Stephanie Scott's murder. The sentence was set to end on September 9, 2016. If Marcus had not pleaded guilty, he would have been sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison. Marcus was released in October of 2016. More than 60 people signed a petition calling for an appeal of the court's decision in the Marcus Stanford case, which they described as pathetic. Marcus briefly returned to Leeton with his mother following his release from prison. However, the local community made it clear that his presence was unwelcome, and his current location is unknown. Marcus has apologized for his actions since his release, claiming he will not cause any more trouble and admitting that his actions were completely foolish. He regrets being unable to change the past. Marcus wishes to have no contact with his brother Vincent and does not intend to have any twins. Father Steve has expressed confusion and fear about Vincent's crimes and has no desire to communicate with him. He rejects the idea of meeting Vincent and wants nothing to do with him. Steve stated that he does not understand why Vincent committed these crimes and, frankly, does not intend to seek an explanation. Vincent Stanford was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 15 years for sexual violence with aggravating circumstances on the day before Stephanie's 28th birthday. Both sentences became effective on April 8, 2015. During the trial, Stephanie's mother, Marilyn, stated that Vincent was unable to cope with his own life and thus killed Stephanie, depriving her of a happy future. They will never know the full extent of their daughter's pain, but knowing that she suffered is too much to bear. Thus, the family prefers to remain out of the public eye in order to mourn their beautiful daughter and overcome their grief in the future. Stephanie's relatives will not answer questions, participate in interviews, or watch television shows. The day after the trial, the family planned to commemorate Stephanie's 2 brief but extraordinary lives on her 28th birthday. This is the 2nd birthday they've celebrated without her. Stephanie's mother invited everyone to a tea party at 3 p.m., which included mint cookies. The Scott family also advocated for stricter screening and evaluation of school staff in order to avoid similar incidents in the future and reduce risks to students like Stephanie Scott. Tragically, more than a year after Stephanie's death, her father, Robert, was killed in a bizarre accident when a tree fell on him. This ultimately led to his death. He was buried near where his daughter was interred. After losing Stephanie, Aaron moved to Europe in the hopes of healing the pain associated with New South Wales. 5 years after losing his beloved, Aaron found new love and announced his engagement to Samantha. Stephanie Scott's tragic story left a lasting impression on the Leeton community. She will never be forgotten, and her life has been documented in books. Stephanie's family hopes that people will remember her for all of her remarkable qualities, including her love of teaching, helping, and mentoring others. They believe Stephanie exemplified all of the good qualities of a human being and had a significant impact on many lives. In her memory, her loved ones encourage everyone to be kind to themselves and to do good in the world. Stephanie Scott's story has left an indelible impression on everyone, inspiring them to live lives of service to others. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Costa Rica. Maria Luisa Cedeno, 47, was found unresponsive in a hotel room. The mysterious death of the woman prompted a large-scale investigation. Maria Luisa's body had bite marks from several different people. The hotel staff heard nothing. Only the woman's dog was barking, which gave reason to suspect something was wrong. Maria Luisa was born May 29, 1977, in La Fortuna de San Carlos, Costa Rica. Her family had 5 children, and she was the youngest. She graduated high school in 1994. Maria Luisa, a dedicated student, aspired to be the first in her family to graduate from university. Determined to succeed in life, she chose to study medicine. Maria Luisa graduated from the medical faculty at the University of San Jose. She holds master's degrees in both anesthesiology and surgical rehabilitation. Maria Luisa was a highly regarded anesthesiologist. Many people who devote their lives to achieving professional success do not have time for a personal life. Maria Luisa was one of those individuals. She dated a doctor whom she met while studying at university. However, their relationship did not last very long. They broke up in February 2020, which caused her to become depressed. The restrictions imposed everywhere due to the virus spreading around the world exacerbated the situation. Maria Luisa sought respite from her problems by spending the weekend at a peaceful coastal location. She reserved a room at the Law Mansion in Cape Coast Punta Arenas. Her room was on the ground floor, with 2 entrances. The first entrance was from the hotel lobby, and the second led to the courtyard. Maria Luisa chose this room to be with her beloved dog. She checked in on Saturday, July 18, 2020, and was scheduled to leave the hotel on Monday, July 20th. Everything went as planned. The woman checked into her hotel room on July 18th. The next day, she enjoyed a day at the beach with her dog. Then she walked through the neighborhood and took photos, which she shared with her loved ones. Maria Luisa ordered a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and water for her room. On Monday, July 20th, she had to eat breakfast and travel to San Jose for work. Nonetheless, she did not attend the scheduled breakfast at 8 a.m. The hotel staff assumed she had simply decided to sleep in and thus did not bother her. After several hours, the staff became concerned when Maria Luisa still did not appear. Around 12 p.m., the maid began knocking on the door, but the woman did not open it. Her dog was barking inside, which was extremely alarming. After all, the dog's constant barking would have woken the woman up. As previously mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The maids approached the entrance from the courtyard. They kept calling out the woman's name, but all they could hear was the dog's constant barking. Since no one had locked the door, they decided to go inside. When they entered, they found bloodstains and Maria Luisa's body wrapped in sheets on the bed. One of the maids called the emergency services and requested an ambulance and police. Unfortunately, the woman had died a few hours before the call, so she could not be saved. Even in the early stages of the investigation, this case appeared strange. After all, the hotel was nearly empty as the virus spread across the globe. Nonetheless, there was always someone from the staff present, but none of them witnessed or heard anything. The door to Maria Luisa's room was electronically locked, and security could track every use of the key in their database. It was possible to determine who entered the room, and when the police checked the database, they discovered that only the woman had entered it. The staff had a duplicate key, but nobody used it on the night of the crime. But, as I mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had two entrances. The second entrance to the room was a sliding glass door that could be opened without an electronic key. Thus, the investigators assumed the perpetrator entered the room through this door. Another theory is that Maria Luisa allowed the criminal inside. The police almost immediately ruled out the possibility of theft as the motive for the crime. The valuable jewelry and money in the room remained intact. It indicated that the criminal had other goals. When the criminologist examined Maria Luisa's body, they realized what the criminal intended to get. The woman was naked and fighting for her life. The criminal's DNA remained under her fingernails. She had bite marks on her face and chest finger marks on her ankle. Her face is bruised from heavy blows, and there are traces of strangulation on her neck. According to the reports, she suffered genital and seminal fluid injuries. The police noticed distinct footprints on the floor next to the bed. The woman's phone lay next to her, and there were 2 glasses, an open bottle of wine, and water on the table. Forensic experts determined that head and neck injuries were the cause of death. Experts expected DNA samples from bites on Maria Luisa's body. Even the most experienced people were surprised by the exam results. The bites on the woman's chest and cheek contained saliva. However, a person cannot bite their own cheek. It meant that the perpetrator used the woman's saliva to contaminate the bites on her body, masking their DNA. Surprisingly, the perpetrator washed Maria Luisa's body before wrapping it in a sheet and placing it on the bed. Perhaps this is how the person who killed the woman intended to destroy the evidence left on her body. To some extent, this individual succeeded. Maria Luisa's death presented an unimaginable challenge for her family, particularly her parents, who were over 80. It wasn't only death. Maria Luisa's torture prior to her death exacerbated her family's grief. None of his friends, colleagues, or relatives could believe that this kind, cheerful and sympathetic soul had left them. News of the brutal crime that claimed the life of a well-known anesthesiologist spread quickly throughout Costa Rica. The police wanted to find the person responsible for Maria Luisa's death as soon as possible. The police began their investigation by checking everyone who worked and lived at the hotel during Maria Luisa's time there. Although there were CCTV cameras at the hotel, the police were unable to obtain recordings because the cameras were not working. Due to the global situation, the hotel was almost completely empty. The lack of customers had an impact on the number of employees as well. Maria Luisa mentioned to a friend that the person who served coffee also had other responsibilities at the hotel. Despite this, she said she was having a great time there. The hotel's owner was Harry Bodanen, a Dutch businessman. He was born in The Hague in 1951. In the 1970s, he moved to the United States and began working for Hilton. He eventually became hotel manager. Bodan became the director of the National Press Club in Washington in the early 1980s. Officially, it is a journalists' club, but it is also a gathering place for politicians and presidents from around the world, as well as journalists. Bodan made connections over time and purchased real estate in a variety of countries. His possessions included a hotel in Costa Rica, where he lived with his young husband, Yader. Another hotel guest, Danilo Obando, was 38-year-old Teodoro Herrera Martinez. Martinez had a close relationship with the hotel's owner, Harry Bodanen, whom he met while working as a stripper at one of the bars. About a year later, Bodan invited him to work at his hotel but later fired him due to a lack of business. However, he let Martinez stay in one of the rooms for free. The two men had a friendly relationship. Martinez completed personal assignments for Bodan as well as hotel maintenance work on occasion. An official police dog led investigators to Teodoro Martinez's room door, making him the first suspect. Maria Luisa Sedena was most likely responsible for the scratches on his back and cheeks, while she was fighting for her life. The police discovered traces of blood on his shoes, indicating his involvement in the crime. Martinez was arrested on the first day after the crime and sentenced to 6 months in prison. During this time, the authorities had to complete their investigation, determine all the details of this crime, and take it to court. 5 days after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested another suspect. It turned out to be Luis Carlos Miranda, 36. The man, like Teodoro Martinez, was a close friend of Harry Bodon when the latter business was thriving. Miranda worked as his public relations specialist. He also lived in a hotel but struggled with work. Initially, the police did not provide specific details about the evidence that led to Miranda's arrest. However, it quickly became clear that experts believed Miranda had left one of the bites on the victim's body. He, like Martinez, was imprisoned for 6 months. Initially, the police suspected that Maria Luisa had invited someone to her room. They arrived at this conclusion after learning that the woman had ordered 2 glasses for her room. After interviewing her family and friends, investigators discovered that Maria Luisa frequently drank 2 glasses of wine. She used the second one to hold water. A month after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested the hotel's owner, Harry Bodon. One of the baits on the woman's body matched his dental cast, leading investigators to believe Bodon was one of 3 people involved in the crime. All 3 arrested denied any involvement in the death of the well-known anesthesiologist. Miranda and Martinez received 6 months in prison. Harry Bodon was under house arrest due to health issues. According to reports, he had Parkinson's disease and was undergoing cancer treatment. The police questioned Bodon's husband, Yader Danilo Obando. He denied that Harry was involved in Maria Luisa's death, detailing the day and night of the crime. That day, as usual, he got up early to assist Bodon with his bathing and dressing. Obando fell asleep at 12 p.m. He woke 8 and went to his office on hotel grounds. His job at the time was to create a website to increase hotel attendance while adhering to government restrictions. After work, he drank rum with Martinez and Miranda by the pool. According to Obando, he and Bodon were sleeping when the latter's phone rang around 1 a.m. Bodon received a call from a hotel security guard named Bodonto, who informed him that Martinez had stolen beer from the hotel bar and was wandering the corridors. Obando assisted Bodon in getting up and led them to Martinez's location. They discovered him in shorts and shirtless, holding a beer in his hand. Bodon snatched the beer from his grasp and tossed it on the floor. He told Martinez to go to bed and think about where he would live next, as he did not want to see him in his hotel anymore. Obando then said he and Bodon went to their room. It was the night of the crime. Despite Maria Luisa's severe injuries and fight for her life, none of the hotel staff or residents heard anything. The authorities suspected Yader Danilo Obando was involved in the crime but found no evidence. As previously stated, Harry Bodon was under house arrest. He had an ankle monitor and was not permitted to leave the hotel or contact other suspects. Bodon sold his hotel by the end of 2021. His health was deteriorating, and he needed to pay for the services of an attorney. The new hotel owners refused to let him stay, so he had to move. He gave the prosecutor's office his new address, but they identified him as a suspect who could flee the country. As a result, they lifted his house arrest and placed him in a prison hospital in March 2022. He did not like the care he received there. He criticized it and claimed human rights violations. The trial began in September 2022. The case became more detailed with each new court session. The prosecutor's office suspects Teodoro Martinez, who had scratches on his body and DNA found under Maria Luisa's fingernails. Martinez also left traces of seminal fluid at the crime scene. The trial was postponed several times due to the large number of people who wanted to attend and the large number of journalists who covered it. The courtroom couldn't hold this many people. Harry Bodon appeared in court in a wheelchair, accompanied by his lawyer, who filed a petition for his client's transfer to house arrest due to health issues. However, the court denied the request. The prosecutor's office presented its account of what occurred. They believe that between July 19th and July 20th, 2023, suspects entered Maria Luisa's room and attacked her. They entered through a sliding glass door, confident that no one would notice it in the database. Furthermore, there were almost no people in the hotel, as no one heard the woman's screams. Prosecutors determined that she was sleeping when the three of them attacked her. They probably covered her mouth with something so no one could hear her. Harry, Baudin, Dawn, and Miranda left teeth marks on her body. These two likely held Maria Luisa, while Martinez fulfilled his sadistic fantasy. The exhausted woman fought for her life, but the forces were unbalanced. They severely beat her before strangling her, eventually breaking her cervical vertebrae. All three men realized they had enough time to cover their tracks. They washed her body, placed it on the bed, and covered it with a sheet. The bite marks on Maria Luisa's body were smeared with her saliva, preventing experts from finding foreign DNA. However, each defendant's lawyer devised a unique strategy. Baudin's defense claimed he had knee surgery prior to Maria Luisa's death and struggled to walk, making it difficult for him to commit the crime. The trial was postponed again because the expert witness who was supposed to testify about the teeth marks on the victim's body had left the country. Miranda's lawyer invited a Spanish orthodontist from Madrid, but the woman claimed the teeth marks on the skin were insufficient evidence. Her testimony was supposed to last 2 days, but she left for Spain a day later because she felt intimidated by the prosecutor's office. The latter questioned her competence and sought to bring her to justice because she was not accredited by a Costa Rican professional association and thus illegally posed as an expert. The Ministry of Justice and Peace concluded that the crime could not have been committed by a single person. As a result, they insisted that all three men were involved in the incident. Miranda's defense challenged the idea that more than one person was involved in the crime. The lawyers criticized the judicial authorities' examination and pointed out inconsistencies that should have resulted in Miranda's acquittal. During one of the trials, the court heard the lead investigator's statement on the case. He stated that it took them over 5 hours to thoroughly inspect the crime scene. They deduced that the criminals washed Maria Luisa's body before moving it to the bed by applying luminol in the bathroom because there were no marks on the hotel floor. However, there were finger marks on the victim's ankles. Experts believed that at least 2 people had carried Maria Luisa's body onto the bed. Teodoro Martinez faced additional evidence that proved his guilt. During the trial, it was revealed that Maria Luisa had blood on both the inside and outside of his shoes. It's possible he was barefoot at the time of the crime and stained his feet with blood before putting on his shoes. They also discovered blood on his phone and watch. Furthermore, his DNA and seminal fluid were found on the victim's body. Martinez, unlike the other 2 defendants, could not deny his involvement in the crime. Martinez admitted they had intimate contact, but denied doing anything else. During the investigation, it was discovered that Harry Baudin underwent knee surgery at the same clinic where Maria Luisa worked. However, she was not the only anesthesiologist at the clinic, and there was no evidence that she and Baudin had ever met. During his testimony, the man denied knowing Maria Luisa. According to him, he discovered she was staying at his hotel after receiving a call about a dead woman in one of the rooms. During one of the interrogations, they asked Baudin why the hotel's security cameras were not working. There were cameras, but they did not function due to funding issues. We had 5 or 6 low-quality cameras that gradually failed, Baudin explained. He also stated that the hotel's electricity was not working properly. However, the maintenance staff dealt with these issues. The only evidence of Harry Baudin and Luis Carlos Miranda's involvement in the crime was bite marks on the victim's body. As a result, the final question was whether dental prints could be considered irrefutable evidence. While hearing Miranda's case, the judge clarified several points, including highlighting the dental evidence. That is, the match between the teeth pattern and the bite marks on the victim's body could not be considered because no one read the accused man's rights before collecting a sample. Although there was some evidence against Baudin, the judge stated that it was impossible to tell whether his dental cast matched the bite mark. Forensic experts said the analysis of the teeth allowed them to rule out everyone who was in the hotel on the night of Maria Luisa's death, except Miranda and Baudin. but there was still a chance that someone else had left the marks on the victim's body. It meant that the judge did not find the evidence convincing on April 20th. Teodoro Martinez was found guilty of murdering Maria Luisa Dino and sentenced to 50 years in prison. The court also acquitted Harry Bodon and Luis Carlos Miranda, citing doubts about their guilt. However, the story did not conclude there. In October 2023, the Costa Rican Court of Appeal ruled that the case against Bodon and his two co-defendants would be reviewed by new judges. The Costa Rican prosecutor's office used the victim's teeth marks, allegedly left by Don and Miranda, as evidence. The prosecutor's office sought to persuade other judges of the teeth marks' authenticity as evidence. Given the failure of the prosecutor's office investigation and the numerous inconsistencies in this case, Bodon was not surprised by the Court of Appeal's decision. "I'm not surprised," he replied. He also accused the female prosecutor of bias, claiming she was using the case to advance her career. Bodon, who had already left Costa Rica, currently resides in the Netherlands. Even if the court in Costa Rica decides to detain him, he has nothing to fear because the two countries do not have an extradition treaty, and he's not returning to Costa Rica. Given my negative experience with the Costa Rican legal system, and the fact that I paid a high price in the form of nearly 3 years in prison, here is what he said in an interview with Dutch journalists. "It is not in my interest to return. There are too many policies, and they are driven by public opinion. The country has an out-of-date legal system, corruption, and a banana republic-style mass media. I cannot take any more risks at my age and with my illnesses." As a result, the case is still ongoing. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story started on a Saturday evening, July 2011. During a dance lesson, Joseph Saunier, a respected and wealthy pathologist, met Rochelle Tina, a single man famous in his city and beyond, who enjoys freedom, status, and money, as well as a beautiful, sweet woman, nearly 10 years younger than Joseph, who is successful and lives a life of pleasure. Meeting on the dance floor marked the beginning of their story, which ended tragically. At that moment, the ideal dance partnership evolved into a tender and passionate romance. No one could predict what would happen after a while. Joseph Saunier's biography prior to meeting Michelle is filled with both joys and tragedies. Joseph, born in 1955 into a respected medical family in Shreveport, Louisiana, dreamed of carrying on the family's work and becoming a doctor since he was a child. With outstanding ability, the young man received a Bachelor of Science in Medical Science from the University of Baton Rouge in 1976. He later applied to Louisiana State University in Shreveport and started working at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. The young man successfully balanced his university studies and work. He wishes to achieve professionalism in his chosen activity. He constantly took on additional work at the university while honing his knowledge and skills at the hospital. The management noticed the young employee's success and zeal, and in his final year of training, he was promoted to chief resident. After finishing his studies, Joseph pursued a career in pathologic anatomy, eventually becoming a well-known pathologist and laboratory director in Lubbock. Joseph's life was shaped by the tragic death of the woman he loved. His marriage of 27 years, which he considered happy, ended in divorce. His wife fell in love with another man. Joseph accepted her decision and agreed to divorce, convinced that the man he loved had found happiness. Dr. Saunier had a strong personality and a strong sense of honor and responsibility. Following the divorce, he maintained a close relationship with Becky and continued to support his 2 sons, demonstrating resilience and character. Becky died 2 years later at the hands of her new husband, Joseph, who was shocked by his former spouse's heinous death, causing her to experience another wave of grief and loss. He frequently reflected on the family's past and mourned their loss. Nonetheless, the doctor remained a pillar for the family. He immediately took over all organizational issues and funeral expenses, as well as assisting his sons in coping with the trauma. The children later admitted that his support helped them overcome their pain. The tragedy left a lasting impression on Joseph's heart. For a while, he focused solely on his work and the upbringing of his two sons. Later on, the grief he felt prompted him to reconsider his life. The man decided to begin a new personal chapter in a new city with a new woman. Dr. Saunier and his sons relocated from Dallas to Lubbock, Texas in 2007, where he accepted a position as chief pathologist at Covenant Health System, feeling the need for something new to refresh him and fill the void within. Joseph enrolled in a local dance studio. He also enjoyed the classes because they allowed him to meet new women and try unsuccessfully to form relationships with his dance partners. Then, one warm summer evening, Rochelle Shatina showed up at dance class. Dr. Saunier was immediately drawn to an elegant, graceful, and refined woman with a sense of humor and lively eyes. Her smile illuminated the room, and Joseph realized she was the one he was looking for. Rochelle, for her part, noticed the confident and respectful man moving deftly across the dance floor. Rochelle, 47, and Joseph, 57, danced together, complementing each other perfectly. With each new session, they realized they were getting closer. Dr. Saunier proposed dating, and Michelle agreed. Thus began a new and seemingly happy chapter in both of their lives. Rochelle possessed an attractive and innate charm that had such a strong influence on men that they were willing to change their lives, end marriages, and commit criminal acts for her. Rochelle was one of those women who possesses a distinct magnetism that draws attention and elicits passion. These are referred to as fatal minutes. Joseph and Michelle's paths would not cross until July evening because she had previously lived in Amarillo, which is about an hour's drive from Lubbock. In fact, they were both starting over after personal love dramas. Dr. Sonia, his new lover, was fleeing Amarillo because she was afraid of Mike Dixon, the owner of a private clinic that specializes in plastic surgery and cosmetology. The woman met Mike in 2008 when she came in for Botox injections. Initially, there was only friendly communication, followed by a slight flirtation when a spark between them ignited a romance. Michelle was a free and accomplished woman. For a long time, she worked as an NFL executive, had a successful career, and had no need for anything for her children. She owed nobody anything. Unlike Mike, who was bound by his marriage, a plastic surgeon began living a double life. A few months later, his wife discovered the affair and filed for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Mike was so enamored with Rochelle that he almost missed the end of an important chapter in his life. He made a firm decision to end his marriage. Michelle, who had never claimed to be married to Mike, went from an exciting affair in which she wanted nothing but joy and ease to a union that required her to be equally maniacally obsessed with her partner. He is not receiving the attention he expects. Mike attempted to press Michelle, but this only served to scare her away. Seeing the manipulation and desire for complete control over her life, the young woman decided to end her relationship with the plastic surgeon, and in 2010, their paths parted. Nonetheless, even after the breakup, Mike pursued Rochelle for a long time, urging her to come back. His obsession went beyond all healthy boundaries, forcing Rochelle to decide to leave his sight and break free from his oppressive influence. Rochelle found herself in the lab, determined to start a new life. Dr. Saunier and her lovely, cheerful partner got along well right away. Their relationship gradually developed into true love. Sons and relatives readily accepted the new lover, and we are pleased for Joseph. The man spared no expense for her, showering her with gifts, inviting her to the best restaurants and private clubs in town, and taking her on excursions. When Joseph realized he had finally found a worthy woman with whom he wanted to spend his life, he took her to Los Angeles and proposed in front of his entire family. Rochelle was 47 years old at the time, and she was madly in love with her new man. Her personal social media page was almost daily updated with love confessions to Joseph. Of course, Mike Dixon couldn't help but notice the confessions. The former lover was emotionally shocked to learn that Rochelle not only met a new man, but also openly confessed his love and plans to marry him. He realized that he would not be able to re-establish contact with his former friend, but he dared to propose that they resume their previous meeting schedule and become lovers. The idea of forming a love triangle did not receive a response. Rochelle flatly rejected the proposal and told Joseph everything. After a while, the couple became aware that they were being watched. They even noticed something resembling a camera flash through the backyard window, but they didn't pay much attention because they didn't realize how serious the situation was. On July 11, 2012, the situation spiraled out of control. A landscaper who had arrived at the doctor's house to discuss an upcoming remodel called emergency services. When he arrived at the customer's home, he attempted to contact the owner but received no response. The man noticed an open door and, assuming Joseph couldn't hear him, went in. He saw the house in disarray, with the most disturbing feature being a bullet hole near the front door, indicating a possible intruder. The designer cautiously walked further inside in search of the homeowner before inspecting the garage, where he discovered Joseph Saunier lying in a pool of blood on the floor, lifeless. The doctor's body bore evidence of stab and gunshot wounds, implying that the perpetrator might be nearby. The designer immediately left the house and called for help at 248. In the afternoon, the police department received a call, and several patrol cars were immediately dispatched to the scene. Arriving officers discovered the victim of the crime, Joseph Saunier, a 57-year-old pathologist. Medics confirmed his colleague's death. The incident shocked the public because it occurred in one of the city's most peaceful, safe, and affluent neighborhoods, with almost no crime. Dr. Saunier, a respected professor, was known for his calmness and kindness, and he had no obvious enemies who wanted to harm him. Although a window had been broken, the incident was not a robbery because nothing was missing from the home. A bottle with the bottom shot out was discovered at the scene. It appeared to be used as an improvised firearm silencer. A forensic team arrived shortly afterwards to gather evidence for examination. Apparently, the assailant was inexperienced, as he left numerous traces at the scene. DNA was extracted from the bottle used as a silencer, and blood samples were sent to a lab for further analysis. Detectives interviewed neighbors who claimed they saw and heard nothing suspicious. There were no CCTV cameras near the home. According to the investigation, the perpetrator entered the house through a panoramic window overlooking the backyard, which made his attack unexpected. In the dining room, the attacker confronted his victim and opened fire. It was most likely at this point that the wine bottle served as a silencer. According to the traces of blood left in the hallway, the doctor was still alive after the shots were fired. He went into the garage, where the attacker caught up to him and stabbed the victim several times. An autopsy on the body revealed 5 gunshot wounds and 11 stab wounds. The circumstances suggested that the murder was not a random act. The identity and motivation of the perpetrator remained unknown. The investigation centered on the pathologist's close social circle. During an interview with law enforcement, the victim's fiancé described strange events in her and Joseph's lives in the months leading up to the tragedy. According to her, Dr. Saunier appeared to be stalked. In addition, Rachel had noticed a stranger standing in front of Joseph's house, watching the door and windows. She also described how her fiancé began receiving persistent calls and texts shortly before his death. The officers verified the information, but they believed the calls and messages came from other women with whom Joseph appeared to be in a parallel relationship, as witnesses reported the man being in contact with multiple women at the same time. Investigators asked Rachel if she was aware of the other women, and she said no. Joseph's sons denied that their father had mistresses, stating that cheating was not in his character. However, investigators continued to develop a version of the crime that was motivated by jealousy. At the next interrogation, Rachel couldn't take the pressure and burst into tears, admitting that she knew several women who were most likely involved. She claimed that several former girlfriends were constantly stalking Joseph. He ignored them, but they never stopped expressing their displeasure with his upcoming wedding. One of them turned out to be a lady from Florida who kept calling and writing even after Dr. Saunier revealed his serious relationship with Rachel. Another was a nurse, the pathologist's colleague who called and wrote to him on a regular basis. The third victim was a woman with a daughter who shortly before the murder wrote to Joseph accusing him of abandoning her and her child. Rachel made her first mention of Mike Dixon during the same interview. Until then, she hadn't connected the surveillance of her and Joseph to Mike, who had stopped paying attention after her refusal to become a mistress. She assumed he had accepted their marriage and moved on with his life. The police had a viable suspect and went to speak with the plastic surgeon. Mike willingly went to speak with the detectives. He admitted that he was deeply in love with Rachel and had divorced his wife in order to create a future together. He admitted the separation had been difficult for him, and he attempted to reunite with Rachel for a while. She remained adamant, But he eventually relented and found a new woman who was much younger than him. His new girlfriend, a medical student, verified his alibi. Mike was at work at the time of the crime and later spent time with her. The investigation encountered difficulties. All of the suspects, including Michelle herself, had solid alibis. Detectives attempted to identify the murderer's potential enemies or those who would benefit financially from his death. However, no new figures were found. By the time the lab results arrived, the situation seemed hopeless. Unfortunately, the forensic results provided no additional clarity. The DNA sample in the bottle did not belong to the victim. However, the police database could not determine who was found at the crime scene. And that's when law enforcement officials got exceptionally lucky. The Amarillo Police Department received a call from Paul Reynolds, an aspiring EMT. According to him, he was living with a friend named Dave A. Shepard, who recently confessed to a murder in Lubbock and attempted suicide before being rescued. Paul reported that a neighbor had told him about the crime, including specific details that only a small group of detectives might have known, such as the use of a bottle muffler. The officers realized Shepard was actually involved in the crime. A witness who called claimed Dave was the only perpetrator and that the crime was ordered by an unknown plastic surgery doctor. Officers immediately began conducting a background check on the new suspect and discovered that Shepard had a violent criminal history, including theft and hooliganism, but no major crimes. They discovered that he was divorced, unemployed, and had been caught stealing on multiple occasions, including one where he stole $30,000 from a prominent businessman. Dave was brought to the station for questioning, and he quickly began to confess, confirming that Mike Dixon had hired him to commit the crime. According to Dave, the meeting with the plastic surgeon occurred in a bar where both had recently experienced painful breakups with their partners. Under the influence of alcohol, the casual conversation evolved into a genuine friendship. Mike Dixon shared a sad love story about Rochelle, who had left him and was about to marry someone else. The man confessed that he can't get over his ex-partner and is willing to go to any length to reunite. Mike and Dave devise a strategy after concluding that Dr. Sun is the only obstacle they face. However, Dave claims that their intentions did not include murder. They simply wanted to slander the pathologist in the hopes that proud Rochelle would abandon him and return to Mike. First and foremost, they discovered women who were well paid. Each will play the role of a mistress and pursue Sonia. Then a letter arrived from a woman with a child, claiming that Joseph had abandoned her. Dr. Sonnier denied it repeatedly, and Rochelle believed him. The couple also discovered that the camera flash they had seen was the light from Dave's cell phone flashlight. Dave drove to their house on a regular basis and pretended to be a surveillance agent. Mike Dixon financed each such trip, handing out money for gas and other expenses. When spying and slander failed to separate the lovers, Mike devised a radical solution. He told his friend that he wanted to kill the pathologist. Dixon offered 3 silver bars worth approximately $10,000 as payment. Dave agreed. One of the bars was used as a deposit, which the hired killer promptly cashed in at a pawn shop. According to Dave Shepard, when he arrived at Dr. Sonnier's house, things became out of control. It was an unintentional shot. I became terrified, and he began walking away down the hallway. When I recovered from the shock, I shouted, "Dr. Sonnier, are you okay?" I have not heard anything back. I followed him to the garage. He was lying down flat. I distinctly heard his final breath and bent down to check his pulse. There was no pulse. In his confession, Shepard claimed that he stabbed Joseph Sonnier in an irrational and foolish attempt to conceal what he termed involuntary manslaughter. I stabbed him several times. I'm not sure how many times you said. I stabbed 11 times. I had Dr. Sonnier's phone in my hand and considered dialing the emergency number to seek assistance. But I did not. Perhaps that is why 11 times. I returned the phone, mutilated the remains I had taken to Mike's, retrieved the remainder of the bullion, and attempted suicide. Dave admitted that when he agreed to the crime, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. And when he found himself in front of Joseph, he realized he couldn't have killed if it hadn't been for an accidental gunshot. Dr. Sonnier would still be alive. The plastic surgeon was arrested the same day on first-degree murder charges based on Dave's testimony and a large body of other evidence, including compromising phone calls and text messages containing explicit confessions. Detectives hope that the first interview will result in a confession. But Mike Dixon stubbornly denied everything and demanded an attorney, resulting in a lawsuit. As part of an agreement with the prosecutor, Dave Shepard immediately pleaded guilty to his role as a hired criminal and waived his right to appeal the sentence. As a result, instead of the death penalty, he was sentenced to life without parole. Mike Dixon pleaded not guilty, citing only circumstantial evidence. Unexpectedly, Dave, a key witness for the prosecution, testified during the trial that he committed the crime on his own and had no involvement from Dixon. Under oath, he explained that the silver bars were intended as an investment in a business that the two of them intended to start. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, so a retrial was ordered. The second trial occurred in 2016. Dixon was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. His lawyers filed an appeal, and the judgment was reversed. The man was released on bail of $2 million. However, the prosecutor's office continued to fight for justice, requesting that the sentence be reinstated by the state's highest criminal court. Otherwise, a third trial would be held. The prosecutor's office filed a motion on February 11, 2019, which was granted. In April 2020, the bail was revoked, and another arrest warrant was issued. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned the lower court's decision and reinstated Mike Dixon's sentence. The judge determined that the felon must continue to serve his life sentence without parole. Mike Dixon is currently housed in a prison in Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Joseph Sonny joined the love triangle when he started dating Rochelle in July 2011. The woman still refers to him as the main love of her life, and she regrets unknowingly transforming a criminal into a noble, loving, and honest man. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Michelle O'Keefe, who murdered an aspiring actress. Unfortunately, even in the most developed and democratic countries, the judicial system is imperfect. Innocent people are sometimes sentenced to prison for crimes they did not commit due to investigative errors or other mishaps. Such injustices are usually brought to light only after the true perpetrator has been identified and proven guilty. But what happens when someone convicted of murder is exonerated years later, while the true perpetrator goes unpunished? Because the police lost crucial evidence at the time. The case of young American Michelle O'Keefe, who was murdered under mysterious circumstances in the early 2000s, shocked the country. The investigation lasted several years, and the main, and essentially only, suspect was imprisoned for a significant period of time. It appeared that the case was closed. However, after 11 years in prison, the convicted individual's innocence was proven. Simultaneously, new information emerged, and another suspect appeared to be the real murderer. However, more than 2 decades after the student's murder, her parents have lost faith in justice, losing hope that the person who killed their daughter will face a fair sentence. Let us start at the beginning of this story and try to figure out where the investigation went wrong and whether these mistakes could have been avoided. Who was Michelle O'Keefe? Michelle Teresa O'Keefe was born October 11, 1981. Michelle grew up in the quiet town of Hanford, California, as the eldest of 2 children born to Patricia and Michelle O'Keefe, alongside her younger brother Jason. The O'Keefes were a wealthy family who owned a profitable local store. Her parents were dedicated to ensuring that their children received a high-quality education and had the opportunity to fully develop their talents and potential. Michelle was a standout student who excelled in sports and ballroom dancing and was known for her attractive and artistic demeanor. She aspired to be a famous actress, appearing in films and conquering Hollywood. She possessed the talent, ambition, and qualities required for such an accomplishment. Michelle was accepted to one of California's most prestigious colleges after graduating with honors from high school. She pursued her passion for dancing by taking acting classes in the evenings. Michelle actively participated in a variety of events, appeared in commercials, and frequently appeared as an extra in film and music video productions. On her 18th birthday, her loving parents gave her a luxurious blue Ford Mustang with a cutting-edge design concept. Michelle had always wanted to own this car and was overjoyed to receive it as a gift. Unfortunately, it was this striking vehicle that drew her killer's attention, resulting in the young Michelle's tragic death. The last shoot occurred on February 22, 2018. Michelle O'Keefe and her close friend Jennifer Peterson, another aspiring actress, traveled to Palmdale, a scenic town in Los Angeles County, for a video shoot. They were set to appear in the latest music video by popular rock musician Robert James Ritchie. Kid Rock, better known by his stage name Jennifer, and Michelle appeared in the video as extras, dancing and revealing their outfits. The shoot took almost the entire day. So when they returned, their cars were parked at a nearby amusement park. It had almost ruined Jennifer's plans to return home. Michelle had acting classes that evening. The friends talked in the parking lot for a few minutes before parting ways. Jennifer walked to her car while Michelle chose to stay behind and change into her regular clothes. She felt it was inappropriate to attend her acting classes in the same outfit she had worn for the video shoot because it was quite provocative. With no private changing areas in the parking lot, she finds it awkward to do so in her car. Michelle chose to quickly change her clothes on the street next to her car, assuming she was alone. Unfortunately, this decision was most likely a fatal mistake. Jennifer recalled staying in the parking lot for a while longer, chatting with her boyfriend on the phone. As she started to leave, she noticed Michelle's Ford Mustang's headlights turning on. Believing Michelle was about to follow her, Jennifer was reassured that her friend was safe as loud music played in her car. The last thing Jennifer saw before turning the corner was Michelle's Mustang backing out. To the murder of an aspiring actress. That evening, Raymond Lee Jennings, a young security guard, was on duty at the park and its attractions. Around 9 o'clock, the 25-year-old heard gunshots in the direction of the parking lot, followed by a car alarm. Lacking a firearm and armed only with a taser, he hesitated to approach alone, knowing he had little chance against armed assailants. Jennings immediately called his supervisor, Iris Malone, and reported the incident to the police. Malone arrived within minutes, so before law enforcement arrived, she and Jennings decided to conduct a cautious inspection of the parking lot. They immediately noticed a blue car backing out of the middle lane and coming to a stop with its headlights on and engine running. This was Michelle's Ford Mustang. The car's owner was in the driver's seat, motionless and unresponsive. On closer inspection, Malone and Jennings discovered blood inside the car, and on Michelle's body, as well as several bullet holes. The driver's door was wide open, and the crime scene looked horrific. Michelle appeared to have been chased and initially wounded in the parking lot. She attempted to flee, jumped into her car, and even got it started. However, the assailant caught up with her and fired several more shots, denying the student any chance of survival. Michelle's appearance was very provocative. She had bright makeup and 1,000 hairstyles designed specifically for the video shoot. She also wore regular jeans and a shiny top. Michelle had apparently changed in the parking lot, as a shiny miniskirt that matched the top and a regular t-shirt were found next to her on the passenger seat. One of her shoes was on her foot, and the other layaway in the parking lot was likely dropped as she dashed to her car. The local sheriff's deputy arrived at the crime scene first, followed by the security guard and his supervisor. He noted that the young woman showed no signs of life, but he contacted emergency services in case he was mistaken, and she still had a chance of survival. He also recorded the statements of Jennings and Malone. The arriving police officers conducted a thorough examination of the crime scene, gathering all available evidence. They discovered several shell casings in the parking lot and spotted a bullet mark on the asphalt slightly away from the vehicle. This led to the conclusion that the perpetrator likely fired a shot into the ground to intimidate the victim before shooting her directly, as evidenced by bloodstains in the parking lot. The victim ran towards her car, but was unable to escape. The assailant caught up with her and fired several shots. She died almost instantly from severe injuries and blood loss. In total, 5 shell casings were discovered on the ground. Experts determined that all shots were fired from the same weapon, but the bullets were significantly different, raising questions that required immediate answers. An earring was also discovered on the ground, most likely dropped by the victim. Later, her friend identified the item, confirming that it belonged to Michelle. However, the second earring was not discovered on or near the victim. Unfortunately, this detail was initially deemed insignificant and was long forgotten, resulting in a critical oversight. Initially, close relatives and friends of the murdered young woman were interviewed. They all agreed that Michelle had no enemies or ill-wishers due to her sociable, open, and friendly personality. Everyone who knew her praised the student. Thus, a personal motive for the murder was quickly ruled out. The next theory considered was a failed robbery or carjacking attempt on her new car. However, this appeared doubtful. The only personal item missing was her phone, which she had used just minutes before the attack to notify her mother that the filming had ended and she was returning home. Michelle's purse, containing her wallet and several $100s in cash, was discovered at the passenger's feet. Police speculated that the assailant may have missed the purse in the confusion and darkness, and they did not search the car because they feared the gunshots would alert security. This may also explain why the carjacking attempt was aborted. The attacker appeared to have intended to threaten her with the weapon rather than shoot her, but something went wrong. Another theory suggests that Michelle was mistaken for a lady of the night due to her appearance. She was dressed provocatively, wearing heavy makeup and high heels. It's possible the criminal saw her on her way to the parking lot and followed her. He may have approached her with malice in the dark, but when he was flatly rejected, he killed her in retaliation. Her top was partially pulled down, exposing her left breast, which lent credence to this theory. This indicated that the attacker was probably a man. However, it was also possible that her thin, strapped clothing slipped during the scuffle chase, or as the terrified, injured young woman attempted to enter her vehicle. Raymond, the parking lot security guard who was believed to be the sole witness to the incident, was the only suspect and the first person interrogated. He confirmed hearing gunshots and a car alarm around 9 p.m. and immediately reported it to his supervisor and called the police. Raymond stated that he saw no one in the parking lot before or after the shots. Given the early hour and popularity of the area, no one fled or left the scene in the minutes that followed. It's possible that someone nearby saw or heard something. The police investigated Raymond's background and discovered that, despite his young age, he was the head of a large family with 5 children. He served in the California National Guard and aspired to be a law enforcement officer, working while attending the police academy and gaining necessary knowledge and skills. As the primary witness to the murder, Raymond attempted to assist the investigation, naively believing that this experience would benefit his academy exams. When investigators asked him to give his version of events during an interrogation, Raymond elaborated on how things could have happened. Being an exceptional student, he carefully considered every detail, attempting to piece together a coherent picture. He speculated on where the attacker and victim were during the initial gunshot, as well as how events unfolded after that. He built his story around the evidence, including the location of shell casings, blood droplets, the victim's belongings, and the car. He also estimated the shooting distances. At the time, Raymond had no idea he was unintentionally digging his own grave. He simply wanted to help the investigation and be useful. However, the detectives investigating the case came to their own conclusions, implying that such detailed knowledge could only be held by the murderer himself. There were no other suspects, so the security guard was charged with the girl's murder. Several weeks after Michelle's murder, police became aware of Victoria Richardson, a 17-year-old African-American girl. On that tragic evening, she was in the parking lot with her 18-year-old boyfriend and a few friends. They had gone horseback riding in the park and returned to the parking lot after dark on February 22. According to Victoria, they were in their car, music blasting, about to leave when they heard strange noises. They initially mistook them for firecrackers or fireworks and paid little attention, only to realize they were gunshots. Victoria remembered seeing a man in a security guard uniform walk towards a nearby parked blue Ford Mustang just a minute and a half before. After hearing strange noises and activating a car alarm, the friends exited their vehicle and saw the Mustang, which had rolled backwards and was no longer moving. They reportedly saw the security guard again, who warned them about an armed person in the parking lot and advised them to exercise caution. Hearing this, the group hurried back into their car and cautiously exited the parking lot, attempting not to draw attention. When asked about the guard they interacted with, Victoria described him as a middle-aged, heavy-set African-American man. This description corresponded to another employee who had worked in the parking lot the day before Raymond's shift. The second guard was promptly detained and questioned. He had a solid alibi because he was at a family gathering at the time of the murder, as confirmed by approximately 20 people. As a result, despite inconsistencies in the witness account, Jennings remained the only suspect. Prolonged investigation and arrest. After 5 years, the investigation concluded that Raymond was the murderer, in part because his knowledge and forensic skills could convincingly divert suspicion away from himself. However, the evidence and witness testimonies did not line up. The crime itself seemed irrational and strange, with no obvious motive for the suspect. Raymond owned his own legally acquired pistol, which was not with him on the night of the murder. He showed the police the weapon, and forensic analysis confirmed that the bullets were not fired from it. Investigators speculated that he might have hidden unregistered firearms, but this theory was not supported. Meanwhile, the murdered girl's parents carried out their own investigation, hiring private detectives. Patricia and Michael believed that law enforcement was inadequately handling the case or was simply inactive. They actively participated in interviews and television appearances, using their story to put pressure on the authorities. They believed Raymond was responsible for Michelle's death and should be punished. Although there were no compelling reasons to detain him at first, Raymond went to Iraq for military service, where he remained for nearly 5 years. When he returned to the United States, he was immediately arrested and imprisoned. Raymond agreed to take a polygraph test but failed, which worked against him. He claimed that because he could not post the $1 million bail, he would have to remain in custody for about a year while investigators and his defense prepared for the trial. Trial and verdict. According to the prosecution, Raymond, a security guard, mistook Michelle's revealing outfit for a sex worker and followed her to her car. After she rejected his advances, a resentful Raymond opened fire and then radioed his boss about the incident, stating that he would not approach the crime scene. The defense pointed out that the murder weapon was never discovered, either on the day or later. There were no DNA traces, fingerprints, or other evidence of Raymond's presence at the crime scene. Interestingly, epithelial particles under the victim's nails did not match Raymond's DNA. Instead of determining whose DNA it was, the investigators convinced the court that it was unrelated contamination. Raymond's personal belongings, his car, locker, and home, were thoroughly searched for the murder weapon, but a gunpowder residue test on his clothing was oddly not performed at the time. Notably, Raymond resigned a few days after the incident in response to threats from unknown individuals and returned his work uniform, which police received only a week later. It was claimed that he thoroughly washed the uniform before returning it, thereby removing any gunpowder residue. However, the presence of sweat and dust on the uniform indicated that it had not been washed. Victoria Richardson, the aforementioned witness, testified in court, stating that she saw a guard in the parking lot during the shooting, but did not specify who she saw, citing darkness and potential confusion. The prosecution used her testimony as evidence of Raymond's guilt. The jury deliberated for a week, but failed to reach a unanimous decision. As a result, a new trial was scheduled to allow both parties time to prepare. In February 2009, 11 of 12 jurors convicted Raymond of murder. In December 2009, the Supreme Court convicted Raymond Jennings of murder under aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Raymond maintained his innocence, saying in his final statement that he felt no remorse because he had not committed the crime. Michelle's parents and brother, on the other hand, believed he was guilty and were pleased with the verdict. New trial and acquittal. Raymond Jennings was incarcerated for nearly 11 years, losing hope and justice after his appeals were repeatedly denied. However, in late 2015, renowned attorney Jeffrey Ehrlich and his son Clinton, a law student at the time, expressed an interest in his case. They reviewed the case files and discovered numerous errors, inconsistencies, and clear violations of the evidence and trial proceedings. The Ehrlichs believed Raymond had been wrongfully convicted and set out to prove his innocence. They compiled all of the evidence and appealed to the department in charge of reviewing convictions. They specifically pointed out that Raymond's uniform contained no gunpowder residue or blood splatter, only sweat and dust, indicating that it had not been washed. They also noted that Raymond was unarmed, and detectives did not take into account the presence of other people in the park that evening. According to a new report, the murder was a spontaneous act, most likely a botched robbery. Furthermore, the main witness, Victoria Richardson, and her boyfriend, both of whom have a criminal record, were serving time for armed robbery at the time of the final trial, but were never considered suspects. A combination of different cartridges fired from the same gun. Unusually for someone with military training, he alluded to a street gang style. Richardson and her boyfriend were members of such a gang, but because they were not initially investigated for Michelle's murder, many leads were permanently lost. Notably, the boyfriend wore an earring similar to the one discovered at the crime scene on the night of the murder. Despite failing to prove the criminal couple's involvement in the murder of the aspiring actress, Herlich's case established Jennings' innocence. As a result, the former guard was factually acquitted, which differs significantly from legal or presumed innocence. Sergeant Raymond Jennings was released from prison after serving nearly 11 years for a crime he did not commit. The judge stated that jurors were not informed of the presence of gang members at the crime scene that evening. In March 2017, Jennings was awarded $500,000 in compensation for his wrongful conviction. A devoted man, he later claimed that God had answered his prayers and that justice had prevailed. Only Michael O'Keefe's parents remained deeply upset, believing that the man they suspected of murdering their daughter had been wrongfully released. The O'Keefes divorced after losing their son in a car accident, and their daughters believe the killer was punished. Despite the fact that the case remains unsolved, the chances of anyone being held accountable for Michelle's murder have dropped dramatically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared. Without a trace, several days later her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation, which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state, although they did eventually uncover the truth. The case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961. In the American state of Virginia, she had an older sister named Vienna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident, and over time things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems, which eventually led to her leaving the family. Gina and her sister struggled to deal with this event, but their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later, he remarried, and the girls gained his stepmother after finishing high school. Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse, but after the first semester she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University, and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field, and was generally more prestigious. In addition, the young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university, and Gina moved in with her from the first months of her studies. Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time, while Gina was only in her first year during the summer break of 1980. Both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated on June 28th. Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister, but Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends around 10 p.m. She took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located at 1 a.m. Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph, and she soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange at 18. Gina had never been involved with boys throughout her life. The young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the opposite sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously, because Gina should have already returned home at around 7:30 a.m. An old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. A few days before this, he and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was irresponsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several of Gina's friends with whom she was that evening. but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home, and Diana decided to contact the police as usual. In those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning, and they again turned to the police. This time, the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open, and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought: someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles, and a red mark resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length near the location of the car. They also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. Despite this, the detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby, and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that two different police officers saw the car while driving by. The first noticed that around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance, despite the car being parked with an open trunk, he did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio. Hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen, the officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake. At the time, they did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was there, for the officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends, and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river, and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding that Stephen, who was with Gina in the house by the lake, he planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed, and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who just returned from the army. That morning, he also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in this club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived, Steph was standing in the laundry room, drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it after checking Steph's criminal history. The detectives found nothing serious. There were only a few traffic fines, but when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars, and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists. In these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. When her little child cried in the next room, Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they're going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to violence. The victim went to the police. But again, Steph somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance, but as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of a heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Blood stains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house. Bill and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, including 2 blue towels, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with long hair of the same color. As Gina's experts examined blood samples from the house, DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance, but then something interesting happened when Bill asked him to contact the police. Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there, and when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that in fact Steve had been trying to clean up the blood stains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Steph to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, He invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there in the house. He tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours, he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into the water, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in this story. Gina's body was still not found in those years. Courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty, and there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found, as this particular place had already been inspected that day. The detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler, and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed down to the porch, and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know who Steph was or what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end, the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying. After the questioning, the investigators told him that their trained dog had just led them to his home. Stephen covered his face with his hands and said something like, "What a good dog." However, without Gina's body, he still couldn't be charged with murder, and staff remained free. When the whole town learned about his previous crimes and the evidence against him in Gina's case, no one doubted his guilt. People came to his house and wrote threatening letters, and the man decided to move to a small town in Ohio. 5 days later, a 25-year-old woman disappeared not far from where Steph had settled, and a month later, her body was found in a cornfield. Local detectives knew that Stephen was suspected in Gina's murder, and he immediately became the prime suspect. However, his guilt could not be proven due to the lack of evidence. Bill continued to talk to staff and tell the police about their conversations. When Stephen found out that Bill had a good lawyer, he asked if he could represent him, and even more disturbingly, he asked Bill to ask him if the police could arrest him. That the chances of a guilty verdict in court were slim, but after the other young woman's murder, he decided to risk his career and arrested Stephen. He was charged with murder, and the case went to trial. The situation was complicated by the fact that an inexperienced prosecutor was assigned to the case who had only been in the position for 7 months. Others simply refused to participate in such a complex process where they had to prove a murder without a body. Surprisingly, the prosecutor did an excellent job. The trial lasted more than 3 months, and ultimately the jury found Stephen Epperly guilty of Gina's murder. The prosecutor presented all available evidence and was able to convince the jury that the victim was dead and the staff was the killer. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. This was not only the first conviction without a body in Virginia, but also the first time a court accepted a search dog's lead as evidence. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to prove Steph's involvement in the murder of another woman in Ohio. They also continued to search for Gina's body, but these efforts were halted in 1994. However, in 2016, 36 years after Gina's murder, a local resident came forward to the Radford police. He confessed that his family had been keeping a terrible secret all these years. In 1980, their grandfather, who lived on a farm outside of town, saw 2 men in a white van pulling a body out of a car near a Field detectives thought this could be Gina and resumed their search. However, they were unable to find any remains, but the grandson's revelation led to new searches for Gina's remains. Her sister Diana played a big role in this, continuing to hope for closure. In 2019, she met a forensic anthropologist who invented a unique method for finding DNA underground. His tool detected the presence of any human biological material, and investigators used it in their search. After many months, it bore fruit. In 2020, they found Gina's remains in 8 different locations along the river and lake. These were mostly small pieces that would have been impossible to find without special equipment. Only in one case were they able to find a bone fragment that belonged to the young woman. As for Staff, he is still serving his sentence, despite numerous appeals and attempts to be released. Early investigators believe he may have had many more victims, but they have been unable to find the necessary evidence over the years. Their only comfort is that he has been isolated from society and has not harmed anyone else. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in Pennsylvania in 2014. Jessica Paget, 33, left work to send a fax but never returned. Her family filed a missing person report. CCTV footage helped to solve this case. What happened to the woman was so shocking that the jury refused to watch the video evidence presented by the prosecutor during the trial. Jessica was born on December 15, 1980. The woman has lived her entire life in Pennsylvania. She was a very energetic and cheerful child, and her parents, Thomas and Danielle, divorced when she was still a child. Jessica's mother soon married another man, and she considered him her second father. After graduating from high school in 1998, she attended college to study preschool education. Jessica met Michael Paget during her college studies. They began dating and eventually lived together. During their 8-year relationship, the couple had 2 children. However, they decided to marry only in August 2014. Some sources also claimed that they had another child, Michael's son, from a previous relationship. Michael was a caring father and husband. However, as with any other family, the couple's relationship had its ups and downs. Nonetheless, Jessica was pleased with Michael. And then, 4 months after the wedding, she went missing. She spent 2 years working at a kindergarten in Northampton. She enjoyed this job because she loved children and knew how to quickly establish a common language with them. The children liked Jessica and enjoyed spending time with her. On November 21, 2014, she took her older children to school before heading to work with her younger son. The latter led to the same kindergarten where Jessica worked. It was a normal day, with no signs of trouble. Jessica approached the administrator at lunchtime and requested permission to leave work for a short time in order to send a fax from her mother and stepfather's home in a rural area near Northampton. The administrator allowed her to leave. Jessica traveled by car, leaving her son in kindergarten. She was supposed to return within half an hour. However, an hour passed and Jessica did not return. Her co-workers became concerned and began calling her, but she did not respond. An hour later, the kindergarten administrator contacted Michael and asked if he knew where Jessica was, stating that she had left work for a while but never returned. Michael said he was at work and had no idea where his wife was. He also stated that he would try to contact her himself. Michael immediately began calling Jessica, but every call went to voicemail. It wasn't like Jessica, who never missed a call from her family. Michael decided to call his wife's mother, Danelle Bittner, who was in Florida, and see if Jessica had contacted her. But Danielle made no contact with her daughter that day. As a result, she became very concerned. She was also aware that not answering the phone was unusual for Jessica. Danielle told Michael to call her husband and Jessica's stepfather, Greg, and speak with him. But, as it turned out, Greg did not see or speak with Jessica that day. The relatives became increasingly worried with each passing minute. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts to reach her daughter, Danielle went to the airport and purchased a ticket for the next flight to Pennsylvania. Michael called the police 4 hours after Jessica left work to report his wife missing. He stated that Jessica would never have abandoned the children voluntarily. As a result, he was concerned that she had suffered a terrible fate. The police immediately launched an investigation, sending Jessica's description to every station in the surrounding cities. Jessica was approximately 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed 130 pounds. She had brown hair, hazel eyes, and a tattoo of a footprint on her shoulder. The last time someone saw her, she was dressed in gray sweatpants and a black hoodie with the words duck, duck, goose on the front and staff on the back. They checked all local hospitals and morgues, but no one fit the description. Detectives were trying to figure out where the mother of 3 children might have gone. They questioned her co-workers, but everyone agreed that Jessica had no enemies. Both the children and their parents adored her. They also mentioned that Jessica seemed fine when she left work for lunch. They noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. 2 hours after Michael reported his wife missing, police were able to track Jessica's phone signal. According to the data collected, her phone was about a mile away from the kindergarten where she worked. This data was not completely accurate because there is always some error when determining a phone's location. Nonetheless, the police knew where the signal was coming from. It had already become dark outside when they began their search. In one of the parking lots, officers discovered a white Subaru Outback. It was Jessica's car. The car was empty and unlocked. Her purse contained documents and bank cards. The keys were in the ignition, and Jessica's phone was on the passenger seat, near her purse. There was no evidence of a crime in the car. At first glance, the police were required to answer several questions. Where's Jessica? What made her abandon her car and valuables so close to the kindergarten where she worked? The police required CCTV footage to answer these questions. The back wall of the store across the street was equipped with a CCTV camera. It captured the location where they discovered Jessica's car. The police entered the store and asked the manager to show them the recordings. While reviewing the footage, they noticed Jessica driving into the parking lot shortly after 1 p.m., getting out and standing at the driver's door for a while. After this, she left and never returned. The investigators couldn't figure out why Jessica left her documents, phone, and keys and vanished. Could she have gone into hiding voluntarily? Jessica left her car and walked between these 2 buildings to another parking lot. She then vanished, as there were no cameras present. The investigators watched the recording on a small OLED monitor in the store. As a result, they created a copy of the video to show at the station on a modern, large screen. The Northampton Police Department was small, so they had to enlist the assistance of the Pennsylvania State Police to organize the search. They distributed flyers featuring Jessica's image throughout Northampton and surrounding cities, as well as via the media and social networks. State police detectives began retracing the events that led up to Jessica's disappearance. The first thing they did was talk to the kindergarten staff once more. After learning that Jessica had left work to send a fax from her mother's house, the detectives went there to find answers to their questions. This house was about 4 miles from the kindergarten, so the journey took about 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the detectives spoke with Danielle and her husband Greg, who informed them that Jessica had the keys to the house and could come at any time. Danielle was in Florida on the day she went missing, and Greg was also away. Every sent fax is recorded in the device's usage history. However, Greg's fax machine turned out to be faulty, so it was unclear if Jessica was at her mother's house that day. Perhaps she chose to use another fax machine. However, this does not explain why she left her belongings in the car. Next, the detectives decided to speak with Jessica's husband, Michael. He claimed that on the day his wife vanished, he was the first to leave the house. A friend picked him up and they went to work together. They checked Michael's statement because it is common for a husband to be involved in his wife's disappearance or death. Meanwhile, they formed a search party. The media reported Jessica's disappearance and asked anyone with information to contact the police. 2 days have passed since the woman's disappearance, and the police have no new leads. To find out if Jessica had arrived at her mother's house, the detective began looking for surveillance cameras along the way. There was only one road that led to her mother's house. Next to this road, there was an Exxon gasoline station. It of course had security cameras. If Jessica was going where she said she was going, She should have been captured on this camera's recording. Watching the video, the detectives spotted Jessica's car. She drove there around 12:56 p.m. It was only a few minutes from the gas station to her mother's home. She had to drive back quickly because the fax machine was not working. I checked the recording to see if her car drove in the opposite direction. The officer noticed something strange. Just 14 minutes later, the car reappeared in the video. Her white car drove through the gas station at high speed, eventually leading the police to her car. And Jessica's driving style was unusual. She could have driven straight, but instead she turned towards the gas station and drove onto the other side of the road without stopping. She then drove to the city center and parked her car there. The only plausible explanation was that Jessica was in a hurry and there was a red traffic light at the intersection, so she drove through the gas station and ended up on another road with a green light. After that, she abandoned the car in the parking lot, where a police officer later discovered it. The investigators discovered something new while reviewing the footage of Jessica leaving her car. Jessica's height was 5 feet and 4 inches, and she weighed 130 pounds. However, the person who exited the car was significantly taller and heavier. The experts estimated Jessica's height to be between 5 feet and 11 inches and 6 feet and 3 inches based on the height of her car. When the police investigated the abandoned car, they discovered that the driver's seat was as close to the steering wheel as possible. This position would make sitting behind the wheel uncomfortable for anyone taller than 5 feet, 11 inches. However, the police discovered an explanation for this. After getting out of the car, the person bent down and, according to the detectives, moved the seat as close to the steering wheel as possible, attempting to give the police reason to believe Jessica was driving. But who was the tall person? Michael's height turned out to be about 6 feet. The police summoned the man for questioning. He stated that he was not involved in the disappearance of his wife, whom he said he cherished. He, like before, claimed to be at work when the kindergarten staff called him. Detectives interviewed Michael's co-workers and obtained a report on the geolocation of his phone on the day Jessica disappeared. He was not lying. Michael was at work when his wife disappeared, so he is not on this recording. It was the 4th day since Jessica's disappearance, and it's hard to imagine how stressed her children must have been. Their lives were not the same. The search continued but produced no results. The investigators were perplexed when they rewatched the video of someone getting out of Jessica's car. Once again, the officers discovered something new. A minute after the unknown person vanished behind the building, a white SUV, possibly a Ford, was left behind. Jessica's stepfather, Greg, matched the height description and drove the same vehicle. Greg was asked by the police to come to the station for a few questions. The man was stunned to learn that he had been named as a suspect in his stepdaughter's disappearance. He stated that he left his car for repair at one of the service centers, and that day, a neighbor brought him there to pick up his Ford. After that, he stopped at an Exxon gas station to eat something. The same gas station provided the police with the CCTV footage. Greg was unaware of this, though. After reviewing the video again, investigators noticed him driving past the Exxon gas station 2 minutes after leaving the parking lot. He didn't stop for lunch, and Greg lied. Could the man Jessica referred to as her father have been involved in her disappearance? After speaking with the man's neighbor, the detectives discovered she did not drive him to the car service. It meant that Greg's entire story was a lie. Putting all of the facts together, the investigators determined that Greg was home when Jessica arrived to send the fax. Perhaps something happened, and Greg drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center. A group of police officers visited the man's home. Danielle, Jessica's mother, gave the police permission to inspect the house. One of the officers went directly to the fax machine and discovered that Greg had lied about it not working. Furthermore, the device usage history confirmed that Jessica did send the fax. As a result, she was at her parents' house on the day she went missing. A trash can in the basement contained blood-stained napkins. Greg's home shoes, discovered in a dumpster on the street, also had dried blood on them. Danielle told the police that Greg had called the garbage company the day before and asked them to pick up the trash she hadn't given. However, she remembered that the trash can was not yet full. Very likely, That's how Greg got rid of the evidence, specifically the cleaning products and rags. The police interrogated Greg again, informing him that they knew all of his statements were false and that they had discovered evidence in his home. They also stated that they knew Jessica was in his home on the day of her disappearance. Following that, the man began talking. Gregory Graff, or simply Greg, told investigators that when he arrived home on the afternoon of November 21st, he discovered Jessica's car in the driveway and bloodstains on the carpet. He claimed she was already dead when he returned home. He stated that he panicked and was afraid to call the police because he knew no one would believe him. He drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center before returning home. Graff claims that Jessica died because she owed someone money. Gregory Graff had told yet another lie. Detectives discovered that Graff purchased adult toys the day before Jessica disappeared. They were tired of hearing Graff's nonsense, so they asked him directly where he had placed his stepdaughter's body, claiming that an autopsy would provide answers to many questions. Graff changed his testimony once he realized he'd been caught. He explained that he was at home watching adult videos when Jessica arrived and asked if she could send a fax. Graff stood behind her as she used the computer. He said he was aroused and desired his stepdaughter. Without saying anything, he took out a gun and shot her in the back of the head. Then he moved Jessica's body into her bedroom and drove her car to a city center parking lot. His Ford was standing near the car service, where he had previously left it for minor repairs. That is why he went there. After getting out of Jessica's car, he adjusted the seat so that everyone assumed she was driving. His next words shocked the investigators. When he got home, he turned on the video camera and placed it next to the bed. Then you'll understand what I mean, even if the phrase sounds strange. He recorded a video of his interactions with his stepdaughter. Jessica, as you are aware, is no longer alive. The police later discovered the video on Greg's computer. He then claimed to have wrapped her body in a blanket and hidden it in a ravine near his home. After that, he returned home and started cleaning. Graff stated during the interview that he wished he could get help. "I'm not actually a bad guy," Graff told Pennsylvania State Police Corporal Jeffrey Smith. "I just lost my mind following the confession." He discussed how his life had changed since the crime. "I lost everything." Graff stated that my business was my home in Florida, my dogs were my wife, and he then mentioned his family and parents, but he never mentioned Jessica's death. As a result, Danielle discovered both that her daughter had died and that her husband was responsible. But what Greg had done to the body went beyond the woman's imagination. Following Graff's arrest, authorities released an official statement. "Unfortunately, we have some sad news to share today. Jessica Paget died. She is a victim of homicide." Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell stated, "We are still a little hesitant to believe the defendant's version of events, however. We have reason to believe that there was a will motive in this whole situation. Unfortunately," he said. According to Morganell, the prosecutor's office reviewed all of the evidence to determine whether Graff planned the attack. Through a statement issued by the Pennsylvania State Police, Paget thanked law enforcement, the media, and the public for their efforts. "The loss of Jessica has left us devastated. She was a stunning, vibrant young woman who was adored by her family and friends. The world is less bright today." According to the statement, Gregory Graff, 53, was charged with taking Jessica Paget's life. At this stage of the investigation, some speculated that when Jessica arrived, Greg attempted to persuade her into intimacy, but when she refused, he was afraid of exposure and killed her. But there was no way to prove this because Jessica had no defensive wounds on her body. She died of a single wound to the back of the head, which supported Greg's testimony. According to Pennsylvania law, the man could face the death penalty. However, because Jessica was dead when he committed the second part of his heinous crime, the prosecutor's office had no authority to seek the death penalty for him. After examining Greg and Jessica's computers and phones, the police discovered no evidence of a connection between them other than the stepfather-stepdaughter relationship. The trial started in 2015. District Attorney John Morganelli stated that Philadelphia Attorney John McMahon, Jr., never filed the results of Gregory Graff's mental health evaluation. McMahon claimed he had Graff evaluated for an insanity defense, but Graff did not have diminished mental capacity, so McMahon did not use the evaluation at trial. Danelle Bittner said she learned about her daughter's disappearance on November 21st, while in Florida shopping for carpets for her new home. When Graff picked her up at Lehigh Valley International Airport on November 22nd, he said everything would be fine. They would find her. At one of the court sessions, the jury was required to watch a 6-minute video of Greg's heinous crimes. He used adult toys that he'd purchased the day before. The jury did not want to watch the video, but the judge insisted they do so before making a decision. Graff's lawyer attempted to prove that it was not a planned crime and that his client committed a third-degree crime rather than a first-degree crime. As a result, Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell made the difficult decision to show the jury a 6-minute video recording captured by Graff. Morganell stated that Graff pleaded not guilty to both charges. It left him with no choice but to present all of his evidence to convince jurors that the crime was premeditated. The Commonwealth had to show you what he did. Morganell said in his closing argument that it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't tasteful, but we had to show you what he did. Criminals aren't exactly geniuses, which is one advantage. Morganell claimed they make mistakes. The jury took only 6 minutes to reach a unanimous decision. Gregory Graff was found guilty of killing Jessica and abusing her body. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge asked him if he had anything to say. Graff replied, "No, sir, I'm just really sorry." Following the sentencing, the judge recommended that the jury seek psychological counseling. Following the verdict, Jessica Paget's husband, Michael, stated that it has been difficult to move on without the only woman he has ever loved and to raise 3 children alone. She was the most wonderful person you had ever met. He told reporters that Danielle had filed for divorce. However, there were complications, so she had to go to court. Gregory Graff, 55, who appeared in court via video feed from his Pennsylvania prison cell, refused to sign documents granting him 25% of his joint assets with Danelle Bittner. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2003 in the American state of North Dakota. On November 22, 2003, Drew Shodin, 22, was walking to her car after finishing her shift and talking on the phone with her boyfriend. The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Drew's boyfriend paid little attention to this, which he later regretted deeply. The young woman was soon featured on national television, and her experiences influenced a change in US law. Drew Katrina Shodin was born September 26, 1981 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She was the younger of Alan and Linda's 2 children. Drew's parents divorced when she was 3 years old, but they remained friends until she was 10. Linda and her second husband, Sid Walker, raised her and her brother Sven in a comfortable home on Whitefish Lake, which is known for being one of Minnesota's most scenic vacation spots. Drew excelled in high school, becoming an honor student, joining the golf team, and being voted homecoming queen in 1999. But her true passion was for art. Her homeroom was filled with sketches of rock star models and friends. After graduating from high school, she attended the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, a city of approximately 50,000 people. Friends described Drew as someone who loved life and was always willing to help others. Drew often traveled around the country, but her dream was to visit Australia, which she planned to do in the spring of 2004. To save money for the event, Drew worked 2 jobs in her spare time: a sales associate at Victoria's Secret and a waitress at a nightclub in Grand Forks. On Saturday, November 22, 2003, Drew's shift at the Victoria's Secret store in Columbia Mall ended at 4 p.m. Later that day, she was scheduled to work at a nightclub. Before leaving the mall, Drew decided to go shopping and purchased a purse from a specific store. She called her boyfriend Chris Lang as she walked to her car in the parking lot. Suddenly, after Drew said, "Okay," The call was disconnected, but Chris did not give it much thought. He did not call back because they were not discussing anything important. About 3 hours later, Chris's phone rang again, this time from Drew. When he answered it, he only heard noises, such as the wind and phone buttons being pressed. 3 weeks later, in an interview with a television station, Chris described the thoughts that raced through his mind when his conversation with Drew was cut short. "I was unaware of the urgency of this phone call at the time," he said. "I never thought this would happen. There was no sense of urgency. It was simply a cell phone call that was cut off for a variety of reasons. I had no idea this terrible thing was happening." Drew was living in a college dorm, sharing a room with her friend Meg Murphy. Around the same time, Chris got a strange phone call. Meg received a call from the nightclub, where they were trying to figure out why Drew hadn't arrived for work and wasn't answering the phone. She was a responsible employee who always arrived at work early, so her absence immediately raised concerns. However, Meg had no idea where Drew was and was surprised that she hadn't shown up for work, so she went looking for her friend Meg. She first called mutual acquaintances, then the local hospital, where she was informed that Drew had not been admitted. "I called the police around 9 p.m. because I couldn't find anything out." Knowing Drew worked at Columbia Mall, a police officer was dispatched to the location. At this point, the mall had already closed. Driving around the parking lot, the officer noticed Drew's car. After inspecting it, he discovered that the car was unlocked. There was no evidence of a struggle or other crime. A black nylon sheath for a folding knife was discovered on the ground near the car. It was unclear whether it was related to Drew's disappearance. However, such a discovery was not encouraging. Papers, a wallet, and a new purse purchased that day were found on the car seat, implying that even if Drew had committed a dirty deed, it was not a robbery. Neither the friend's boyfriend nor his parents knew where Drew could be, so investigators began to suspect a kidnapping. First and foremost, have detectives checked out Chris Lang. He was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect because he lived in Minnesota, 300 miles from Chris in Grand Forks. The police discovered that one of Drew's phone calls was abruptly cut off, and the second was made a few hours later, when noises and the sound of a button being pressed could be heard. The detectives arrived the next day when the mall where Drew worked was open to review the security camera footage. As it turned out, there were no security cameras in the parking lot where the missing girl's vehicle was parked, but, thankfully, there were several security cameras inside the mall. Detectives went through the footage and discovered a scene in which Drew went into one of the local stores after work and bought herself a purse. She was calm and not in a hurry to go anywhere. At 4:55 p.m., she was wearing a pink sweater and carrying a jacket. Drew paid for her purchase at the register before putting on her jacket and leaving the store. On her way out, she called Chris. The call was made at precisely 5 p.m., and as we now know, at 5:04 p.m., Drew and Chris's conversation was abruptly cut off after she sat down. Okay, knowing that the call was cut off after 4 minutes, one of the detectives decided to try an experiment. He set a 4-minute timer and began walking slowly from the store where Drew had purchased her purse to the parking lot where her car was parked. When the alarm went off, indicating that 4 minutes had passed, the detective was in the parking lot near where the car was discovered. This indicated that something occurred while Drew was in her car. However, as previously stated, there were no cameras overlooking the parking lot, making it difficult to investigate. Drew's disappearance drew media attention, and as a result, a large number of people learned what had happened to her, many of whom resolved not to be indifferent to someone else's misfortune. In addition to police officers, more than 1,000 volunteers helped in the search for Drew. Officers from the FBI also joined the investigation. Drew's last phone call was traced to the small town of Fisher, Minnesota, which is only a 30-minute drive from the mall where she worked. As you can see on the map, the area surrounding these two towns is covered in fields. Police used helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, horses, and dogs to investigate these fields. The landowners were asked to inspect their properties themselves, but the results were inconclusive, and no leads were found at first. The search radius grew with each passing day, and 4 days later, an ominous discovery was made. A boot was discovered under a bridge in Crookston, and a roommate reported that Drew had left the house wearing those boots on the day she went missing. Forensic investigators confirmed that the shoe belonged to the missing girl. Crookston is a small town with fewer than 10,000 people. It is approximately 30 miles from Grand Forks where Drew vanished. Further searches in the Crookston area produced no results because there was nothing of investigative interest to be discovered. A $20,000 reward was initially offered for information that could help determine Drew's whereabouts, which was later increased to $140,000. At this point, the only clue that could lead to Drew was surveillance footage from Columbia Mall. The detectives sat down again to review hundreds of hours of footage from various cameras, but this time they decided to focus on Drew. They speculated that whoever abducted her may have been following her and appearing in the videos. The investigators spent hours watching the monitors before spotting the person who had piqued their interest. They noticed a man walking aimlessly through the mall. He didn't buy anything and appeared to be more interested in the people around him than in the merchandise for sale. At 3:41 p.m., he sat on a bench near the mall exit and watched people walk by. After about 10 minutes, he stood up from the bench and, wearing black gloves, walked out into the lobby, where he looked into a camera hanging overhead. This photograph was taken 72 minutes before Drew's conversation with her boyfriend was interrupted, and she vanished. Investigators noticed that the man only got up from his seat and walked away after a blonde woman passed him carrying a grocery cart and heading toward the parking lot. The detectives did not believe this was a coincidence. Rather, they believed that the man had chosen an appropriate victim and followed her. The woman's identity was unknown, but police were aware that only one person, Drew Stoden, had gone missing from the mall parking lot that day. Given the slight resemblance between Drew and the woman this suspicious man was following, it has been suggested that if the kidnapper was indeed this man, and if he had failed to kidnap this woman, his next target could have been Drew. She had left the mall around 5 p.m., when it was already dark, potentially giving the perpetrator an advantage. At this point in the investigation, the case involved 3 cities: Grand Forks, where Drew was kidnapped; Fisher, where her phone was last active; and Crookston, where the shoe was discovered. With this information in mind, the FBI began reviewing the records of all registered sex offenders from the cities and surrounding areas. When the photos in the files were compared to the image of the suspicious man from the mall, only one man met all of the criteria, and that was Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who had a lengthy criminal record of committing crimes against women. The 50-year-old man had spent the previous 23 years in prison. Rodriguez was the second oldest of 5 children, born in Laredo, Texas, in February 1953. 2 migrant workers, Dolores and Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., claimed to have had an unhappy childhood, describing his home life as unpleasant because his parents were harsh on him and unreasonable in their demands. His family moved from state to state for 15 years before settling in Crookston in 1963. Rodriguez became increasingly isolated as he grew up, exacerbated by language barriers. His preferred language was Spanish, and he struggled with English, which made school particularly difficult. He eventually dropped out of school in 9th grade and started working as a laborer at the American Crystal Sugar Company plant in Crookston. Rodriguez claimed that he was molested by older women in his youth, which he blamed for his hostility toward women. In October 1974, at the age of 21, he asked a woman for a ride home, but instead directed her to Crookston's driveway, where he grabbed her by the throat and attempted to force her to please him. The following month, he approached another woman sitting in a truck outside a Crookston movie theater. He threatened her with a knife and took her to a remote location in the countryside, where he forced her to have sex with him. Then in 1979, he attempted to kidnap a 69-year-old high school English teacher. While out walking in Crookston one night, the woman fought back as Rodriguez attempted to force her into his car. In a fit of rage, he stabbed her with a knife in her elbow and abdomen, but she managed to escape and flee to safety. The woman, who was artistically talented, was able to create a composite sketch of Rodriguez that closely resembled him, resulting in his capture. He was convicted of attempted kidnapping and aggravated assault and served a 23-year prison sentence before being released in May 2003. He had been released from prison 6 months before Drew disappeared and was classified as a third-degree sex offender, which meant he was at the highest risk of reoffending. Before being released from prison, Rodriguez and his family expressed their concerns to Minnesota Department of Corrections officials. Even his family feared that he was reverting to his old ways. Despite their fears, Alfonso was released after serving his full sentence. After his release, Rodriguez lived with his mother in Crookston, only a few miles from the bridge that should be recalled. Another disadvantage for Drew was the discovery of his shoe. The detectives decided to speak with Alfonso Rodriguez, who of course denied any involvement in Drew's disappearance. The man confirmed that he was at the Columbia Mall on the day she went missing, claiming that he had gone to the movie theater and seen the film once in Mexico. What he didn't realize was that no movie theaters in Grand Forks were showing the film that day. Police searched Rodriguez's car and realized with regret that Drew was most likely dead. At this point, it appears unlikely that we will find Drew alive. Grand Forks County Sheriff Dan Hill told reporters that he believes the mission is more of a recovery than a rescue at this time. Dark red dried stains were discovered in several locations inside Rodriguez's car, which forensics later determined to be Drew's blood drops. According to the affidavit, blood was found on the passenger side rear window, the back seat, and other areas of the passenger compartment. The blood did come back. It was a DNA match to Drew. The sheriff discovered a folding knife in the trunk that matched the sheath found in the parking lot next to Drew's car using DNA from his toothbrush. A receipt was also discovered, indicating that Rodriguez purchased this knife, complete with sheath, from a hardware store located several hundred yards from the parking lot where Drew vanished. Although Drew was not discovered alive or dead, investigators gathered sufficient evidence to charge Rodriguez. The man was arrested 8 days after she went missing on December 1, 2003. Rodriguez, who was imprisoned in Grand Forks, claimed he had no involvement in Drew's disappearance and refused to speak with law enforcement or provide information about her whereabouts, despite the evidence against him. During a brief bond hearing several days ago, bail for Rodriguez's release was set at a staggering $5 million. While he remained silent in custody, the search for Drew continued unabated, focusing on these 3 towns. The abundance of snow in the area made the searchers' work more difficult. This is an unprecedented move. During a press conference on December 9, the governors of North Dakota and Minnesota promised to help with the search for Drew by hiring several hundred National Guard members and other state employees. North Dakota Governor John Hoeven stated that Drew's disappearance has affected everyone in North Dakota, and Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty expressed his pride in the community's cooperation and collaboration with police officials. Despite all efforts, there were no results, and due to worsening weather conditions, the authorities decided to call off the search. In the spring, the intensive search continued. Those looking for Drew hoped to find her as the winter snow began to melt. After 5 months of searching, they were eager to get Drew home. Finally, on April 17, 2004, Drew's body was discovered. It lay in a field in Crookston, just a few miles from the bridge where the boot had been discovered. Drew's family was overcome with grief after learning of the heartbreaking discovery. Her father told reporters, "We were waiting for that call. And when that call came, we all stopped living for a moment. It was her parents' worst nightmare, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives." The field where the body was discovered had already been searched, but due to the large drifts, they were unable to locate it immediately. Drew was naked below the waist, making the motive for the crime clear. Her hands were tied behind her back, with a rope around her neck and a cut. Under the rope, there were remnants of a plastic bag, indicating that the bag had been placed over Drew's head and then tied around her neck with a rope. Hair matching Rodriguez's DNA was discovered on Drew's jacket. Before her death, the young woman had been brutally beaten and repeatedly stabbed. The medical examiner identified 3 possible causes of her death. It was either suffocation due to the cut on her neck or hypothermia, the third possible cause. After months of silence, Drew's family was finally able to say goodbye to her on April 24, 2004. The mourning ceremony was attended by approximately 1,500 people. North Dakota, where Drew was kidnapped, abolished the death penalty in 1975, and Minnesota, where the body was discovered, did not use it as a punishment either. However, because Drew had been transported across state lines, the crime was considered a federal crime, and thus the prosecutor's office had the authority to seek the death penalty against Rodriguez. On August 30, 2006, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was convicted in the Drew case, and the jury recommended that he be sentenced to death on February 8, 2007. During the hearing, Judge Ralph Erickson told the unconfessed Rodriguez that his senseless and violent actions made the jury's decision difficult. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. became North Dakota's first person sentenced to death in nearly a century. On June 28, 2013, after 6 years on death row, Rodriguez confessed to kidnapping and murdering Drupp. However, the story does not end here. Ralph Erickson, the district judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, became a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, and at the age of 21, he overturned his own conviction of Rodriguez and ordered a new sentencing phase. Rodriguez's guilt is beyond doubt, as evidenced by a variety of DNA tests. In this case, the death penalty is at issue. Erickson overturned the death sentence, citing, among other things, defense attorney's failure to properly examine Rodriguez's mental health and forensic expert Michael McGee's testimony, which the judge admitted misled him. This is the expert's testimony, which stated that Rodriguez violated Drew's sexual integrity within 24 to 36 hours of her abduction. There was no direct evidence to back up this claim, such as Rodriguez's seminal fluid on Drew's body. According to the judge, the expert expressed an opinion that was not supported by the facts, which misled the judge and influenced his decision. Nonetheless, in overturning the death sentence, Erickson noted that even in the absence of Rodriguez and his seminal fluid, the circumstances in which Drew's body was discovered, naked below the waist with her hands tied behind her back, indicated a sexually motivated crime. Judge Erickson stated that the failure to examine Rodriguez's mental health, both generally and at the time of his crime, violated his constitutional rights. After Rodriguez died, his sentence was overturned. The federal prosecutor's office issued a statement indicating that they would seek the death penalty for him again. However, 2 years later, in 2023, the prosecutors abandoned their plans and accepted Alfonso Rodriguez's death sentence, which was commuted to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The United States of America issued a statement to that effect through Max Schneider, United States Attorney for the District of North Dakota, withdrawing the notice of intent to seek a death sentence against defendant Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., which was filed on October 28, 2004. Schneider stated in a March 14 court filing that the United States will no longer seek the death penalty in this case. My thoughts today are with Drew Sjoden's family, especially her parents, Linda Walker and Alan Sjoden, sighed Schneider. They're genuinely good people and loving parents who, in the aftermath of an unimaginable loss, have worked closely with our office for nearly 2 decades. We continue to wish them the greatest level of peace possible. I'd also like to commend the trial team, which included former U.S. Attorney Drew Wrigley, as well as our office's appellate attorneys and support staff. They have consistently upheld the Department of Justice's high standards throughout the last 2 decades with their work on this tragic case. As a result of their efforts, Mr. Rodriguez has been convicted of murder and will remain so. The directive to withdraw the death notice has altered how the United States Attorney's Office will handle this case. What will not change is that Mr. Rodriguez will die in a federal prison. This case prompted changes in sex offender registration laws. On July 27, 2006, President George W. Bush signed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which included Drew's legislation. Drew's law changed the name of the National Sex Offender Public Registry to the Drew Sjoden National Sex Offender Public Website, which informs the public about the whereabouts of registered sex offenders across state, territory, and tribal boundaries. On June 22, 2013, it was announced that Alfonso Rodriguez had been transferred from a death row prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, to Coleman's high-security facility in Centerville, Florida. This appears to be his final resting place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. According to official statistics, over 10 million people go missing each year around the world. Approximately a third of them were discovered alive and unharmed. Almost half of them are discovered dead after a while due to accidents, and approximately 2 million people disappear without a trace each year. Even after years, the latter is rarely found alive or dead. Agnes Clavina's story received a lot of attention in the fall of 2014. When a young and very attractive woman who was having fun in a club with friends vanished into thin air, everyone who could have been involved appeared to avoid any responsibility. However, In 2023, 9 years after the tragedy, the case took an entirely unexpected turn. But let's get to the bottom of things. Who is Agnese Klavina? Our heroine was born on July 8, 1984, in the Latvian capital, Riga. She grew up in a normal family and is the youngest of her parents' 2 daughters. Greta, Agnese's own sister, was only a few years older than her, so the girls were always friendly and nearly inseparable. The parents worked hard to ensure that their daughters received a good education and had the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Agnese grew up to be a friendly, cheerful, and physically active young lady. She excelled in school, participated in sports, and had a large social circle. She aspired to combine her profession with tourism or entertainment because she enjoyed traveling and knew how to plan the perfect leisure time. Furthermore, Agnese had a bright appearance and a stunning figure, which drew men's attention and compliments. From a young age, the girl has had a large number of admirers who constantly draw her attention. Agnes worked in the service industry for a while after graduating from school, while also taking language classes and studying to be a tourism manager. At the age of 20, she decided to relocate from her native Latvia to the foggy Albion and settle in London. She believed that here she would have more opportunities to realize her full potential and talents. Her parents and older sister sincerely supported her decision. Soon after the move, the beautiful blonde met a young man named Michael Mills. He was 8 years older than Agnese's, had a good education, ran his own thriving business, opened a small movie theater and entertainment complex, and was widely regarded as a successful man. He and Agnes quickly discovered a common language and began dating. Michael wooed Agnese beautifully and presented her with expensive gifts. They traveled together and made long-term plans for the future. The couple was genuinely in love and happy. It appeared that they would live a long and prosperous life. Agnes's closest friends recall that this was her first true love. She seemed to glow in the presence of her chosen one, and she hoped to become his lawful wife soon. In 2014, Klavina was offered a 3-month contract as an administrator at one of Marbella's largest and most popular nightclubs. Naturally, this job entailed a temporary relocation to another country, but the ambitious and purposeful young woman refused to pass up this opportunity. Michael couldn't give up everything and traveled to Spain with his beloved because of his job, but he wasn't opposed to her signing the contract. For Agnese, it was an excellent opportunity to try herself in a new field of activity, gain valuable experience, and possibly advance and develop in this direction. It should be noted that Marbella is one of the most well-known and attractive resorts on the Mediterranean coast. Here come vacationers from all over the world, mostly wealthy people looking to have fun and spend money. Here, you can frequently meet show business stars, as well as famous athletes and businessmen. Klavina, who has always been sociable, enjoyed working in such an environment before moving. She visited her family in Latvia and informed them that she had signed a 3-month employment contract. She also announced another piece of good news. After returning to England, she and Michael intended to marry. Dad, mother, and sister were genuinely happy for Agnese and wished her luck. Agnese arrived in sunny Spain in late May 2014, having packed only the necessities for 1 season. Her lover remained in London, but they spoke on the phone and via video link every day, telling each other about everything that was going on in their lives. Klavina actively maintained her pages on various popular social media platforms, where she shared daily photos, short videos, and stories. She had a large number of followers who closely followed her activities and work. Agnese clearly led an interesting, busy, and enjoyable life. After her employment contract expired, Agnes decided to stay in Spain for a few more months. It was the beginning of the velvet season at the resort, and this was a good time to make money. She consulted with her boyfriend, who supported her and promised to pay her a visit for a few days because they hadn't seen each other in a long time and missed each other a lot. Agnese almost immediately secured a position as a hostess at a high-end restaurant and renewed her lease. Michael paid her a visit in September, as one would expect. They were having fun planning their upcoming wedding and deciding where to go on honeymoon. Less than a week later, the young man returned to London, and Agnes had another month of work in Spain before flying to England to see her lover and visit her relatives in Latvia. Unfortunately, these plans did not come to fruition. On September 6, Agnese and her friends visited one of the region's popular nightclubs, the Costa del Sol. She had called her fiancé a few hours before, and he was aware of her plans and did not object to Agnes having fun with her friends. The young people had a good time together and took pictures, which Agnes posted on her online profile that night. According to those who saw her that fateful night, the bright blonde was dressed in a stunning short dress and carrying a small white clutch handbag. When the friends were about to leave in the morning, Agnes mentioned that she would stay a little longer and then take a cab. She was always serious and responsible, and Agnes hadn't drank much, so her companions had no reason to be concerned. When the friends said goodbye and left, Clavina was talking to a man who had bought her a cocktail and was clearly trying to win Agnes's favor. After that night, Clavina was never seen again, alive or dead. It appeared that she had simply vanished into the crowded nightclub. No one could remember when or with whom the blonde left the establishment or where she went afterwards. Agnes did not show up for work the next day, and when we attempted to contact her, we discovered that her phone had been turned off. Colleagues and friends were the first to alert authorities, but the police were slow to respond to their missing persons report. In the evening, a concerned Michael called his mother, Agnes, and explained that he had been unable to contact his fiancée all day, which had never occurred before. The next day, Agnes, his parents, and his fiancée attempted to contact the Spanish police to report his disappearance. They were told, however, that the relatives must file such a report in person. Otherwise, it will not be considered. Following these words, Michael and Kevin's family boarded the next flight to Marbella. Finally, the family filed a missing persons report only 5 days after Agnes vanished without a trace. The first thing checked was Agnes's rented apartment, but it appeared that the owner had left for a while and would return soon. Documents, money, and a few expensive pieces of jewelry were in their proper places. The refrigerator was stocked with prepared food, and on the bed were several outfits from which Agnes had chosen to wear to the club on her final night. Clavina had clearly not been in her apartment since the day she went out with her friends. Her phone was turned off. She had stopped posting on social media, and she had not responded to any messages. The police only began investigating the disappearance at that point, but valuable time had already been lost. Agnes's friends and family began to distribute flyers throughout the city featuring her photo and requests for assistance in the search. The story was also covered by the media and aired on television news shows. Agnes's pictures appeared on the front pages of local newspapers. The police discovered the first leads and clues after reviewing footage from CCTV cameras located both inside and outside the entertainment venue. However, there were some issues with this because all of the files had already been erased by that point, and the police had to seek assistance from specialists to restore them, but their efforts were not in vain. And one of the recordings made by a camera located at the exit to the parking lot shows Agnes leaving the club with a man around 6 o'clock in the morning, indicating that she does not have free will. This final footage, which showed Clavina alive, was to be studied in depth, but the closer the experts looked, the more frightening they appeared. Agnes was being led by a man of large stature, and it was clear that she was walking with him under duress because he was holding her tightly around the waist. Agnes appeared terrified, attempted to flee several times, and said something emotional, but her companion persisted in leading her to the parking lot, where he literally forced her into his tinted window Mercedes A63. When the big man pushed her into the cabin, another man was already inside. While the first man approached the driver's seat, Agnes managed to open the car door and attempted to get out and escape. But at that moment, the doorman standing next to her approached, and the driver gestured and said something. The doorman pushed Agnes back into the car, and the driver handed him something, presumably a cash reward for his help. Agnes's phone was turned off about 6 minutes after she got in the car and never turned back on again. It was also impossible to track the vehicle's subsequent movements, because there were no CCTV cameras along the way. It was clear that the men inside the cabin were the last to contact the missing beauty. Surprisingly, the case was treated with strict secrecy from the start. Everyone involved in the investigation signed non-disclosure agreements, and not only was information kept from the press, but Agnes and his loved ones were rarely given any information. For the first few months, parents and fiancés were kept in the dark. They were only told that the investigation was ongoing and that it was too early to make any conclusions. But, given that Agnes had not revealed any information about herself during this time, there was little hope that she was still alive. Michael gave interviews on a regular basis, asking for help in finding his fiancée. However, no one ever responded to his requests. Only 6 months later, the relatives were shown the exact footage from the club cameras, as well as the names of the 3 men who had last contacted Agnès. The large man who had forcibly removed the young woman from the club and pushed her into the car was identified as Wesley Capper, the son of a well-known British millionaire and a very powerful individual. In the car's passenger compartment sat his longtime friend Craig Porter, who had no particular occupation and was frequently on the police radar. The third was a dark-skinned doorman named Sion. During interrogation, Husman Porter and Husman stated unequivocally that they were innocent and that Agnès had voluntarily entered the car. According to Capper, he and a friend saw the lovely blonde in a club and approached her to get acquainted. She was allegedly already drunk, contradicting her friend's testimony, but she did not refuse a drink when they offered her one. Wesley then proposed that the party continue at his luxurious country house, which Agnès had already agreed to in the car. Agnès allegedly changed her mind about attending Wesley's private party and asked to be dropped off in the middle of the road, claiming she would take a cab to her house. The man claimed to have dropped the passenger off at the requested location, which was an unlit stretch of road with no CCTV cameras. But Craig Porter couldn't confirm or deny Wesley Capper's words because, according to his confession, he was also very drunk and didn't know when or how Agnès was in their car. Furthermore, he stated that he fell asleep as soon as they drove away from the parking lot, and when he awoke, the young woman had left the cabin. The third suspect, doorman Sion Guzman, also stated that Agnès Clavina was intoxicated but could not answer the question of whether she had entered the car voluntarily. He did, however, confirm that when the car touched down, the blonde opened the door and nearly fell out while driving. The doorman then slammed the door at the driver's request, earning a substantial tip when asked if he thought it was strange that the woman tried to escape by jumping out of the car while walking. Kimos Main stated that he did not believe it was an escape attempt. He believes she may have opened the door by accident while intoxicated. He also stated that Agnès did not scream or ask for assistance. The video clearly showed Wesley Capper forcing Agnès the car while holding her by the waist and wrist. Wesley's defense was that Agnès was dizzy, and he was holding her down to prevent her from falling. Sometime later, another curious, strange, and frightening video was discovered during the investigation in Sotogrande, in the south of Spain, near the port of Puerto. The luxury yacht of John Capper, a millionaire and the father of one of the suspects, was more than just there. The footage from September 10, 4 days after Agnès' disappearance, shows Wesley, Craig, and 2 other men boarding the yacht. They were carrying a large suitcase and a rolled-up carpet, which appeared to be quite heavy based on the footage. A few days later, the company returned to the port of Puerto do Caixa without any luggage. After seeing the footage, Capper claimed that he and his friends had sailed to Ibiza for fun. He claimed that the suitcase contained their belongings, and that what the investigation mistook for a carpet was bedding, which led to the location where everything ended up. He couldn't explain. A thorough search of Wesley's yard and automobile produced no results. It turned out that both had been cleaned and dry cleaned, removing any traces of DNA. However, long blonde hair was discovered in the car's trunk, but its origin could not be determined because this crucial evidence mysteriously vanished during the investigation. The prosecution revealed another intriguing detail during the trial. A few hours after Agnès was in the defendant's car, Capper called 911 several times, but each time he dropped the call without waiting for an answer, as if he was afraid or doubted the correctness of his actions. The man explained that he was drunk and made the calls at random. The Clavina family's lawyers stated that Agnès was long dead and that her body was resting somewhere on the seabed, possibly in the suitcase that the suspects had brought aboard the yacht. Furthermore, he believed that the case had been deliberately delayed, giving the criminals plenty of time to dispose of all evidence that could prove their guilt. Captain Porter and Guzman were left in the dark just 1.5 years after Agnès went missing. They were accused of keeping Agnès against her will and forcing her into a car. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, there was nothing else to charge them with. Furthermore, the millionaire and his friend were granted bail and quietly left the courtroom. Agnès and his relatives were understandably outraged, but the judge refused to back down. The 3 men were only tried again in 2019. Almost 5 years after Agnès' disappearance, they continued to deny their guilt, claiming that Clavina had entered the car of her own free will. The prosecutor asked that the doorman be considered an accomplice to the crime because he assisted the defendants in driving the victim away. Guzman could have been sentenced to 5 years in prison for his actions. In response, he delivered a fiery speech in which he claimed that he was one of the suspects because of the color of his skin, as well as a lack of funds to hire a good lawyer because all of his earnings go to a starving family in Africa. Capper and Porter's lawyers argued that their clients were only guilty of persuading Agnes C. to get into the car, not forcing her to do so. According to them, the young woman was dropped off on the road as she had requested, but while she was waiting for a cab to take her home, she could have been kidnapped and killed by third parties because Agnes C. was drunk and unable to resist. The judge's decision surprised and angered the relatives of the missing young woman because none of the defendants were punished at all. Guzman was cleared of all charges. Capper received a 2-year sentence for taking advantage of Agnes's drunken state to persuade her to get into his car, while Porter received a 6-month sentence for complicity. In reality, the men received suspended sentences and did not serve a single day in prison, but they paid Agnes C. and his family a ridiculous sum of £10,000 sterling in compensation. Blevins' family was discouraged by the decision and filed an appeal. Then, while waiting for the court's decision, both defendants in the case broke the law again. Capper, who was heavily intoxicated with alcohol and drugs, killed a woman and fled the scene. Porter and his friend also drunkenly stole a car after beating the owner to a pulp. Despite this serious crime, Capper was only sentenced to probation, thanks to his lawyer's brilliant defense. He paid a large sum of money in compensation to the family of the woman who was killed under his car's wheels, while he remained at large. Porter was less fortunate this time, and he was still sentenced to jail. However, there is no public information about the sentence he received. In 2021, almost 7 years after Agnes's disappearance, the primary suspect in the case was sentenced. Wesley had been living an immoral lifestyle all along, abusing alcohol and illegal substances, which had seriously harmed his health. At the height of the COVID pandemic, he found himself in a hospital bed, and just when he thought he had overcome the disease, he suffered a stroke. Capper died on July 26, 2021, aged 44. Agnes's parents filed another appeal at the time, but the suspect can no longer be prosecuted because he died, regardless of what the Supreme Court decides in this difficult case 9 years later. Agnes Clavina was never found dead or alive, but she was presumed dead at some point. Her parents, sister, and fiancé agreed with the lawyer's version that the criminals had placed Agnes's body in a suitcase, which was then loaded onto a yacht and dumped somewhere on the high seas, making it impossible to find. However, in the summer of 2023, 9 years after Agnes vanished without a trace, the investigation took an unexpected turn. So, in mid-June, a gardener at one of the Costa del Sol's elite golf clubs, Kita, discovered a strange object near the coast that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be an old, badly damaged suitcase. The man did not dare to open it himself and contacted the police. Police discovered human remains inside the suitcase. The examination revealed that the bones discovered belonged to a young woman who died around 25-35 years old. Furthermore, it was discovered that the suitcase containing the body had been submerged in water for approximately 10 years before being brought to shore. After reviewing all of the evidence, the police hypothesized that the body discovered belonged to Agnes Clavina, who vanished 9 years ago. To establish this unequivocally, a number of tests are required to compare Agnes's DNA to the remains discovered at the moment. Experts are working closely on this issue, but the investigation's findings have not yet been made public. If the suspicions are confirmed, the case will be reopened, and the remaining suspects will face trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in 2019 in the English town of Yarm. Yarm is a small town in North Yorkshire with a population of about 10,000 people. Luke Jobson was on his way home from a fun night out with friends in the Keys. But things didn't go as planned. A chance encounter permanently altered his and his family's lives. His disappearance sparked an incredible response from the Teesside community, who banded together to help find the popular 22-year-old. Unfortunately, the search was in vain. Luke's death devastated a close-knit community, and tributes were paid to him from all over Teesside, as well as from the worlds of sports and entertainment. Luke, who attended St. Patrick's Comprehensive and Harewood primary schools in Thornaby, was months away from becoming an electrical and mechanical engineer. Following 4 years of study and an apprenticeship, he was a handsome and popular man who excelled in sports. Luke used to play football for Thornaby Central, where he was a center forward. One coach referred to him as the fastest thing on 2 legs. His father, Stuart, also described his love of clothes and looking his best, adding that he would always tell me if my shirt had a crease in it. He took pride in his appearance. He adored his clothes, and he was spotless. If I wanted to go anywhere with him, he would inspect me thoroughly. He was proud of his physical appearance, but he was also beautiful on the inside. He was a very genuine person. On Saturday, January 26, 2019, Luke and his friends visited one of Yarm's most popular nightclubs, the Keys. As previously stated, Yarm is a small town, and the only nightlife available was on the High Street, where the Keys still work today. As you can see, the street is quite busy. There are numerous establishments here. Luke was at the Keys on Saturday night, but he never got home. His parents attempted to call him on Sunday morning, but the young man did not answer. Furthermore, none of his friends knew where he could be. His family issued an urgent appeal on Facebook, and dozens of people joined the search for him. The first official word that police were looking for Luke came later on Sunday. According to a Cleveland police spokeswoman, Luke has not returned home or communicated with family or friends, and they are extremely concerned because this is unusual for him. Police have asked members of the public for private CCTV or dashcam footage from the area. Shortly before Luke Jobson went missing, the police became aware of a possible conflict involving him. According to reports on social media, he got into a fight with several people. All this occurred around 2 a.m. in front of the nightclub. The last time anyone saw him was around 2:15 a.m. near Yarm School. The police, of course, began investigating this information, but the priority at the time was the search for the missing young man. Luke's girlfriend, Donnie Ord, made a desperate plea on social media, claiming she was going through a nightmare and begging anyone with information to report it. Luke's cousin Jake appealed to all concerned individuals on Facebook for assistance in the search. He wrote, "Surely someone knows where Luke is. He can't simply disappear." The final scene involves running away from a gang of lads on Yarm High Street. On Sunday, friends and family began looking for Luke near the river in Yarm, a search that quickly grew into a large-scale operation. On a bitterly cold Monday morning, hundreds of people gathered in the Yarm School parking lot to help with the search. Many people did not know Luke personally, but the response to a Facebook appeal demonstrated Teesside at its best. Cars full of people slowly entered the park. Many others arrived on foot, dressed warmly for winter, ready to do whatever it took. In the end, over 300 people came to help. In total, 18 large groups searched areas as far away as Preston Park, Stokesley, Cotham and Early Nick and Hilton. Specialist police search teams also scoured the banks of the Tees near Yarm School, but at 1 p.m., everyone involved in the search learned the devastating news that everyone feared. Despite the heroic efforts of emergency personnel and Luke's family and friends, the search ended tragically. They canceled the search after police discovered a body in the river. OT's Cleveland police said a body discovered in the river at Yarm by officers searching for missing Luke Jobson has been confirmed as that of the 22-year-old. Our thoughts are with Luke's family and friends during this difficult time, and specially trained officers will continue to support them. Following Luke's death, his parents, Lisa Jobson and Stuart Banks, paid a moving tribute to their son. They described him as a popular and ambitious young man who adored the gym. Lisa, his heartbroken mother, said, "Me and his father are very proud we created someone like him. I could not have asked for a better son. We want to celebrate everything he has accomplished and who he is. We want everyone to remember him for good." Luke's death triggered a phenomenal outburst of emotion on Tees' side. Tributes from friends and loved ones flooded social media as people were heartbroken by his unexpected death. On Tuesday evening, a large crowd gathered in Yarm to observe a vigil in his memory. Everyone lit candles and added ribbons to their social media profiles to commemorate his passing. Nearly 1,000 people attended the vigil, and the family expressed their gratitude for the public's assistance in the days following Luke's disappearance. The gathering featured a fireworks display and the crowd singing Robbie Williams' Angels. People left a large number of ribbons, balloons, and flowers in his memory near the site of his death. Pop star Robbie Williams was among those who paid tribute, tweeting, "Luke Jobson, rest in peace, Brother X." Furthermore, football matches were held in Luke's memory to raise funds for the charities chosen by his family. Danny, Luke's girlfriend, added that she was living a nightmare after his death. In a heartfelt tribute on Instagram, she wrote, "Nothing will ever take away my pain. The most gentle, loving, and well-liked boy I've had the pleasure of being with is trying so hard to be strong, but it feels like I'm still in a dream and haven't woke up. Thank you for all your memories. I'll make you proud. You were just too good for this world. I always love you, Luke." When investigating Luke's death, the police interviewed a large number of people, including those who were in a nightclub that night. Soon after, the police obtained CCTV footage which confirmed earlier reports of a conflict between Luke and other guys that night. Let us take a look at this recording. Luke wears gray t-shirts and white sneakers. You can see how several aggressively inclined people begin walking in his direction after he says something to someone. Everything ends with Luke fleeing and several people pursuing him. Almost immediately after Luke's disappearance, word spread that he died as a result of a confrontation. While speculation about what happened spread on social media, the police only mentioned reports of an altercation prior to his disappearance. Initially, they arrested 6 teenagers, 3 boys aged 16 and 3 aged 18 on suspicion of killing Luke Jobson. They soon released everyone, and the detectives resumed their investigation. The case's new development did not occur until January of the following year. Cleveland police said 5 people between the ages of 17 and 20 had been charged with using or threatening unlawful violence, but not taking Luke's life, and would appear in court soon. One of the teenagers, a 17-year-old who has since turned 18, has never been publicly identified due to age-related legal restrictions. The 4 others include Edwin Taha, 20, who refused to admit he started the fight. Ryan Alpay, 19, denied that there was a fight, as did Ali Abdulmajid, 19, who refused to admit his guilt, and Hamid Asif, 18, who also denied that there was a fight. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate his image. According to reports, Edwin Taha is the gang's leader in England and Wales. The law states that a person is guilty of fray if he uses or threatens unlawful violence against another, and his conduct is such as to cause a person of reasonable firmness present at the scene to fear for his safety. If 2 or more people use or threaten unlawful violence, their combined conduct must be considered for the purposes of subsections 1 and 3. For the purposes of this section, words alone cannot constitute a threat. Given what we see on the video, particularly Luke running away, there is no doubt that he was concerned about his safety. And, as we'll see later, the threats against him weren't just verbal. However, before we can learn more about the events that led up to Luke Jobson's death, we must first understand what caused the conflict that night. However, there is no definitive answer to this question because none of the suspects responded. It is also unclear where Luke's friends, with whom he had attended a nightclub, were at the time of the argument. The recording made available by the police does not answer this question. Based on what we see in this recording, we can assume Luke did not intend to leave the club. After all, he is dressed in a t-shirt. His jacket was inside the establishment. Police released footage showing Luke confronting the gang before being forced to flee for his life. His superior athleticism enabled him to outrun his pursuers. That might have been the end of it. However, Taha and the other future defendants returned to the nightclub, got into the Abdul-Majid Volkswagen Golf, and met up with Luke near the school. They got out of the car, and Taha sprayed Luke's face with an unknown substance, most likely pepper spray. It caused him to lose his vision, attempting to escape. Luke climbed over the wall and entered the Yarm school grounds. Their CCTV cameras caught him as he entered the boathouse. Unfortunately, no one ever saw Luke again, a man who cherished life and strived to be the best he could be. So, after Taha pepper sprayed Luke's face, the gang got back in their car and drove away. It's unclear if Luke knew where he was going. But, given that he did not attend this school, and that the tear gas had left him disoriented, it is unlikely that he knew where he was going. If this is the case, he may have fallen into the water while inside. Let me remind you that these events occurred in January, when the water in the river was extremely cold. According to the police, only Luke entered the boathouse that night. Luke never got out of there. 2 days later, police discovered his body in the water near the school. The young man died due to drowning. As previously stated, all of the suspects have refused to admit guilt. None of them were in custody before the trial began. They released Edwin Taha on bail. Edwin Taha and Ali Abdolmajid changed their minds and admitted fault in the fight. During the first court hearing on September 28, 2020, pathologist Dr. Nigel Cooper and Dr. Jennifer Bolton performed an autopsy and announced the findings during the trial. The toxicology report revealed that Luke had consumed alcohol prior to his death. The amount he drank was likely to cause obvious signs of intoxication in an average social drinker. Furthermore, they discovered traces of a prohibited substance that he had consumed some time before his death. The court heard that having alcohol and a banned substance in his system would have made him more vulnerable to the effects of hypothermia. There were no injuries that contributed to his death, and no injuries that suggested an assault had occurred. He also had no natural diseases that caused his death. There was also no sign of inflammation in his eyes. The report stated that there was no pathological evidence that he had been sprayed with a substance prior to his death. Witnesses, however, confirmed that Luke had been pepper sprayed and was having difficulty walking and seeing. The inquest also heard how Taha returned to the high street and boasted to onlookers that he had pepper sprayed Luke. During the inquest, Senior Coroner Claire Bailey determined that Luke was rendered unconscious by the use of pepper spray. The court announced its decision in October 2020. Lisa Jobson fought back tears as she read a statement in Teesside Crown Court. Miss Jobson compared the gang that surrounded her son before chasing him through Yarm High Street to a pack of wolves when asked whether young criminals face justice for their actions on the night her 22-year-old son Luke died. She stated that Luke was loved, cared for, and protected from the day he was born. He was our world and our only boy. We couldn't have asked for a better son. We were really close. He was loving, caring, and beautiful on the inside and outside. He warmed the hearts of everyone he knew because he was kind, gentle, and genuine. He walked into a room and lit it up. He had good friends from various backgrounds and cultures, all of whom were good people. He had no nasty bones in his body. He enjoyed life. He was upbeat and always strived to do his best in everything he did. He was constantly anticipating events and making plans. We miss Luke every minute of the day. The pain we experience never goes away. Our lives have been destroyed, and we will never be the same again. This should never have occurred. Luke was 22 years old when his life was cut short. His life was only beginning. That night, in that car, you were all out to hurt Luke, and he was fleeing for his life. He was alone, scared, and vulnerable. You all behaved like a pack of wolves hunting him down. I knew Luke was attempting to flee from safety. He was heading to his aunt's house, and you all prevented that from happening by getting to him in that car. You understand exactly what you did. When you sprayed our boy's eyes and face, causing Luke pain and suffering, you were completely evil. We'll never forget what Luke had to go through that night. None of you have had the courage to admit what you have done to our son. Knowing your faces, or the last faces of terror our son had to see on this earth, is a living hell, and the fact that he could not flee safely is torture. We wish someone could take away all of our pain and bring Luke back, but no one can. We're angry, sad, and bitter. You've transformed us into something completely different from what Luke stood for. Whatever happens to each one of you will never be enough. I, Luke's father, and his sister will be serving life sentences. At the trial, Abdul-Majid's lawyer stated that his client was unaware that Taha was carrying pepper spray. He stated that his plea is based on the fact that he was unaware that his co-accused possessed pepper spray. Only one person in the dark realized they had a weapon, and it wasn't Mr. Abdul-Majid. He had not expected the victim to be assaulted with a weapon. During the hearing, his lawyer stated that his client had a difficult childhood, but can that be an excuse? His lawyer claimed he made the wrong decisions. On that night, something was said that sparked everything. It doesn't matter because what happened should never have occurred. He acknowledges this through me today. The lawyer defending Taha, John Nixon, told the court that his client and his brother had arrived in the UK from France when he turned 4 years old. He couldn't speak any English. He stated that when he was 10 years old, their mother abandoned them to return to France, and they were placed with a foster family. In Stockton, Judge Howard Krause informed the couple that neither of them was legally liable for Luke's death. However, if he had not been chased down Yarm High Street, he would not have entered Yarm High School or the boathouse, nor would he have drowned in the River Tees. On October 30th, 2020, Edwin Taha, 20, was sentenced to 21 months in prison after pleading guilty to a fray. He was also sentenced to an additional 4 years and 4 months in prison on drug charges. A second man, 19-year-old Ali Abdul-Majid from Corvus, Dr. Stockton, admitted to fray. The court imposed a 15-month sentence with an 18-month suspension. He admitted to driving the car that pursued Luke at Teesside Crown Court. The court also ordered Abdul-Majid to complete 300 hours of unpaid work. Following the hearing at Teesside Crown Court, the senior investigating officer, Temporary Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Robinson, stated that a police investigation revealed that an altercation occurred on Yarm High Street before Luke was pursued by a group of males in a vehicle. When these men caught up with him, Luke was sprayed in the eyes with a noxious substance, which had a negative impact on him. Whatever the intentions of the males who pursued Luke that evening, his family is now without their beloved son and brother, and the impact on his entire family is immeasurable. Nothing can ever bring Luke back. However, now that the criminal case has been concluded, we hope that this brings some sort of closure for his family and that they can now look forward to moving on with their lives. The prosecution dropped charges against 19-year-old Ryan Alpay. Hamada Asif is 18 years old. To conclude, I'll quote Chris Atkinson of the Crown Prosecution Service. Following the sentencing in October 2020, Chris Atkinson stated that, while Taha and Abdul-Majid have been sentenced for these charges, our thoughts are with Luke Jobson's family, who will undoubtedly face a particularly difficult time. While we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that both men had an affair with Luke prior to his death, there is no evidence linking their actions to the tragic events that occurred following their attack. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home. Although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind, when they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, he appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car, while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacto's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacto's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacto rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacto had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacto confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacto murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, it remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacto after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacto died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacto's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 9:42 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacto did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about 1.5 miles from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacto confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacto was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacto was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacto told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is set in the Netherlands in 2018. Donnie Odegaard, a Minnesota resident, was alarmed to see a police officer on her doorstep. A terrible sense of déjà vu overcame her at that moment, transporting her mentally back 3 years. She immediately realized the officer's visit was related to her 21-year-old daughter, Sarah. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota. She was the second child of Donnie Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. Josh was the family's oldest child. He and Sarah were very friendly, and their close relationship grew stronger as they got older. When Sarah was in 2nd grade, her family relocated from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she also played drums in the school band. Sarah was passionate about music in general, and drums in particular. She was an accomplished drummer who regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at reading venues. Sarah not only stood out for her drumming abilities, but she was also one of the few female drummers performing on stage. Sarah moved back to Minnesota with her mother and brother when she was 18 years old. By this point, her parents had divorced. She went on to play drums in various Minnesota venues before meeting famous blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison through music. He was impressed by Sarah's performance, and she began to occasionally attend his concerts. By the age of 19, Sarah had become a local celebrity among blues fans, and her stunningly wide smile earned her the nickname Ronald McDonald. Josh was deeply hurt by his parents' divorce. He had been dealing with depression and mental health issues for several years. Nobody close to the guy at the time could have predicted how it would all end. It was February 2016. On a seemingly ordinary day, Donnie heard a knock on the door and opened it to find police officers on the doorstep, asking Josh Pappenheim who she was. The woman responded that she was his mother, and the officer broke the sad news that divided her life into before and after, at the age of 20. Josh ended his own life. His death was a devastating blow to his loved ones. Donnie later recalled crying so much that her tear ducts dried up. Josh's obituary still contains a message from her in which he promises to love her son forever. Sarah and Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his departure, as well as the fact that her brother chose to die rather than allow the pain to consume her. Sarah decided to study psychology so that she could help people with mental health issues in the future. She had long been in contact with a man named Nico Carson. Sarah decided to travel to the Netherlands, where the guy lived. She enrolled at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she started studying psychology. Nico assisted Sarah in coping with her brother's death, with her studies and in general, as a native speaker in any way he could. Sarah's love of music persisted even as she focused on her studies at work. She wrote to Bernard Allison, with whom she had previously performed on stage and maintained a friendship, that she had nearly saved enough money to purchase the drum kit she had desired for so long. Bernard Allison and his band went on a European tour in January 2017. Sarah arrived at Allison's performance in Germany on January 30th, her 20th birthday, with Nico, and as soon as Bernard noticed her, he called her to the stage. After wishing her a happy birthday, he invited Sarah to sit at the drum kit and participate in a performance, just like the good old days. This recording was made on that same day. Sarah lived on the 3rd floor of a complex in Rotterdam, about a mile from the university. 2018 was coming to an end, and she wanted to spend Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled to take place a week before New Year's Eve, but on December 12th, everything changed. Donnie Odegaard saw a police officer on her doorstep, as she had in 2016 when her son died. When the officer began questioning her about her daughter, the woman's legs shook. She knew in her heart what was being said. She couldn't believe it had happened again. When the officer realized Sarah Pappenheim's mother was in front of him, he broke the news to her daughter had died. Dunny lost consciousness after hearing these words. She has 2 children. Her son died when he was 20, and she has now also lost her daughter. Sarah was 21 years old. As previously stated, the girl lived in a 3rd-floor complex populated primarily by students. Sarah had rented an apartment there for the past year and shared it with another student, who was also a double bass player. Sarah Joel Schelling was a talented musician, and music was their common ground. Sarah was a very outgoing person who was always smiling, unlike her roommate. Joe's only friend was Sarah. Even though he had a temper and occasionally quarreled with her, Sarah did not want to abandon him with his problems and relocate to another apartment because she remembered what had happened to her brother. She told her mother that she could always calm Joel down when he became angry at someone. However, over time, the situation deteriorated. Sarah wrote to her friend Adam in Wisconsin 6 days before she died, saying she was afraid of her roommate because he had threatened to physically eliminate 3 people he didn't like. Sarah wrote, "I have to go to the police." Sarah had called her mother a few days before her death and informed her that her roommate's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. Dunny instructed her daughter to look for another place to live right away and to stay as far away from Joel as possible until she moved out. Sarah and Joel's next-door neighbors called the police on Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m. after hearing them fight loudly, and Sarah screamed in horror. When the police arrived and entered the apartment, they discovered Sarah unconscious on the floor, with multiple stab wounds all over her body. Unfortunately, attempts to resuscitate her failed and she died. Her roommate was not present. Apparently, he had fled, and the police began looking for him. Interviewing neighbors from the same floor, officers discovered that Joel Schelling had left the apartment in a hurry, carrying a double bass with him. This musical instrument is of imposing size, so it was highlighted in the description sent out less than 2 hours after the crime occurred. Joel Schelling, 23, was arrested at the Eindhoven train station, approximately 60 miles from Rotterdam. His parents lived in Eindhoven, and he was on his way to see them. He called his mother while on the train and confessed to her that he had killed Sarah. The judge arrested him for 14 days. During that time, it was determined whether Schelling had any mental disorders. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy discovered 27 stab wounds on Sarah's body, including several in the neck, abdomen, and back. Donny Odegaard left for the Netherlands just 2 days after her daughter died. She had to make a decision about returning Sarah's body to her home country. People who cared for the family assisted them in raising $40,000, which was necessary. Donny's first question was whether Sarah had contacted the police to report that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted law enforcement. She did, however, contact social workers who assist people who are experiencing psychological difficulties. The social workers paid Schelling a visit and got the impression that he was normal because he answered all of the questions calmly and directly. The next day, Sarah was once again forced to contact social services. Schelling became enraged and began beating himself with a hammer, claiming that he would soon have to kill several people. Sarah was afraid Joe would find out that she was the one who had sent the social workers to ask him. The specialists did not have time to respond to Sarah's second request, as she had already passed away. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Pappenheim's death. He admitted his guilt but said he did not remember taking her life. According to him, he remembered how they began to fight. And then, when he came, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The hearing in the case began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Dunny Odegaard, flew to each hearing, where she could only understand what the participants were saying with the help of an interpreter. At the trial, Schelling stated that he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked him if the voices had ordered him to fight with Sarah, he replied that he did not know and could not remember. He also said he did not remember what he and Sarah began fighting about. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, experts said Schelling suffered from various disorders and needed long-term treatment, and at the same time, they concluded that he should be held responsible for taking Sarah Pappenheim's life. The medics reasoned that Schelling remembered the beginning of the fight and scuffle with Sarah and could have made a choice to stop or to grab the knife. He chose the latter and should be punished. The prosecutor demanded 10 years in prison for the defendant, but the judge in Rotterdam sentenced Schelling to 6 years in prison, followed by indefinite imprisonment in a psychiatric hospital. The court went on to explain that it rejected the prosecution's argument for 10 years in prison because of the suspect's relatively young age and his extreme diminished capacity when he took the victim's life. The suspect cannot therefore be fully blamed for the proven fact. Upon sentencing, the court released a detailed statement explaining that, considering the severity and unpredictability of the crime as well as the serious psychological disorders of the suspect, the court deems recidivism of a violent crime very likely because the suspect suffers from chronic disorders that require prolonged treatment and guidance in a clinical setting. It characterized the psychiatric detention as a punitive measure for Schelling, who has said he's willing to participate in treatment for depression and other disorders. He will remain held under treatment until the court, which will review his status every 2 years, determines if he is well enough to be released. The court also ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Dunny Odegaard was furious at the sentence, saying this is not justice. Schelling was expecting a minimum of 10 years in America. The woman said Schelling would have faced life imprisonment or capital punishment so that he would never have the opportunity to do something like this again. She also expressed concern that after just 4 years, Schelling could be released from prison on parole, promising to do everything in our power to keep him behind bars as long as possible. There was also an investigation into the social workers Sarah had called in, and it was concluded that they could not be blamed because they were not competent enough to determine the disorders that Schelling was diagnosed with. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story takes place in the year 2020. Marilyn Levesque, 22, was found dead with multiple stab wounds. Her death sparked a massive public outcry, with many demanding that Canadian authorities explain how this could have occurred. Marilyn was born in 1997 to Corinne Levesque and Franz Goulet, who split up shortly after her birth. Her friends described her as kind, outgoing, and always friendly. Originally from Chicoutimi, Marilyn spent some of her childhood with her mother and some in foster homes. Chicoutimi is one of 3 municipalities that make up the Sanguine metropolitan area in Quebec, Canada. She left her hometown for Quebec at the age of 17 and returned after breaking up with her boyfriend. She began commuting between the 2 cities, working in the capital 2 or 3 days per week. Because she did not yet have a driver's license, she took the bus or used carpool services. By early 2020, she was living with her new boyfriend, Gabriel Trucon, in the Chicoutimi district, about 130 miles from Quebec, according to Gabriel. Marilyn aspired to a stable life and decided to pursue a career in architecture. However, on January 22, 2020, everything changed. It was Wednesday, and Marilyn was in Quebec. Her trip was work-related, so Gabriel stayed and she came to me. Gabriel became very concerned around 9 o'clock in the evening because he couldn't reach Marilyn. After several failed attempts to contact his girlfriend, Gabriel began texting Marilyn's co-workers, hoping that someone had seen her. But soon, Gabriel received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, the caller identified himself as a police officer and informed him that Marilyn had been discovered dead. Later, forensic experts determined that she died from multiple stab wounds, with over 50 on her body. To continue looking at Marilyn's story, we must go back 17 years. In 2003, Chantal Deschamps, a 32-year-old bartender at a hotel in Quebec, met Eustachio Galice, 36, who also worked at the hotel and was her boss in charge of the guests' meals. Eustachio and Chantal began a passionate love affair shortly after they met. Chantal was the mother of 2 daughters, ages 10 and 6, whose father she had not seen in years. Eustachio has been married to Joanne Lafrance since 1996. They had 3 children. The couple's relationship appears to have been strained. For example, Eustachio broke down walls in their home twice or 3 times in a fit of rage. He once attacked his wife while they were traveling through Ottawa, was arrested, and served 7 days in jail. Despite the incidents described and other instances of verbal abuse, Joanne Lafront stated that she was not afraid of her husband and regarded him as a good father to their 3 children. Although he did not always spend time with his family due to his demanding job, when Eustachio and Chantal's romance began, he left his wife Joanne and their 3 children to live with his new sweetheart. Chantal and Eustachio married, formalizing their rapidly developing relationship. Everything seemed to be going well for the couple at first, as is common. Eustachio got along well with Chantal's children, and they spent weekends together at the movies, the ice rink, and other entertainment venues. However, the relationship rapidly deteriorated. At the same time, Galiz worked more than 60 hours per week. He informed his supervisors that he would resign on December 31, 2004, because he could no longer bear the pressures of his job as the hotel's food and beverage manager. He did not, however, discuss his personal difficulties with his employer. In recent months, Eustachio Galiz and Chantal Dechan's relationship has become increasingly complicated and tumultuous. Some witnesses described the man as being extremely jealous, while others claimed that both Eustachio and Chantal were possessive and frequently argued about it. According to the couple's friends, Eustachio Galiz would raise his voice but not physically abuse Chantal Dechan, despite the fact that she would insult or slap him. The tension in the relationship peaked on October 21, 2004. Eustachio and Chantal returned home that morning after working the hotel's night shift. Chantal's 2 daughters were still sleeping. They spent their evening with Joni Heian, their babysitter, who had stayed over at their house because their mother worked the night shift, interrupted the couple's conversation. Joni learned about their argument that night. The babysitter left the house around 7:15 a.m., and the kids were supposed to be at school around 8 a.m. Before leaving for school, the girls entered to greet their mother, who was in the bedroom with Eustachio. This was the last time they saw their mother alive. Eustachio Galiz arrived at his ex-wife Joanna Lafront's home at 1:29 p.m. to drop off all of his cash savings. At this point, he called the cops and admitted to killing his wife, Chantal. At 1:39 p.m., the police arrived at Joanne Lafront's house, where Galiz repeated his confession and surrendered without resistance. He then insisted that the police come to the school as soon as possible. Before Chantal, his 2 daughters returned home and discovered their mother's body. At the same time, police went to Chantal Dechan's house, where they discovered her bloody body on the bed in her bedroom. Next to the body, the police discovered 2 blood-stained knives and a hammer with a broken handle. An autopsy revealed that the woman died from multiple hammerhead injuries and stab wounds. The hammer blows were so severe that the handle broke. During his trial in 2006, a jury convicted Eustachio Galiz of second-degree murder. He admitted that his motive for committing the crime was Chantal's decision to leave him. Galiz was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 15 years. In 1997, he served 7 days in jail for assaulting his first wife, Joanne Lafront. In 2004, he killed his second wife, Chantal Dechan. It can be concluded that Galiz abused women. Despite this, 15 years later, in March 2019, the parole board determined that Galiz's risk of reoffending was low enough to release him. As part of his parole strategy, Galiz was allowed to date women to satisfy his sexual desires. The parole officer devised a strategy to determine the amount of contact Galiz could have with women. He was allowed to visit an erotic massage parlor once a month to satisfy his sexual needs, but he was forbidden from having romantic relationships. He was also required to keep a curfew from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless he was attending an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. However, his control was so weak that he went to the massage parlor several times a week rather than once a month. Remember, he was released in March 2019. Galiz, 51, met Marilyn Levesque, 22, an employee at an erotic massage parlor, in June. Marilyn's relatives were mostly aware that she made a living by providing intimate services for money. but she told them little about it, and when she did, she usually made fun of it or mentioned it casually. Her close friends described her as a sensitive young woman. She also became extremely rigid in her work. Part of her wanted to change her life and leave the job that her relatives believed in, but it's difficult to return to the minimum wage. When you're used to earning the equivalent of 2 weeks' wages in 2 hours, how did she end up prostitution? The situation is unclear. But one thing is certain: Marilyn experienced a difficult childhood. She was frequently placed in foster homes. Marilyn's boyfriend and close friends knew where she worked and what she was paid for. According to her friends, she was neither proud nor ashamed of her job. And we always talked about it openly. Marilyn's boyfriend didn't mind that she earned money this way because she worked in Quebec, 100 miles away from their home. Galice, who had almost no one to supervise him, began going to the massage parlor several times per week. The man gave the parole board the impression that he had been reformed, but his nature had not changed. On several occasions, he used violence against female employees, and as a result, he was barred from visiting the massage parlor. None of the employees knew Galice was a criminal, let alone that he had been imprisoned for the murder of his wife in late summer 2019, when it was discovered that Galice had assaulted several women at a massage parlor. The parole board prohibited him from visiting erotic massage parlors under threat of imprisonment, but by this point they'd fallen in love with Marilyn and devised a workaround. He offered the girl 1,300 Canadian dollars for a meeting in a hotel room, which she accepted. It was their first meeting outside of the massage parlor, and everything went well. Galice was so sympathetic to Marilyn that he began to share his emotional feelings with her. He told her how much he missed his wife and had mourned her for 15 years, but he didn't say he had killed her. Shortly after, Eustacio Galice began to suspect that the young woman was drifting away from him and that their relationship was deteriorating. He began to feel rejected, which caused him anxiety and jealousy. The man scheduled another hotel appointment for January 22, 2020. Marilyn told her boyfriend that she avoids hotel meetings and prefers massage parlors, which have guards to protect the workers and kick clients out if there is a problem. However, the $2,000 offered to Galice this time compelled her to accept another meeting at the hotel at 5 p.m. Galice and Marilyn were spotted in the hotel's restaurant, which is located in southwest Quebec. After dinner, around 8:30 p.m., the couple went to their room, and at 11:35 p.m., Galice arrived at the police station and confessed to the murder, as he had in 2004. The police went straight to the hotel, hoping that Marilyn was still alive. Unfortunately, she had already died. During the autopsy, 57 stab wounds were discovered on her body. Galice was found to have spent about 2 hours at the bar before surrendering to police, as well as disposing of the murder weapon and Marilyn's cell phone. What happened was terrible in and of itself, but in this case, the perpetrator's identity and past in the context of his new atrocity sparked widespread outrage and demanded answers from authorities. Secretary of Public Safety Bill Blair expressed his condolences to Marilyn's family, saying her death could have been avoided. Sonia Labelle, Quebec's Justice Minister, wanted to know how a violent criminal like Galice was granted parole. She also questioned whether the officers who worked with Galice had adequate training to assess public safety risks and called on Federal Public Safety Minister Bill Blair to investigate the situation. Another commission was formed to investigate the parole board's actions, which revealed flaws in the first board's work case management and supervision of the offender. The head of Canada's Correctional Service described Marilyn's death as a terrible tragedy that should never have occurred. He also promised that the Correctional Service of Canada, along with the parole board, would take significant steps to avoid similar incidents in the future. Despite the high-profile statements, no one was severely punished, as is typical in such cases. Some parole board employees have been transferred to new positions, while others have been sent for refresher courses. There is no way to bring the young woman back, and her death is hoped to serve as a wake-up call for those who make decisions with serious consequences. The government paid compensation for Marilyn's death after the authorities and her family reached an agreement. The agreement prevented Marilyn's relatives from filing a lawsuit, but the amount of compensation was not disclosed due to confidentiality agreements. It should be noted that some have condemned the victim because of her professional activities. Gallis was initially charged with second-degree murder, but after it was discovered that he had planned the crime and purchased the knife in advance, he was charged with first-degree murder. Gallis pleaded guilty, admitting that he planned the murder in advance. During his trial in February 2020, the prosecutor told the court that the police had feelings for Marilyn and became jealous and angry when they realized he was only a means for her to earn money. Jealousy was discovered to be the primary motive for the murder. On February 27, 2020, 51-year-old Eustachio Gallis was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. This time, he will be able to apply for parole after 25 years, rather than 15 years after his wife's murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.